Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. As we continue our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez, we appreciate you guys being with us today. And let me just make sure. Welcome to All right, thank you. All right, sorry about that. I guess it got kicked off, sorry. Thank you, Gordon, for that, appreciate it. Fixed it. All right, so we're picking up on day 4 of California versus Carlos Dominguez. And thank you for joining us. So I've got my attention's a little split here. I've got we're covering the verdict or lack thereof of Michigan versus Christopher Shore. So I'm kind of paying attention to that. Just want to make sure that that's sorry. My attention's divided. All right. So yesterday we heard from Kimberlee. Kimberlee was the 3rd victim. She survived. We heard from the medical examiner, Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu. And I thought those were two pretty good witnesses. All right, I think I'm going to end the stream over here. Hold on a sec, guys. All right. There we go. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching the verdict for Michigan versus Shore. And now we are picking up on California versus Carlos Dominguez. So let's see. As we heard yesterday from our chatter, Deanna, she said that the jury is 8 men, 10 women. They are mostly older. There's a few in their 20s, but she said they're mostly in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. So, interested to see. Let's see, they're coming on at 9 today, so that's going to be 12 o'clock our time. Who's with us today? We have Alice and Kathy. Still good morning here, I guess. Brett, good to see you. Gordon, always good to see you. Northwest, live already? Why would they be live? They were going live at 9. Let me check into that. Let's see here. See if I can find a feed that's live. Well, let me say hello to everybody, then I'll look for that. Fala Capri Law, good to see you. Golden Girl, hello again. Elizabeth G, Only Fan, Baka. Marty, awesome. Kathy Davis, okay, easy transition. Yes, Missy Russell. Is it echoing? Is it still echoing? Let me know if it's still echoing. Hellcat, good to see you. Now we can find out how this jury pool feels about pizza since the other jury pool has been excused. Nice. Nanar, good to see you. So it's better. Okay, cool. JWD, good to see you. Oh, Lily Wayne is knitting too. Very cool. All right, Northwest, you say there's a feed, eh? They were supposed to start at 9, so that's going to be, let's see, get myself situated. Let's see, who else is here? Hey, Chris. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Not echoing. Okay, Hellcat, thank you for that. I'm not seeing a feed yet, Northwest, so if you could let me know which channel. You don't have to just say, I got KCRA, I've got ABC 10, I've got Sacramento. So let me know if you are seeing it somewhere else. Well, I know Law and Crime's going to kick it in because they have it scheduled. So if they kick it in, they'll be a few minutes late, I guess. But if you see it, Northwest, let me know. Because, let's see. ABC 10 does not have it. So we're just going to stay here. If you see it somewhere else, cool. We'll just stay here. I'm not going to bounce around because I've looked in 3 places and nobody's showing it. So, how's everybody doing today? Super Bowl? Super Bowl's being feisty? Let's see. Kenya Linus just looked on the county's website. It's not up yet. Thank you for that, Kenya. Appreciate that. Yeah, judge said they'd have a 9 o'clock start, so can't imagine there'd be a feed before 9 o'clock. So, very cool. Chris, you're actually on the West Coast, so enjoy these early trials. Very cool. Kenya, yep, looked on the county's website, not up yet. Sleep with one eye open. Beautiful day in Cape Town. Very cool. Look at the picture you sent. All right, hold on. Let's see. Oh, oh. That's a nod to. That's awesome. Very funny. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's hilarious. Yeah, Super Bowl was going off on my arm earlier. You hear Rafa, right? That's great. Who came up with that? Did Brett come up with that? Or did you come? Who came up with that? That's really funny. All right, we are just waiting for the feed to kick in. Appreciate you guys coming over. We've heard some testimony about David, Karim, and Kimberlee. Kimberlee actually testified yesterday. How you did it? Nice. All right. What's Slim up to today? I guess about 5'8", maybe 30 pounds. All right, hold on a sec. All right, let's come over here real quick. We have time. All right. All right, Irish Amy, this is going to be for you. Hold on. So Irish Amy, let us know. Did they look like this? Irish Amy, did they look like that? Let us know if that's what they looked like. Were they motorcycle jacket wearing, cigarette smoking? The one on the far left has both. Okay, the one on both the right and the left, they have cigarettes in their mouths, cigarettes in their hands, and then the middle one has just smoke coming out from his lapel there. If you guys know, you know. That's really funny. All right. So Slim, nope, Slim's right there. Yes, Deanna May is going to be there. Yeah, she's going to call in, she said, for lunch and afterwards. Nice, good one. All right, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, yesterday Law and Crime kicked in late. So let me just keep bouncing around, see if I can find something. Let's see. Yep. Gangster biker chicks. Sorry. That's funny, right? No, that's too funny. Biker chicks. Irish Amy. Aw, we love you. We love you even more. That is such an endearing story. We love you even more for that story. Trust me. All right. There is that causing PTSD? I hope not. I hope that's not causing PTSD. Oh, I hit I hit that moment of those aren't chicks. Oh, are those roosters? Oh yeah, those are roosters. Biker roosters. I stand by my vendetta. My vendetta. Oh, that is so funny. It's not causing PTSD, is it? We don't want you to have PTSD, but you stand by your vendetta. Oh, that's funny, funny, funny. Funny stuff. All right, where is this trial? Waiting for... Are you looking... Irish Amy, are you... Oh, audio's cutting in and out? Okay, let's see. All right, I unplugged and plugged in, see how that is. See if my audio is that a little bit better. Is that audio a little bit better? Just let me know. Now there's no sound. All right, how about now? Testing 1, 2, 3. It's in and out. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. All right, hello, hello. Testing, testing. How is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How is it now? All right, hello, hello. Testing, testing. How is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How is it now? All right, seems okay on our end. Yours fine. Lily Wayne is fine. Yours fine. Fine, good, fine. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Irish Amy. Okay, there you go. You can pick them up. You can pick them up in the sound is not great for you. I don't know, guys. Oh yeah, maybe try refresh. Try refresh if your sound is out, cutting in and out. Just try refresh because it sounds pretty good here on our end. So, Irish Amy, you're going to settle this out of court like the Irish do? That's funny. Yep, just try and refresh. Just try and refresh while we're sitting here waiting for a feed to kick in. I've got 2 potential feeds that I'm looking at. Refresh worked. There you go. Good. Refreshed got good. Yeah, just refresh. Just go ahead and refresh it. Remember the delay. There you go. Yes. Just refresh. She just now saw the picture of Chris. Wow. Or she just saw another picture. Wow. Well, I keep putting it up. There you go. Major delay thanks to Mishi. There you go. Superball was acting up too. She attacked my arm earlier. The Roosters. We have to name the Rooster Gang. While we wait, what should we name the Rooster Gang? Gang o' Roosters? A gang o' roosters. Mishi did her rewind trick. It was 5 minutes behind. Ah, I gotcha. Pecking Helligans. The Peekers. That's got to be a Mo in that group. FAFO. Cluckers. The Leather Feathers. Cluck around and find out. The Peckers. The Beakers. That's all good. Foul Behavior. I like the Leather Feathers. That's pretty good. Called the Rooster Gang pre-KFC. Foul Intentions. That's funny. All right, we're just waiting for the feed to kick in. Anybody's feed? Anybody? Bueller? Is there any feeds out there? They were supposed to start at 9. I think he wanted to talk to them, though. I think the judge was going to talk to them, so he must be talking to them off the record. Foul, FAFO cluckers. Cigar and beak in hand. Yeah. And the one in the middle just has random smoke coming up out of its lapel there, or its what the heck is that called? What is that called? What's this thing called again? Help me out. What's that thing called? I'm losing it. Trying to find a feed here. Yes, Kathy double fisting the smokes. Amy said that's them. I could pick them out of that in the lineup, yes. Foul reactive. It's the evil sizzling off of him. The collar. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Hellcat. Had a senior moment there. What's this thing called? Lapel, shoulder. Shoulder smoke is from the cigarette of guy behind. Is it? Looks like it's in front of the collar there. I like Irish Amy. It's the evil sizzling off of him. That's brilliant. The Coop Riders. Nice. The Coop Writers, that's a good one too. All right, come on, feed. Where is the feed? If anybody finds a feed out there, let me know. Just tell me. I'm on KCRA right now, Channel 3 and Law and Crime. So if you guys that are local there, if you see something, you relate completely. Yeah. I see you. You complete me. If you guys see a feed from a local channel, I've got Law and Crime, and then I also have KCRA Channel 3 on. No, they said 9. Judge said 9 o'clock. He said 9 o'clock. But Law and Crime has it starting at 12:30, so I guess 12:30. Judge said 12. I mean, he said 9 and 12. I don't know. Maybe I misheard him. Could have sworn he said, I wrote it down. So, all right, we'll wait. It's lazy Cali for you. I wrote down 9, but Law and Crime has it for 9:30. Is what it is. It should be starting soon because it already started on the county's website. Okay, cool. Thank you. The Egg Makers, Northwest, the Hellcat. The one on the left has one in his mouth and one in his hand. I know both of them do. The one on the right, they both do. The baby chick daddies. All right. So we just have to wait. We'll just wait. And if it starts at 12:30, 9:30, it starts at 12:30, 9:30. Oh, the lawyers were at 9, jury at 9:30. Okay. Yeah, you heard 9, Baca. He did say 9. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He told the lawyers to get there. There is no 30-minute delay in this, yeah. There is no 30-minute delay, Brett, which is nice. Yeah, no delay with this one. No delay. But I can get with that lawyers, I can understand that. He told the lawyers to come in at 9 and then they start at 9:30. Because Law and Crime has it set for 9:30. So, all right, so we'll just wait. We'll just wait and we'll put poor Irish Amy through more post-traumatic stress with having to stare at the leather feathers. That is a good band name. And there you go. There's the band right there. Kenya, yes, he did tell them yesterday, the jury 9:30, but the attorneys are there now and they had to be there at 9. It sounds like they are doing a conference before the jury comes in. Cool. Thank you, Kenya. Appreciate that. He wanted to talk to the lawyers about something. Yes, I do kind of remember that. So let's see. Yeah. So at the end, he requested, at the request of the family, not to publish the decedents or Kimberlee. He wanted to sharpen that order, right, about the images published on day 1. The court prohibits recording of bodies of the 3, cannot be used or recorded. It must not be used. It must not be, and it must be destroyed, right? If you did, it must not be published, and it must be destroyed. The families have a right. It is a criminal act. So if I pulled up something, and actually I didn't really see anything. The only thing I saw was day 3 yesterday when they showed Karim's body, but there was like a tarp over it. But I understand, I'm not going to show that. That's the only thing I can remember that was actually displayed for us. In the court, yeah, Deanna said they're showing, remember she said that David had a peaceful smile on his face in the autopsy. So anyway, it would be a criminal act if we were to show that. And he's actually going to seal any image. At this point, he's going to seal the images of the 3. It will be used by the jury. And no public access without a court order. So... Courts in conclave, or is it chickens, right? Oh, white smoke. Right. All right, so we are waiting. It's the evilness sizzling off of him. I love that. Missy, yeah, you're like, what did I come into? If you're just, oh, they are saying, okay, so they got a new pope. They made a decision on the pope. Let's see, Pope news. 6 minutes ago, New York Times said resuming voting, live updates, new pope to be elected, new pope has been chosen. AP is saying a new pope has been chosen. Okay. ABC, white smoke billows. All right, I guess a new pope has been chosen. Vatican News. All right, let's go to the Vatican News. Black smoke, no election. So the Vatican News doesn't even have that. That's pretty bad. They're talking there, and the last time they updated was the 5th. Oh, come on, Vatican, get your come on now. Oh, there we go. Now they're showing. Okay, now they're showing
yourself. Where were you?
All right, so now the Vatican on YouTube is showing white smoke. So there you go. Pope has been elected, I guess. There you are, Deanna. Yay! Good to see you. How are you? Court is in session, but going over motions. Thank you. We figured. Thank you for that. Okay, that's the new picture. Hellcat's just having fun with this. Let's see the new picture. Oh, all right. So this might make you feel better, Irish Amy. This one might make you feel a little bit better. See, right now they're out on their own, right? So right now they're out on their own, just waiting to attack you. But just wait. Help is on the way. Oh, look at that! Now they're behind bars, and now they're behind bars. So, oh, and look at the bar going right through his head. Look at the first chicken. See the bar coming right out of his beak. So, does that make you feel any better, Irish Amy? Yes, his break has escaped. There you go, Irish Amy. Does that make you feel any better? Yes, they're in the middle of a jailbreak. Totally. Hellcat, you're cracking yourself up, right? It's funny. No, it's a jail beak. The cigarettes. I know, right? That is so funny. They can't escape beak removed bar. That's right. They can slide right out of there. Hey, Carolina, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Irish Amy, I okay, it does. Oop, hold on. That makes you feel better. All right, your post-traumatic stress is quickly fading into the distance. Oh. Or kebabeb? Why do they have real hands? Do they? Oh, they do. Oh my gosh, they're like Island of Dr. Moreau. They're half human, half roosters. He kind of looks like he's impaled. Yeah, he's totally impaled, right? Like a kebab. They best not have phones. I know about Celebrite and such things now. I'll track them down. Post chicken nick stress. That's creepy. The Beak Street Boys. Oh, therapist. Oh, groan. But good one. That's a good one. The Beak Street Boys. The Jailhouse Peckers. Check the DNA. Yeah, I just think of like Island of Dr. Moreau, where he merged humans with animals. Yeah, I said groan. Yes, Marty, yes, the Pope has been decided. We don't know the name yet, though. The greasers. The slick back beaks. That's really funny. Hellcat is keeping us amused while we are waiting for... that was me. That was me. I'll take credit for that. That was me. That was me. A new woolly mouse. Your brain is already talking back to those roosters. Bring it on. Bring it, little men. Bring it. The Bluegrass Bros. I vote we just call them lunch. Done deal. Boop. Their lunch. Yes. Thank you, Hellcat. That's good. I just vote we call them lunch. Second, they are lunch. All right. Oh, too funny. You guys are just keeping me amused today. And I appreciate that. Let's see here. That is too funny. Too funny. All right, let's see. Deanna May from inside the courtroom. The defense doesn't want the interrogation shown for some reason. Okay, interesting. Brad, Dr. Moreau was so depressed about how the original story ended that they created a sequel, The Island of Dr. Morose. Badoomch. Wonder if we get funnier or his tolerance lowers. You're right. You guys are dumbing me down. It's the dumbing down of the squeegee. Google woolly mouse hybrid mammoth DNA. Wow. Interesting. Yes, you are witnessing the dumbing down of the squeegee. No, but come on, a 4-year-old getting attacked by a gang of chickens. Come on. And then they look like this. That's just too funny. What ouch. Carolina, these pictures are so great. Therapy after the dang chickens attacked you, pesky, mischievous critters. So sorry that happened to you. The Child TV Live cluckers. That's good. Turkeys are scary. Yeah, they're big. How about ostriches or rheas, right? Rheas are... You guys ever watch Uncle Ben? He's in Texas. He's in Waco. He has rheas, and they attack him. Not all of them, but they can attack him. Irish Amy, I've got my revenge by eating many of their relations. Yes, revenge will be mine. I can only see Irish Amy going like, yes, revenge, revenge, plotting. Come here, my pretties, come here. Jenny, you have wild turkeys that come into your backyard? We have some wild turkeys driving around. We see them on the side of the road. Do they, Jenny, do you have any like other animals that are affected by that? Like do you have cats, dogs, or squirrels that chipmunks, snakes, mice that are affected by them? They're plotting too. The revenge of the roosters. Yes, Irish Amy. Sleep with one eye open. Sleep with one eye open. Watch your back. That clucking that you hear is not in your head. It's behind you. The judge ruled against showing pictures, not sure which ones, of David and Karim be shown, and prohibited family testifying about their background. Oh, interesting. Wait. Ruled against the pictures being shown, yep. And prohibited family testifying about their background. So who's that a win for? Meaning the testifying. Would that be a win for the state or for the defense? Irish Amy, it's like I always say, chickens and spiders have plans. Oh, so they're the ones that are sitting there plotting, not you? My dogs could care less, Jenny says. I've only seen one squirrel since, in 7 years. They eat squirrels a lot, but not me. Oh, very right. So that favors the defense. You have a family of deer that come too. That's nice. So not having the family background favors the defense. How so? I'm not quite grasping that right now. All right, it's 12:30 or 9:30 on the West Coast, 12:30 on the East Coast, and everything in between. Let's see, whoever kicks in first, I'm going to go with. Oh, there we go. We have a feed. All right. Whoop, whoop. No closed captioning, though. All right, see you guys on the other side. And just when I thought that they were coming in, well, I'm sure they'll kick in soon. Only fan, yeah. Remember Natalie Cochran trial? No pictures of Michael? Yeah. Right? Didn't they want to put up a picture of him and they said, no, don't do that? I forget. Yeah, I always hate it when we don't get the closed captions that say bang, thump, scrape, crackle, crackle. You hear, oof, watch my toe, stepped on my toe. So yesterday the state said they plan on resting by next Friday. So we still have another, so that'd only be like 2 weeks. That'd be, 2 full weeks of testimony for the state. And then the defense could put up 2 weeks. So they were talking 10 weeks. Now, of course, then you have a rebuttal. But right now I don't see this going for 10 weeks. Right? Maybe 4 to 5 weeks. I could see 5 weeks, but I don't see 10 weeks right now. I don't see how that's going to happen. But okay, seems like we have some action now. Right, Irish Amy, I feel like Monica destroyed your sense of timing. Everything seems like a short trial now. I haven't looked for it, haven't seen it. Aaron did some research. Let me see. Let me check that out. Let me see. Hold on a sec.
People, State of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. We have counsel present, the defendants present. We have 18 members of our jury present for this Thursday, May 8th, and this is evidentiary day. We're in the people's case in chief, and let's go ahead and jump right in. Mr. Mora, are we going to bring in Ms. Cole?
Yeah, I can go grab her now.
Okay, let's get Ms. Cole, yes. It's Sherry, right?
Correct.
Ms. Cole, good morning. Come on in and have a seat while you're walking in. I just want to confirm, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
And you agree to abide by that oath?
Yes, sir.
All right, super. Okay, the witness is ready, and Mr. Jamar, continue with direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Cole.
Good morning.
Ms. Cole, where we left off yesterday was you had responded to Crystal Grove and Hampton Lane for a water bottle and a bicycle, correct?
Correct.
Did you, after processing those, take possession of those and book those into evidence at the Davis Police Department?
I did.
And was the water bottle labeled CS2-12?
Without referring to my property page, I would not know what it was referenced to, but
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you refresh your recollection to look at that?
Sure.
With His Honor's permission?
Okay.
I have it.
All right. And does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And What did you label that as?
CS-210.
210. Great. Now, shifting gears here, did you recently, you're obviously familiar with Sycamore Park, correct?
Correct.
And I want to show you People's Exhibit 64. I'm going to approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Cole, do you recognize that image?
Not the image itself, but I recognize it as Sycamore Park.
Okay. Do you recognize that diagram as something you produced?
That I produced?
Yes.
I don't recognize it as something that I produced.
Okay, hold on 1 second there. I made a approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was told, did you remember sending an email on Wednesday, May 7th to me with an attachment?
Oh, yes, I did.
And if I may approach and show you that to refresh your recollection.
That would open, that would help. All right, and do you see that email?
I do.
And do you see an attachment to it?
I do.
All right, does that refresh your recollection that
People 64 was produced by you and sent to me?
It was. And may I correct something?
Yes.
I thought you were referring to something that I had booked in evidence,
Gotcha.
and that's why.
All right, so we're on the same page now.
Correct.
All right, so looking at People 64, is that a piece of evidence that you produced?
It is.
And is that with Sycamore Park, is that a fair and accurate depiction of Sycamore Park to your recollection?
It is.
And at the time of April 29th and April 30th of 2023, has the park changed from what we see here?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
And as part of producing that document, it's a Google map, correct?
Yes.
Did you take, using Google, did you try to get the dimensions of the park itself?
I tried to get approximate measurements of the park, yes.
Okay. And if I may see that?
You may.
Thank you.
And how did you get the approximate measurements of the park?
On Google, you can select a tool for measurements, and you place a marker at one point, a starting point, then you place another marker at the end point, and it gives you the measurements from basically point A to point B, and then you go through the whole process for each point you're trying to get your approximate measurements.
Have you used that tool before to conduct measurements?
Yes.
And have you found, based on your training experience in comparing the measurements to the actual physical location, does it appear to be accurate?
I would say it's approximate.
Permission to produce, Your Honor?
Okay.
Or publish, excuse me. All right, looking at People 64 here. Now, Ms. Cole, in looking at this exhibit, Sycamore Lane is on the right-hand side. This green area is the park, correct?
That is correct.
Right below this red line, it says 458 feet. Is that an elementary school not considered part of Sycamore Park?
No, that would be considered it could be the south edge of that perimeter, that park there.
And could you, with the laser pointer, point to, actually, let me step back and ask a different question. You responded to where Karim Abou Najm was located on April 29th and April 30th, correct?
Correct.
With a laser pointer, would you be able to point to approximately where you located his body, where you inspected it on that date?
Yes, it would be right, there's a walkway right here, it'd be right up approximately this vicinity.
And so that was kind of in the middle of where we see a north-south path and the crossing of that bike path that goes east to west on there.
Correct. There's, if I may, you don't see it on this photograph, but there's a light pole in that park area that he was just to the east of, and then there's another light pole right in this vicinity, and he was between the two light poles.
So based on your approximation of using Google Maps or Google tool, you would agree that the northernmost part of the park from east to west is about 759 feet?
Correct.
And the westernmost part that runs along Highway 113, north to south, is approximately 892 feet?
Correct.
And the easternmost part along Sycamore Lane is approximately 372 feet?
Yes, sir.
And not the southernmost portion, but south of the park along Willow Elementary is approximately 458 feet?
Correct.
And the most southern portion of the park is approximately 294 feet?
Yes, sir.
And just to the east of that is 501 feet from the southernmost part up to the corner of Willow Elementary.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Cole, you've also been shown, as part of your response to the ERT, you processed the bike and the water bottle we talked about. Did you go back to Sycamore Park itself and take photographs to document the scene?
I did.
And have you previously been shown People's Exhibit 15 with approximately 129 photos on them?
I have.
And are you familiar with those photographs?
I'm familiar with them, yes.
Did you take those photographs?
I did take those photographs.
And did you take those photographs just after midnight into the early morning hours of April 30th, 2023?
Yes.
And were those photographs, did they accurately capture and depict what you were seeing in Sycamore Park on that date?
Unfortunately, yes.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, some of these photos are going to be graphic.
Okay, so subject to the media and live stream order, we're not going to publish the pictures. Just don't show any of the pictures on the live stream. So how many are you going to go through?
I'm going to go through most of the 129. I'm going to go through much more quickly than I did with Detective Torres the other day.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at photo ending 6740. What is this?
That is a picture of where the victim's body was located.
Are we looking westbound on Sycamore?
Westbound,
Or
yes.
westbound in the park on the bike path?
Right, I'm on the eastbound side of his body.
6741. Is this another image slightly off or slightly different vantage point?
I'm sorry.
Is this a similar image or slightly different vantage point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next photo. 6742. Are we looking westbound at Mr. Abou Najm's body?
We are.
Next photo. 6743. Is this in a northwestern direction of the bike path with Mr. Abou Najm's body?
I'd say northwestern, northeastern even. It's shooting towards the north.
And those are houses along that fence line, correct?
Yeah, there's a fence line there that borders residential area.
Next photo. 6744. Is this Mr. Abou Najm body on the bike path?
It is.
Next photo. What is this?
That's some medical waste that was on or near the scene.
And that's 6745. Next photo. 6746. What is this?
This is also a photo of the victim with some of his belongings around the victim's body.
Off to the right of his arm, just below his legs, that circular object, is that a hat?
Yes, it's a Tilly hat.
Next photo. 6747. This is a zoomed in image of what we just saw in the previous photograph.
Yes.
6748. Is this focusing on Karim's lower legs and that Tilly hat?
And other items in the photo, yes.
What are those other items off to the right of the Tilly hat?
What you can see clearly in the photo is one water bottle near his right hand. Then there's another black water bottle just below that to the north, his Tilly hat, and then his backpack.
Now, that black water bottle there is not the same as the black water bottle that was located on Crystal Grove in Hampton Lane.
It is not.
Next photo. 6749, what is that?
This is also some medical waste left by the first responders.
Next photo. 6750. That the Tilly hat, the backpack, and the water bottle?
Yes, sir.
The black water bottle. Next photo. 6751.
Just
Similar items.
correct, just closer images of them.
6752. Is this Mr. Abou Najm's right side with the water bottles?
It is.
6753. Is this looking more not Easter?
Easterly?
Yes, thank you. Of Mr. Abou Najm?
It is.
6754. Is this zoomed in?
Yep.
Next photo. 6755. Another zoomed in image.
Closer image of his deceased body.
Next image. 6756.
It's a photo of our victim's face.
6757. What's this?
This is also our deceased from another angle. I'm now north shooting south and southeast, basically.
The lighting that you're using to take these photographs, is that all coming from patrol cars or city-owned lights that were brought in specifically for this case?
Yes, we had either patrol cars or, if you can see there in the distance, we had Public Works bring out some additional lighting that goes up on a boom to give us some lighting, because the lights that are out there are very dim.
Next photo. 6758. Similar but shifted photo.
Correct.
6759. What is this?
This is a kryptonite U-lock, mainly used for bicycles.
Where was this in location to where Karim was located?
Near his body.
Next photo. 6760. Is this a picture of Karim but without the medical tarp on him?
Correct.
Next photo. 6761. Is this Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
You should note for these last two pictures, clothes have been removed.
Next photograph. Is this a similar photo but capturing more of his torso and his body?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph. 6763. Is this similar photo but now we're moving down progressively lower on his body?
Yes.
Next photograph. 6764. Is this capturing his legs and lower extremities?
Yes, sir.
6765. Is this capturing his feet area?
Yes, sir.
And is that his backpack off the left-hand, upper left-hand corner?
It would be just to the north of his feet.
Next photo. 6766. Is this that blue water bottle next to his right arm?
Yes.
6767. Is this capturing some of the injuries to his right arm?
His right arm and his upper left chest.
Next photo. 6768. Is this capturing his facial and head region?
And yes, and some of the wounds to his head.
6769 is just capturing injuries to his upper left chest and his left hand.
His left index finger.
Next photo. 6770, similar photo but shifted more center of the torso.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph. 6771 is just capturing the right side portion of Mr. Abou Najm and his arm as well.
Yes.
Next photo. 6772 is just capturing from his feet up to his body.
Yes.
Next photo. 6773 is just a head down picture of Mr. Abou Najm.
Yes.
The placards that are put there, what are those for?
Those are evidence placards.
Is that, number one, related to Mr. Abou Najm, or is it related to something else?
Number one, without going back to my property page, I do believe that number one was our victim.
Next photo. 6774. Is it that water bottle?
Correct.
Water bottle.
Yes.
Next photo. 6775. Is that the black water bottle?
Yes, sir.
6776. Is that the Tilly hat?
It is.
6777. Is that the backpack?
It is.
And I should say, when you're taking these photographs, are you trying to preserve the scene as best you can to show where pieces of potential evidence were located?
Correct. We're trying to, when we put those evidence markers there and we take the photos, we're trying to show that that's exactly how we found the scene before we move any items.
So is that typically what's called preservation of the scene?
Yes.
6772, the backpack, or excuse me, 6777, the backpack. Next photo. 6778, that's the U-lock.
The kryptonite U-lock.
6779, what is that?
That is the deceased phone that we believe it was his phone the night of.
Next photograph. 6780, what are we looking at here?
These are some ceramic pieces. We were not sure if they were related or not, so we took photos just to, again, preserve the scene.
And sometimes when you're taking photographs of evidence, you figure out, you take it because that's time to preserve it, and then you figure out whether it's related during the course of the investigation.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, did this end up being anything that you believed or investigators believed was associated with stabbing of Mr. Abou Najm?
Later, I believe this was not associated with our deceased, no.
Next photo. 6781, is that just a different photograph?
Just another angle of the ceramic pieces.
We go to next photograph. 6784, what is this?
Those are also some ceramic pieces that were found near the roadway or bike path on Sycamore Avenue area.
So this is in the street, not in the park?
It's just to the east of the sidewalk. It's like a bike lane there.
Next photo. 6785, what is this?
Again, some ceramic off to the right side, and there's the light poles right there in front, and there's a little bit of piece of ceramic there to the left. It's very small, and then the light pole is just directly in front of the evidence marker.
Is that the first light pole that leads into Sycamore Park that we were talking about?
Yes.
Next photo. 6786, what is this?
Without looking at my property page, I don't recall if that's his right Apple earbud or his left.
But it is an Apple earbud?
Correct.
I would refresh your recollection of, okay, which one it is in your report?
If that's okay.
It is with his honor.
Okay. Once we get to 670, I'll introduce the objection, which advises the court.
We do not have it clarified if it's a right or left earbud, but it's just listed as an earbud.
Thanks. 6787, is this the other earbud?
Correct.
So there was two located.
Yes.
We had a complete set.
Yes.
Where was that located in relation to Mr. Abou Najm?
In the grassy area around his body.
Was it close to the other earbud that was?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Next photo. 6788, what is this?
These are glasses next to his right arm.
And
Okay.
you weren't the one who collected the glasses, correct?
Correct.
But are you familiar with them based on the photograph?
To how they were that night, yes.
All right, approaching with People's 19A.
Would you mind opening that?
Can't get these gloves on. Go ahead and just peel the tape.
Yes.
Doesn't want to open.
It's beautiful to see lawyers working together. Yeah, it's great. You have your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you able to pull out the piece of evidence that's in it? All right.
Yes.
Perfect. And are those the glasses that you just photographed and the one that's on the overhead?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the exact same ones?
They do appear to be the same exact ones.
Where were those in relation to where Karim was located?
Near his right hand.
Thank you. You can put it back in the back. All right, 6, 7, 8, 8, and 8, 9. Is 8, 9 showing those exact glasses?
It is.
The 90.
Yes. I have an objection, 6790 on additional photos.
Okay, sidebar. It's, I don't know what all of them are, so I need to confer with you. Okay, so to the jury field.
All right, so they're taking a sidebar. So Sherry Kolb, who is this sweet, sweet little old lady taking all these photographs of Karim, And they just pulled out his glasses. So I'm not sure if that was dirt, blood, both, a little bit of both. So now they're at a sidebar. She seems very like. And yes, Deanna, I saw that. I was getting some food. Yep. 2 young girls next to you began crying, and I handed them tissues, and they decided to leave. Deanna, I can't see Carlos's face, but he's looking. Only fan, I find it so disturbing sometimes when defendants see their own discovery, especially photos. Witness had reaction to seeing glasses. Yeah, I think so too. Fala is back. Small items like glasses humanize the victim. Yeah, absolutely. Fala, I need to go back and watch what I missed yesterday and now this morning. So it's fine dirt and sand. You don't think it was blood? I'll go with that. Enjoy your lunch, Hellcat. Drive safely. All right, I'll be back in a second. Aaron's making bread, and I'm required to do some duty. I'll be back in a second.
Thank the jury for their patience and counsel for their argument. And the court provided some guidance, but we'll just see.
Sure, yeah, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay. So for the record, there was a 352 objection, and as I just indicated, I provided some guidance regarding that objection, noting that it had some merit, and that's really where we're at right now until specific pieces of evidence are offered.
just narrowing down
I appreciate it.
based on the court's ruling. Looking at 6798. What are we looking at here?
This is our victim or deceased mouth,
And why did you take a photograph of this?
because it appeared that there was a tooth missing.
Did you locate a tooth next to Karim's body?
Once his body was moved, we found a tooth, yes.
And did you photograph that as well?
I did.
Looking at 6864 with placard number 16, is this what you believe to be the tooth?
It is, yes.
Looking at 6836, is this a picture focused on Karim's upper left chest area?
Yes.
Looking at 6851, was Karim's identification located as well?
Yes,
And is the photograph of that?
it is.
And did you see the clothes that Karim was wearing that day or on scene?
Yes.
And
Should I put gloves on again?
yes. Showing you people 19B and 19C.
Do you want me to reseal that one initially? Sure. Yeah, I mean, I got off good.
Ms. Cole, you're just resealing that previous exhibit, the black.
That's right.
You're asking her to open these?
Yes, well first, are you familiar with the contents of those bags?
One should be his shirt and one should be his shorts.
And those were things that you viewed on April 30th, 2023 when you were processing.
Do you mind if I stand? I can't see.
Sure.
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind, could open and looking into them and seeing if you recognize those.
Go for it. Go.
one are you opening right now?
This is his shirt.
What would you get? B or C?
Oh, sorry, it's 19C.
Can you just hold it right there? Is that, you don't have to open it up.
Okay.
Is that evidence that you saw next to Mr. Abou Najm?
If I remember correctly, it had been cut open. It was laying under his back.
You can put that back in the bag.
There's also another item. There's also another item in this bag.
Okay, put that in the bag.
It may be the original packaging because this was blood soaked that day, so this may be the original packaging.
Okay, well, we will leave that in the bag. And the next exhibit.
Excuse me. Now, I normally would change gloves. Would you like me to change gloves in between this?
Sure. And that one's 19Z that you're opening right now?
Yes.
Well, what's the need to change gloves now that this has all been tested and so forth?
Just to preserve integrity of evidence, not cross-contaminate.
But it's all been tested.
Original packaging, so it's really difficult.
Ms. Cole, what are those?
These are the shorts that he was wearing on his body.
And you recognize those shorts from April 30th of 2023?
I do, because it had the the UCLA and the Under Armour logo on the bottom left.
You can put those back.
Sorry. And again, there's additional packaging.
As you're putting those away, when you say additional packaging, is it common or is it standard procedure when you book a piece of evidence and then you open it, you take the original packaging and you rebook it every single time?
It is when there's a blood-soaked item because we, again, to preserve the blood from soaking through any other paper, we will take extra precautions and wrap it and possibly stuff like the legs so they're not touching each other, again, for cross-contamination. And so then when it's dried, we keep the original packaging back in just so everything is there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Cole.
Good morning.
So, showing you what's been previously marked People's Exhibit 64. The map has been presented right.
Yes, sir.
Is that People's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
You prepared this?
Have I what?
You prepared this map.
Actually, a coworker prepared it for me.
Who used the Google program to prepare it? You or someone else?
Her and myself, we both did it together.
So you were personally observed the measurements from the program, but this other person prepared the map? Is that?
That is correct, yes.
On the left-hand side of the map, it depicts Highway 113, which is identified as Vic Fazio Highway running north and south.
Yes.
It does not show the bike path on the other side of 113, which runs parallel to 113.
It does not.
You were on that bike path and you observed the area where the bicycle was discovered.
When I arrived on scene, the bicycle was in front of a patrol car on Crystal Grove Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Deputy, can you help me out? And can you return the exhibits to the exhibit table? I think so. We got that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
Were you made aware of where the bike was actually found?
I was shown by the officers. I was pointed in the direction approximate where the bike was found.
Was it by a bench?
It was against a wall, like a sound barrier wall.
So did they ever show you an area by a bench where the bike was first found before it was moved by officers?
I was not shown that, no, sir.
So this 892 feet, that is to mark the entire length of Sycamore Park.
Correct.
That is not supposed to be the distance from the bike, the overpass, to where the bike was found.
Correct.
If you were to, and if you know, suppose we had the bike path on the other side on this map. Wouldn't a general estimate be if I were to go basically right in the middle of Sycamore Park and go across approximately where my finger is? I know we're not exact here. But would that generally be the area where the bike was found?
I would say more or less, yes.
And you never went out and measured the distance from where the bike was found to the overpass?
I did not, because I did not know exactly where that bike was located. I just had an proximity.
But you could review crime scene photos and determine where the bike was potentially, correct?
I don't have crime scene photos of that, no, sir.
Someone would have to show you the photos at the Davis Police Department?
Correct.
If another officer or employee of Davis Police took photos of the bicycle, are you allowed to access those photos or no?
I would have to request a working copy of them, yes.
So did anyone ever ask you to measure the distance from where the bike was found to the overpass?
No, I was only asked to what the overall distance of the park itself was.
In addition to using Google, are there other tools for measuring?
Yeah, we have other tools. We have what's called a Leica scanner that can be put up, and it takes 360-degree photos, and it can be then used to measure distances, yes. Or old-fashioned tape measure or wheel measure.
Do you still use the wheel measure?
Very seldom.
That traditionally was kind of the old school way of taking measurements.
It was, sir, yes.
And basically what is a wheel measure is it's a handle with basically a wheel on it, and you put it on the ground and you walk and it measures.
Correct.
And even though they're not as fancy as other systems we use now, they did accurately measure distances.
Yes, I believe so.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Cole, thank you for your patience with the court and your testimony. I appreciate you being here yesterday and again today.
You bet.
Have a great day.
You as well.
Okay, Mr. DeMora, witness.
People are recalling Mr. Torres.
Alex Torres. Okay. Detective, good afternoon, good morning. Good to see you again. Come in, take the oath again, then the witness stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spelling both.
Alex Torres, Alextorres.
Okay, direct.
Good morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
Detective Torres, did you attend an autopsy conducted on May 1st, 2023 at the Yolo County Sheriff's and Coroner's Office?
Yes.
And was that an autopsy for Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
During that autopsy, did you take photographs?
Yes.
Have you previously viewed People's Exhibit 20 that contained photographs from that autopsy?
Yes.
The photos on there, were there 65 photographs on that exhibit?
Approximately.
Did you take the photographs?
Yes.
Did you take them on May 1st, 2023?
Yes.
And you're familiar with each one of those photographs?
Yes.
And those photographs captured what you were photographing at that time
Yes.
and fairly accurately depict what it was that you're taking pictures of Mr. Abou Najm's injuries and his autopsy.
Yes.
As part of your role in the autopsy, did you take possession of a blood stain kit that contains a blood sample?
Yes.
And that's a reference sample for DNA for Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
And you take possession of a sexual assault and homicide kit as well?
Yes.
Is that something that's booked into evidence?
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Torres, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kumar.
We'll call Dr. Sarah Schmidt.
Okay,
Nadine Schmidt.
thank you. We'll get the spelling. Okay, counsel, if you give us some room. Come on in. And if I could have you stand right here at the podium. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. The clerk's going to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, and I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Sarah Avid Schmidt, SarahAvedschmidt.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMore, direct exam.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, Dr. David Schmidt.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good. What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
What is that?
A forensic pathologist is a type of medical doctor that performs autopsies to determine cause of death.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I have been practicing for almost 7 years.
And what's your training, experience, and education that makes you qualified to do that position?
So in order to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to go to medical school. After that, you complete a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency, and then I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship. After that, I completed board examinations and was certified at my medical licenses in different states.
Where did you go to undergrad and where did you go to med school?
Oh, undergrad, I went to Aquinas College in Michigan, and medical school, I graduated from Loma Linda University in Southern California.
So you said you did your residency and a fellowship as well?
Yes.
What do those focus on?
The residency focuses on pathology itself. Once you complete medical school, you specialize in your field, and pathology specializes in the study of disease.
And so after you complete your residency and fellowship, did you start working as a pathologist or did you just start working as a pathologist?
Yes.
Right. So take us through your job experience, your employment background.
So after I completed my fellowship, I moved out here to California, and since I've been out here, I've been a contractor at multiple different counties in Northern California. I also have my medical license in Michigan as well, and have retained a contract to work in Detroit, Michigan.
And so when you do contract work for multiple counties, meaning if there's a death, the coroner's office or sheriff's office can call you to come and perform the autopsy afterwards?
Yes.
Right. How many counties are you working in?
I currently have contracts in Yolo County, Sonoma County, Solano County, Butte County.
And over your 7 years as a forensic pathologist, how many autopsies have you conducted?
I've completed over 2,100 cases.
Has that been autopsies that you have been the lead on, or have there been other instances where you've assisted in autopsies?
I would say about 300 of those were from my fellowship training, in which you are taking the lead on them, but you're being overseen by a senior physician.
And in each of those autopsies, are you trying to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Are you familiar with causes of death that relate to, or causes of death that are a result of sharp force injuries?
Yes.
What are sharp force injuries?
Sharp force injuries are injuries inflicted to the body by a sharp implement.
Which is a knife?
Correct.
Have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
Yes.
How many times?
I think 17 times.
All in California or in Michigan as well?
California and Michigan.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer as a witness as an expert in forensic pathology.
Anyone here?
No.
Okay, so we have a qualified expert. Now, I will say to the jury that throughout this trial, we'll have a few people, I expect a few more people that are qualified as an expert as well. I'm going to give you a jury instruction on how to interpret experts, okay? And so you'll get that instruction later in the trial. All right, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. David Schmidt, when, and I think I butchered that. Did I butcher
It's
that?
okay. It's David Schmidt.
David. Write that down. on the entire time. Now, did you conduct an autopsy on May 1st, 2023 at the Old County Sheriff and Coroner's Office for a Karim Abou Najm?
I did.
And did you generate a report based on your findings as to the injuries and the cause of death?
I did.
And if I may approach with this, Exhibit 21.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the autopsy report I authored for Karim Abou Najm.
And that report, I should say, in general, when you do an autopsy, you produce a report close in time to the time you do the autopsy.
Yes.
Right? And did you create that report at or near the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you make such reports, including this one, as part of the regular course of your business?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how this report is prepared?
Yes.
Because you prepare it, right?
Correct.
And what sources of information do you use to generate these reports?
So I'm using my visual observations of the body, the external examination as well as the internal examination. I'm using the scene investigation information that is provided to me, and then I use the toxicology report that is resulted after submitting specimens for toxicology.
And once you consider all those pieces of evidence and you make your findings, you try to review your, do you review your report to make sure that it's accurate?
Yes.
And so, directing you to your report, when you were completed your autopsy and you produced your findings, were you able to determine the cause of death for Abou Najm?
Yes.
What was that cause of death?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And as you indicated when I was asking you questions, multiple sharp force injuries that can come from an item such as a knife.
Correct.
How many multiple sharp force injuries did you identify during the autopsy?
This case had 52 sharp force injuries.
Were there two different types of sharp force injuries that you identified?
Yes.
What were the two types?
I documented both incised wounds and stab wounds.
What's the difference?
So an incised wound is a fancy word for a cut, so it's more of a superficial injury, and then a stab wound is a deeper, more penetrating injury.
How many stab wounds were there?
There were 40 stab wounds.
How many incised wounds?
12.
Now, do you document in a diagram, and I will permission to publish them?
What is it?
The diagram, similar to what we saw yesterday.
It's part of Exhibit 21?
Yes.
Granted. It's a diagram, okay.
I'm just showing this. All right, so taking you to the diagram. Now you have 4 different diagrams in your autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
And are these standard diagrams that you use in all your autopsies to identify where wounds are and identify the cause of death?
Yes.
So taking you to this is the front and back side of an adult male, correct?
Correct.
All right. So looking at the left image, you identified multiple areas with SW or IW, and do those stand for stab wound and incised wound?
Yes.
So looking at, and we'll use exhibits from, or pictures from 2020, focusing on, and we're not going to, I should say, when you identify wounds by number, is that in the particular order of how they were inflicted?
No.
Why do you give those numbers on this chart that way?
It's purely for documentation purposes, so it's an arbitrary number. I go from top to bottom.
just to make sure that you can keep all of them consistent and identify them?
Correct.
So I will start with this area SW 6-23.
Wait, we're not showing, we're showing pictures of the body?
Yes, they're on
Okay,
the
so the media order is in place, so they can't be projected. Right, so we can continue live stream, but not the photo. Okay, thank you.
And for the court, I'm going to switch between the diagram and the photographs as well, like we did yesterday.
Okay.
So looking at 6-23, what area are we looking at on Mr. Abou Najm's body?
So this is the left upper chest and left shoulder.
How many wounds were there?
There was 18 wounds in that cluster.
And does this reflect SW 6-23?
It reflects part of it, but doesn't reflect the complete cluster.
And this is part of Exhibit 21. The photos, last three digits are 736 maybe?
7736.
Thank you.
Now looking at 7737, does this show 6-23?
Yes.
So let's go through these wounds quickly. So how many wounds were in this area?
The cluster that I documented on the left chest and left upper arm was 18 wounds.
What do they range in size from?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. You have your report in front of you on, if I can direct you to page 5 of that.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if doctor could.
That's fine. She can refer. Just let us know when you're looking at
Okay.
the report. It's fine. We understand.
Great.
Okay, the wounds ranged in size from 1/2 to 2 inches in length.
And where did the wounds go? How deeply did they penetrate?
I would have to look at my report again for that.
Thank you.
They extended to a maximum depth of 2 to 5 inches.
Did any of those wounds fracture the left clavicle?
Yes.
Were there any other fractures at those, in this cluster that those wounds created?
Yes, so this cluster also fractured multiple ribs on the left side of the body.
Are we able to tell how many ribs were fractured?
I believe it was 3, but I would have to look back to make sure.
If that refresh our point.
So it looks like it was just one rib, the third rib, but it went through the intercostal space on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ribs, which are it's the muscle that is in between the ribs.
And you mentioned a clavicle. Where's the clavicle on the body?
The clavicle is what we call the collarbone on the top of the body.
I think we have a pointer
This
there, right? And so you can point it out on the picture.
Okay. The clavicle's right around here.
And so that's where there's almost like a cluster of 4 wounds.
Yes.
Did any of the wounds penetrate the heart?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell which one in this cluster penetrated the heart?
I wasn't able to tell which wound caused which injury, given there was so many wounds in one area and so many internal injuries in that area. Therefore, I clustered them and was not able to determine which wound was which.
When you say internal injuries, what other internal injuries did you identify?
So there was injury to the heart in multiple places, as well as the lungs in multiple places.
going back to, we can switch back to the chart. All right, so looking at SW number 4. You're familiar with that injury?
Yes.
What was that?
That was stab wound number 4 was to the right chest.
And how deep was, what was the size of that wound?
I would have to look for the size. The stab wound was 1.5 inches,
And how deep did it go?
5 inches.
Did this cause any internal injuries?
Yes, this caused a fracture to, I believe, the right third rib.
So going back to the chart, looking at SW 32 and 33, what are those?
Those are stab wounds to the right arm.
And what were the size of those?
I would need to look again. 33 and 34. 33 was a 1/4 inch wound, and 34 was 1.5 inch.
Can you point out the injuries on this photograph on 7744?
I believe it's this one and this one.
And so you were pointing to the upper right arm, sort of in the bicep area.
Yes.
And how deep did those injuries go?
I'm going to look at my report. I have 2 inches and 1/2 inch.
All right, switching to 4 and 5. SW4 and SW5, where are those located?
On the right chest.
And what were the size of those injuries?
I'm going to look at my report again for that.
Yeah, go ahead. And then after this, Mr. DeMar, we're going to take a break. So
Okay.
go ahead. He has that size.
Number 4 is 1.5 inch, and number 5 is 1 inch.
Okay, great. Thank you, Doctor. We're going to take our mid-morning break. It's going to be 15 minutes, and we have more questions for you. So you're excused. Enjoy your break. To the jury, mid-morning break. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss. Don't research. I'll see you back on the other side. Thank you. Counsel, enjoy your break. I'll be back.
All right, they're going to take their mid-morning break, and we'll do a quick recap. And yes, I agree, Deanna. A lot of force to break bones, especially in somebody who's 20 years old. Theoretically, the height of his, physicalness, if you will. And remember, this blade was only 4.7 inches, and yet he's going in 5 inches deep. How does that even happen? Like, that doesn't even, how does that even happen? How can you, I don't know how that can happen. All right, so we started with Sherry Kolb. Remember, she was the police service specialist. She took photos of Karim. I can't think of a logical, innocent reason a college student is carrying around a 9-inch dagger. Yeah, well, the entire thing was 9 inches. And then the blade was 4.7. Yeah. Means the body was compressed by the force of the blows. Yeah. Was it compressed in? I guess, right? Would that mean more? Yeah. Whatever, it's just, ugh. All right. Again, we're splitting hairs: 5 inches, 4 inches, 3 inches, 2 inches. You're getting stuck 51 times, 52 times, or you're getting stabbed 40 times and sliced. So he's not even just stabbing; he's also just God. Anyway, Sherry Kolb, she took photos of Karim, and hold on. Okay. She took a lot of photos. Well, she took all the photos of Karim. She pulled out his glasses. She pulled out shirt and shorts, so they displayed those two. His glasses were found near his right hand. Let's see. That's pretty much. There was cross, but it was like, where was the bike found? Not much there. And then Detective Alex Torres came back in. He was recalled. He attended the autopsy of Karim, and he took photos. And I think the only reason they brought him back in was to kind of set the table for Dr. Sarah Schmidt. She's a forensic pathologist. She did Karim's autopsy, which we're hearing about right now. She's an MD. She is an MD in Detroit, Michigan. She's been an independent contractor in 4 different counties. She's done about 2,100 autopsies. 300 of them were from fellowship. 17 times she's been qualified as an expert, both in California and in Michigan. The cause of death, multiple sharp force injuries. 52, she counted 52. Now 40 of them were stab. 12 of them were incised. And basically, different stabbing is a stab, incised is a slash. 18 wounds in the upper left chest. So let me pull that up. I did take a picture of that. This we can show. These we can show. We won't get in trouble for these. Hold on a sec. These we will not get in trouble for showing. All right. So you can see the cluster there. Let's see. So 18 were in the left upper chest. You can see them there. He had a few on his back, and he had 2 on his leg. 1 on his wrist there, his right wrist, but the majority of them are like just right here. Boom, 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 boom. Man. The depth is between 2 to 5 inches. He had a fractured left clavicle, which is basically, like she said, it's your collarbone. And then he had a rib. He had 1 rib that was fractured. And I guess that could have been anywhere from, clavicle down here. She did say where it was. I didn't catch that. The heart was damaged, but she couldn't tell which injury. I mean, you can see there's like, there's at least, 3, if not 4. Heart and lungs had injuries in multiple places. His right chest. She's starting to go through. Let's see, what does Deanna say? They made us leave the courtroom, which they do not usually do, because we are not solid objects. Yeah. We're somewhat squishy things. The cluster of wounds was pretty intense. It's almost as if he was going for the heart. Do we know if Carlos was a gamer? I do not know that. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know if he was a gamer. Do not know that. The overkill would be associated with the types of video games he may have played. Yeah, I don't know. Video game violence is a myth. Yeah. Brenda, sorry to be in and out. Hopefully here for the rest of our day. Okay. Cool, Brenda. Thank you. Yeah, I wonder why they made you leave. I wonder why they made you leave. Are they talking? Maybe they're talking. Overkill is typically personal or crazed rage. That is definitely crazed rage, for sure. All right, so the right chest wound, 5 inches, the right arm bicep. So the right chest wound, the right, okay, you see the right arm bicep. His right arm bicep, like up here. It's kind of like, yeah, about right here. That was 2 inches. His right chest, there's 2 of them there. So one of them was only 1 inch. Well, she said, I think she said 1 inch and 1.5 inches or half an inch, something like that. So I'm trying to think, what was the first one? Do you think the one's on his back? Because he ended up being on his back. I wonder if the first ones were his back. Because why stab somebody on their front, flip them over, and only stab them once or twice, and then flip them back? Right? That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the ones on his front were first. Of course, nothing makes sense in this. Excuse me. Nothing makes sense in this, but why stab somebody in the front, flip them over, stab them 3 times on the back of the arm, and then flip them back over? You know, that just doesn't make sense. Victim turn over to protect self. Trying to figure out what that means. Schizophrenia could absolutely explain overkill. Therapist, you know, yeah. I mean, if he's having a psychotic break, or he thinks that he's in a video game, or he thinks that this is a monster. This could be the devil that he's trying to delete. This could be a monster in his mind. This could be somebody who's trying to harm his family. I mean, who knows, right? I have no idea. But if he says that he was, well, his friends say that he was talking to the devil, or he says that he was talking to the devil. What if he thought that David and Karim were, and that he was doing the world, like, what if he thinks like he's a Terminator or whatever, and he's got to delete these people to save the world? You know, then he would go at it with that kind of force. You know, I don't know. Just trying to dissect as to what would cause somebody to do that with that much. And when I say passion, I'm going to say passion. That means that much care, that much you care about this, right? You care about this. Yeah, defense mentioned Carlos was seeing shadow figures. Victims were in the dark. All three of them. All 3 of them. He said they had dark spirits in them. Birdie says, yeah. Yeah, so he may be, in his mind, he was they were going to attack him. He was trying to save himself. Right? I mean, to do something with that much effort means that you care. On whatever level, you know, whatever it is, you know, because if you don't care, you're just going to be like, whatever, you're going to walk away. But to have that much energy, right? Again, that much energy to do that. Like, therapist, you know, and we've had conversations about this. Like, after like 5 strikes, you'd be like, I'm done. You know? And was Dr. Rachel a part of that too, therapist? I forget now. But to have that much energy to do what David was 31 times, I think I said, and this was 52, you know? Yeah, right? Gosh, it's so tiring. I mean, you gotta be, yeah, you don't remember. You gotta be physically exhausted, right? I think we can all agree he wasn't mentally well. Real question is if he was legally insane. Right. Even just to do this, whatever. What would cause you to do this? For sure. I mean, that alone is like something's wrong with you. Just right, hard stop. Something's wrong with you if you can do this to 3 people. And then do this to one person, then do what he did to David. Let me pull up David's. I got David's as well. Let's pull up his. Let's look at David. Oops, nope, shoot. Heck, didn't want to do that. Doggone it. Wait a minute, what did I do? Okay, I didn't screw that up. I did something wrong. Doggone it. All right, anyway, here's David's. So let's look at David. All right. So that's David's. So his are a little bit more scattered, right? Birdie, I have a mental illness. I would want to be punished if I hurt anyone. Just stabbing air, to be clear. Yes, therapist, we know, just to be clear. His schizophrenia diagnosis is not in question. No, it is not. No, it is not. All right, so David's are a little bit more scattered, definitely more defensive, right? He's definitely doing one of these because he's got wounds here. Well, actually, he has wounds underneath. So he really doesn't have wounds like this. He wasn't doing this because there would be... Right, he's got a few on the back and his hand, of course, but most of them are on his front. I wonder how many times both of these guys were stabbed after they were unconscious. Like, were they unconscious after like the 10th or 20th even? And then Carlos continued this for another 10, 20, 30 stabs? Probably. I think even after you're knocked out, unconscious, in shock, whatever it is, he's probably still going at them. Oops, sorry. Capri says schizophrenia causes an increased release of dopamine and serotonin, which gives you a lot more strength and energy. Interesting. You would need it to do all of this. You would definitely need it. Northwest, I don't think Carlos was aiming. It was just stab, stab, stab. And David was asleep at start, for sure. That's what they're saying. Yeah, he was asleep. I'm wondering, big brain. I'm just wondering if, how many times did he continue after they either were dead, passed out, in shock, Did he continue on? It's like punching somebody, you punch them, and eventually they get knocked out. Do you keep punching? And if so, how many more times did he keep punching? And David definitely has more on his back. It's definitely more on his back. David spoke to the officer before he passed out. Wait. No, you're thinking, David was found rigor mortis in the morning. Bertie, you're thinking about Kimberlee. Kimberlee was the one that survived. So Kimberlee was stabbed 3 times, only 3 times. She was able, she called 911. We heard that 911 call. So she was stabbed. David was found rigor mortis. That's. I'm going to correct you on that. It was Kimberlee that was able to call. She got stabbed only 3 times, and also Karim was not conscious when Dr. Massey found him. So it was Kimberlee that was able to call 911 and stayed conscious until officers got there. So the officer was talking to a man. Well, that was Dr. Macy. Dr. Macy called. He was the one that found Karim, and he's the one that that called 911, and he was talking to officers. Oop, 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 oop. Looks like they might be coming back.
Back on the record, and we're taking evidence, and we have Dr. Aris Schmidt from the witness stand. I do want to address a few issues before we get back to her direct examination. First, I'm told, and I didn't know this, that some of the chairs over there are missing bolts, or the bolts are loose in the jury chairs. And I'm also told by maintenance that they came in very early this morning and fixed a chair. I think that's number 4 they fixed. And then now I understand there's another chair that may be loose. So we have maintenance on it. Please write a note if something's uncomfortable like that. I really appreciate you giving me notice on that. And then secondly, I do want to advise all of the jurors to stay alert, and it's helpful if your eyes are open at all times. So I'm confident that all the evidence is being taken, and I know sometimes in that first session right after lunch, it's human nature to rest your eyes, and I just want to make sure it's just critical. I know you're all acting in good faith. I know you're all diligent, and I just wanted to make that general reminder how important it is, and for me as a judge to be able to check in with you. You probably see me looking at you during the taking of the testimony and everything, and it's my job to make sure everybody's alert and paying attention. And so it's really important that be the case. So that's just a reminder. And then it's also a reminder that at any point in time, if something arises during the trial that triggers your duty to disclose something, that you write a note. And I have a note on that vein right now. Though, what number did this come from? Number 2, right? It didn't. So if you write a note, make sure you put your seat number on that. So I'll address. I'm not concerned about that right now. I'll address it later. So anyway, thank you for indulging me on some short admonitions, and also I don't know that I said good morning to everybody who jumped right in. So good morning, and thank you for your service. So let's keep going, Mr. Nomura, and this is direct of Dr. Aris Schmidt.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before the break, we had been talking about stab wound number 4, and you mentioned that there was a fracture to one of the ribs in that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is a fracture a break?
Yes.
Do you know, based on your medical training, experience, and expertise, how much force it would take to break a bone like a rib or a clavicle?
It's hard to really quantify and answer that question. It takes a significant amount of force, but it's hard to quantify how much.
I want to move to stab wound number 5. And so where is that located?
Stab wound number 5 is on the right chest.
And what were the injuries? Well, we know what the injuries is stab wound, but what was the size of the wound? There we go. Got my question.
I'm going to look here real quick. The wound was 1 inch and extended to a depth of 2 inches and fractured the right 6th rib.
Photo 7745. Doctor, is that stab wound number 5?
It's a little hard to orient here, to be honest.
Lights are off a little bit. How about in 7731? Are you able to see stab wound 5 there?
Yes, here I can see 5 would be this one right here.
And would you be able to point out stab wound 4 as well?
Yes, stab wound 4 is also to the right chest, a little higher.
That one that's a little bit higher, it's sort of in the neck area above stab wound 4. Was that part of the cluster for stab wounds 6 through 23?
This wound right here?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I clustered that with the 18 wounds on the left chest.
And one thing I should ask about these wounds that were, let me switch back to the diagram. These wounds that we're looking at on the front of the body, were you able to tell whether these were inflicted from the front or the back of the body?
Yes, these were inflicted from the front.
So all of the stab wounds and incised wounds are coming into the top of the body and then perforating downward.
Yes, all of the wounds we've discussed so far.
All right, so now I'm going to move down to the arm, stab wound 38. And where was this injury, this stab wound located?
This is to the right wrist.
All right, and the same question I've been asking for the other stab wounds. What was the size of the wound and how deep was the wound?
Okay, I'm going to check my report. This was a 1-inch stab wound and it extended a total of 1 1/4 inches.
Okay, let's switch to the photograph. Is that stab wound 5, or excuse me, stab wound 38?
Yes, that looks like it.
And the record of 7709. Now, going back to the diagram, want to go to, still on the front, IW incised wound number 12. Where is that located?
That's to the right thigh.
And if you could, same question, tell us the size of the wound and how deep, if at all, that wound went.
Okay, looking at my report. Number 12 was 2 inches in length and it extended into the superficial soft tissue.
What does that mean?
Just the tissue underneath the skin.
And so it didn't go into like the muscle or the bone or anything like that?
Correct.
All right, and just below that, stab wound number 40. Same question, same set of questions, where was that located?
This is to the right knee.
I'm going to switch to the photograph. How big was the wound and how deep was the wound?
This wound is 1 1/2 inches and it extended 2 inches into the skin.
And looking at photo 7762 on the screen, is that stab wound number 40?
Yes, this one is stab wound 40.
What's the one just to the left of that?
I believe this is the incised wound.
So that would be number 12.
Yes.
Is that wound from front to back and then right to left and upward?
The stab wound,
Stab.
number 40. Do you mind if I look?
If that will,
Okay.
that will help.
Yes, front to back, right to left, and upward.
What does that mean? That seems like it went every direction.
Yeah, so we document 3 different planes, and it's based on the body being in the anatomic position. So that's being basically laying down on the table with the palms up. So we're saying front to back, from front of the body to the back of the body, right to left on the body, and then upward, going upwards towards the head.
Now, did we cover all the wounds on, the stab wounds and inside wounds on the front of the body on the left side of the chart?
Do you mind showing me the chart to
We
make
should
sure?
do that, that would help.
Yes, it looks like we covered all of the ones documented on the front side of the body.
Now, moving to the back side of the body, on the right side of the diagram, let's go with stab wound 24. What is that?
This is a stab wound to the back of the right shoulder.
Same question. How big is that wound and how deep does that wound go?
Okay, looking at my report. This is a 1-inch wound and it extended 1.5 inches.
Were there any internal injuries that were sustained from that?
Just the soft tissue.
And looking at photo 7765, is that stab wound 24?
Yes, right here is stab wound 24.
And the photograph is sort of at the top of the shoulder running along the back side.
Yes.
And what direction did this wound, was it sustained?
Let me check again on this report. Back to front, right to left, and downward.
And so this would be a stab wound that someone sustained by being stabbed in the back, basically.
Yes.
All right, let's move back to the diagram. I believe it's stab wound 36, moving down the right arm,
Yes.
below the armpit. Okay. What is that wound?
Stab wound 36 is to the back of the right arm.
And same questions.
Right.
What size? How deep was that wound penetrating?
So I documented that one and clustered it with the other injury on the right elbow, and I gave a range from 1.25 inch to 1.5 inches, with an extension into the body for about 2 inches.
And how did the wound track? What was the direction?
I will check again. Upward.
And going back to the diagram quickly. Oh, sorry. Going back to the photograph real quick. And that's 7750. Are those wounds 36 and 37 that you just talked about?
I don't believe so.
All right, well, we'll find one. Let me switch back to the diagram. When you say clustered, I'm looking at sort of the elbow and tricep area. Is it these two, 36 and 37, that we're looking at?
Yes.
Now, actually, sorry. Keeping Madam Bailiff on her toes right now. Right, dropping down into the wrist area. Do you have another stab wound right there?
Yes.
And what number is that?
It looks like it's cut off on the paper, but I think it's 38.
Let me ask you about 38 quickly. 38, same question. How big was the wound? How deep did the wound go?
All right, I'm going to look at my report. This is a 1-inch wound that extended 1.25 inches, and the direction was front to back and downward.
All right, and hold on a second. So looking at photo 7756, is this the cluster that we just talked about, 36 and, 37 and 38. 36 and 37.
Yes, you can see 36 and 37 up at the top of the photo towards the elbow.
And looking at 7759, is that 38 that we just talked about?
Yes, this is 38.
All right, so I want to go to the head region. You documented injuries to Mr. Abou Najm's head as well during this autopsy.
Yes.
And so let's start with this upper diagram on the top left of the page. And so starting with IW, incised wounds 1 through 3, where are those located?
Incised wounds 1 through 3 are in the right frontal scalp, so the right forehead.
Well, we'll bring a photo of that. Can you tell us the size range for those 3 wounds?
Sure, looking at my report. These are 1/4 to 3/4 inch.
Now, as you indicated, since they're incised wounds, these don't penetrate deeper into beyond the soft tissue.
Technically, the term means that the length on the skin is longer than the depth that it penetrates into the body. So it can penetrate into soft tissue or organs or bone. It just means that the wound is longer than the depth.
Did these wounds, or any of these wounds, penetrate into the bone?
Yes, 2 of these wounds penetrated into the frontal bone on the skull.
And on image 7731, are you able to point to where incised wounds 1 through 3 are?
Yes, incised wounds 1 through 3 are these 3 wounds right here, and these 2 superior or upper wounds are the ones that penetrated into the skull.
Was there any hemorrhaging associated with these 2 wounds?
Yes.
And what is hemorrhaging?
Hemorrhaging is blood, pooling of blood.
And where does that blood pool?
So in these wounds, I documented blood in the tissue underneath the scalp.
So back to the chart. Looking at IW4 and IW5 and IW6, where are those 3 injuries located?
Incised wound number 4 is to the right cheek, number 5 is to the upper lip, and number 6 is to the left forehead.
So we'll take those one at a time. So incised wound number 4, how long was the injury and how deep, if at all, was the injury?
Okay, looking at my report. This is a 3/4 inch wound, and it penetrated into the superficial or the soft tissue underneath the skin only.
Can you see that wound IW4 on this?
Yes.
7731?
Right here?
And you're just circling right below the right eyeball.
Yes.
Was that wound from front to back as well?
I don't believe I documented that for the incised wound.
Looking at IW5 and photo 7734, can you see that here?
Yes, you can appreciate it here on the upper lip.
And how long was this wound?
Looking at my report, this is a 1-inch wound.
Was there any injury to Mr. Abou Najm's teeth that you were able to identify that could be associated with this wound?
Yes.
What did you document or observe?
There was a fracture of tooth number 6, which is a tooth on the upper right side of the mouth. It was fractured at the gum line. I believe it was not on the body when I viewed the body, and I believe it was found at scene.
But you remember that there was a tooth missing or damaged in his mouth?
Yes.
Right. Sticking with the facial region in the head, I want to go to the chart on the diagram. I want to drop down to the bottom left corner. I want to focus on incised wounds 7, 8, and then stab wounds 1 and 2. All right, so starting with incised wounds 7 and 8, what is number 7?
Number 7 was to the right side of the head.
All right, how long was that wound?
Looking at my report, this is a 1-inch wound.
What injuries were associated with that?
This wound fractured the right parietal skull, so the side of the bone on the side of the head, and then caused some bleeding underneath the skull on the brain, on the outside of the brain.
And going to, it says wound number 8. Oh, excuse me. Can you see 7 on this photograph? On 7731?
I cannot. That required shaving the hair to be able to visualize.
All right, and going to incised wound 8, where was that located? Oh, actually, before you get there, is this incised wound 8 or 7?
Number 7 was to the head. I believe this is 8.
Okay, so we're looking at this. This is photograph 7733. All right, tell us about incised wound 8.
Looking at my report, this is a 2-inch wound that extended into the superficial soft tissue.
And where did this wound, how did it track? What direction?
Right to left and downward.
This is photo 7733. All right, so I want to move to 2 stab wounds that we have documented. Stab wound number 1. Are you able to see that in photo 7733?
The chart might be helpful.
Okay, switching to that.
Okay, I see it there. Stab wound number 1 is in front of the ear on the right side.
And stab wound number 2.
And stab wound number 2 is on the right chin.
So starting with stab wound number 1. Can you see that in this photograph?
Yes, stab wound number 1 is right here in front of the right ear, and stab wound number 2 is right here on the right side of the chin.
So with stab wound number 1, how big was that wound?
Looking at my report. It's a 3/4 inch wound that extended 2 inches and went back to front and downward.
Were there any internal injuries sustained from this that you could tell?
Just the superficial soft tissue.
And for the record, this is image 7732. Now going to stab wound number 2. Are you able to see stab wound number 2 in this photograph?
Yes, stab wound number 2 is right here on the right chin.
What size, how big was that wound?
Looking at my report. This was a 3/4 inch wound that extended 1.5 inches, and the direction was right to left and downward.
Did this stab wound pass through the ear canal?
I don't believe so.
Now moving back to the diagram. Bottom right corner, so in the head we're looking at incised wounds 9 and stab wound number 3. Where's incised wound 9?
Incised wound 9 is to the left chin,
Where's stab wound number 3?
and stab wound number 3 is to the left neck.
So looking at incised wound in photo 7736, can you see those 2 injuries here?
Yes.
All right, where's incised wound number 9?
Incised wound number 9 is the C-shaped wound here on the left side of the chin.
And where's stab wound number 3?
Number 3 is here on the left neck.
So focusing on incised wound 9, how big was this injury?
Looking at my report. This is a 2-inch wound that extended 1 inch and went from left to right and downward.
And how deep did this one go?
1 inch.
Is there bone in this? Well, it's not like a silly question. Is there, for this one, is there bone that a sharp force object could hit off of right here?
Yes.
Any indication, or were you able to tell during your autopsy whether something bounced off the bone or hit the bone?
So right underneath this wound is the mandible or the jawbone, but during the autopsy I didn't see that it punctured it at all.
So going to stab wound number 3. How big was this one?
Looking at my report, this is a 1-inch wound that extended 1 1/4 inch and was from back to front and downward.
Now let's move to the arms and the extremities. All right, so looking at the right, we have, or excuse me, the left, we have incised wound number 10, stab wound number 34, and stab wound number 35. Where is incised wound number 10 located?
Number 10 was to the right armpit.
Right, I just want to be clear, we're talking over each other. It appears on the left, this is the right arm.
Yes, this document should be the right arm from 4 different angles, and that's indicated by the right upper extremity, but the arm is kind of moved around in positions that you wouldn't be able to see on the body. It's just for documentation.
I should clarify my question is, when we're looking at the left, we're looking at the left diagram of the right extremity.
Yes.
I know I said left and right in the same sentence. Now looking at incised wound number 10, how big was that wound?
Looking at my report, this is a 1/8 inch wound.
And was it a superficial wound?
Yes.
How does it track?
Right to left.
I guess just say, 'cause I keep asking how does it track. What is it? You know what I mean when I say how does it track?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The track we document to what it looks like in the body, so we can see the wound on the outside of the body, and the tracking indicates the direction that it went inside the body.
And looking at photo 7749, are you able to see incised wound number 10?
I'm not sure I can. It might be this right here, but it's not one of these.
How about all right, well, pulling up the photograph. Let's talk about stab wounds 34 and 35. So looking at 34 and 35, is 34 and 35 located?
These are on the right arm by the elbow.
So focusing on 34 and 35, you see them in this photograph in 7752?
Yes, it would be these 2 wounds.
and that's 7756. Now, for 34, how big is that wound?
Looking at my report, one and a half inch, and it extends 2 inches, and the direction was upward.
And looking at 35, how big was that wound?
Referring to my report, this is a 1/4 inch wound that extended 1/2 inch, and the direction was upward.
Now, going back to our chart, our diagram, excuse me. On the farthest right diagram on page 4, looking at the stab wounds at the top, is that 5 through 31?
I think it's 25 through 31.
25 through 31. Okay, so where were those wounds 25 through 31?
Those are on the back of the right arm.
And how many wounds is that?
6 wounds.
And is it in photo 7751? Are we looking at stab wounds 25 through 31?
This looks like it has 3 or 4 of them.
Are the rest of them covered up by the reference marker?
Yes.
And how big was the range of the stab wounds on this part?
Referring to my report, one quarter to 1 inch.
And what was sort of the area that they were all grouped in?
The distance or the general area on the body?
The distance.
The distance, let me look at my report. This is a 4 by 3 inch cluster.
And how deep did these wounds go? What was the range?
Looking at my report again, they went 1 to 1.5 inches in depth.
And so this is the record, photo 7750. Just 1 moment. And that's really quickly. All right, going to hands. I'm looking at this diagram from your report. Were there wounds, incise wounds to Mr. Karim Abou Najm's hands?
Yes, there was 1 wound.
And that's documented in the bottom lower, left lower picture of this diagram.
Yes,
Is that incise wound number 11?
yes.
And looking at photo 7714, is that the injury, the incise wound to Mr. Abou Najm's hand?
Yes.
And if you could, tell us size of this wound and the depth, if at all.
Looking at my report. This is a 1 3/4 inch wound, and it avulses the skin or peels off the skin, but it's just superficial.
During your autopsy, did you document any other injuries to Mr. Abou Najm's body?
Yes, there were a few others, more superficial or smaller abrasions and some bruising.
Could you tell us where those were?
Yes, I'll refer to my report again. Oops. There were abrasions to the right neck, right elbow, and the right arm, and a contusion to the right chest.
When you say contusion, what do you mean by that?
A contusion is a word for a bruise.
Could you tell whether these abrasions and contusions came from a sharp force or a sharp object, or did they come from something else?
It's hard to say. Contusions are generally from blunt force, so something, a flat surface. An abrasion is more superficial, and some of these were linear that could have been from sharp force, and some of them were not.
When you say blunt force, could it be from falling onto the ground?
Yes.
And doctor, was your determination of the cause of death was caused by multiple sharp force injuries sustained to Mr. Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
May I have one moment, huh?
Yes.
Doctor, hypothetically speaking, is this an object that would be consistent with inflicting multiple sharp force injuries?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, I have one question for you, Dr. Adam Schmidt. What high school did you attend?
Petoskey High School.
In what city?
Northern Michigan.
Northern, all right.
Northman.
What's that?
The Northman.
Northman, okay. MacArthur General's, Decatur, Illinois.
Oh, really?
Yeah, anyway, thank you for your testimony today, and have a great day.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Mr. Tamora, do you have a witness to call?
Yes, people call Justin Schaefer.
Okay. Mr. Schaefer, good morning. Thank you for your patience. Please stand at the podium. My name is Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding today. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, and we have two lawyers to ask questions. Before we do that, Deputy, would you gather that exhibit for me and return it to the exhibit table? All right, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Choose this one. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Justin Schaefer, Justin Schafer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Schaefer.
Morning.
Mr. Schaefer, I want to take you back to May 3rd of 2023. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so I want to get a little bit of background before I jump into some of the substance of what we're going to be talking about today. On May 3rd of 2023, were you living in the city of Davis?
Yes.
were you aware of a series of stabbings that had taken place?
I was.
Right. You, like many other people, had heard about it, probably watched the news, and were acutely aware. And so, and sorry, was that a yes?
That's a yes.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll answer yes.
Yeses and no's.
Yes.
That's okay. So, leading up to May 3rd of 2023, how much were you keeping track of the stabbings that were taking place?
I was keeping, I was very aware of what was going on.
So,
My wife was as well. She was constantly informing me about what was happening.
and why was that?
She was concerned. We have 2 small kids, and this was the talk of the town, as most people know.
And were you concerned as well?
Yeah.
And without giving your address, where were you living at the time?
I was off of Sycamore, between Sycamore Park and Redwood Park.
And are you familiar with Sycamore Park itself, the actual?
Yeah, I take my kids there all the time.
At the time, on May 3rd, in sort of the late afternoon, were you headed to Sycamore Park?
I had walked through. I don't remember exactly what time it was. I had a phone interview for a job I was applying for, and I do better when I'm walking and talking. So I told my wife I was going for a walk, and she warned me against it. But I said I'm just going to go. We can't live in fear. So I walked through the park. I don't know. Maybe it was around 1:30 or 2 p.m. I'm not sure. There's a bicycle bridge that crosses the 113 right by the park. So I went across the bridge to Arroyo Park, then walked back through Sycamore Park, and that was, you have the better timeline than I do. It was in the late afternoon, and that's when I, yeah.
Okay, so
That's when I was there.
So I'll stop you right there. When you were crossing, you're walking and you've been keeping up to date with all the stuff that's happening in Davis. Have you been aware of a description of a potential suspect that had been put out by law enforcement?
Yes, I was aware, and my wife had also repeated it to me several times.
So what was, in your mind, what was the description of the person that was believed to be involved in these stabbings?
It was a young man, pale skin, dark hair, dark clothing, I think all black, and then Adidas slip-ons.
When we say slip-ons, we're talking about the slides?
Yeah, and maybe Adidas track pants too. I'm not exactly sure.
So as you're crossing, you said you crossed over into Arroyo Park, and that's in West Davis.
Correct.
And so did you use a footbridge that goes across 113?
I used the footbridge both times, yes.
When you came back across the footbridge from West Davis into Sycamore Park, did you see anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, I was on the phone again, but I was walking through the park area. There's the path there diverges, and I took the path that goes closer to the playground. Again, that's a playground that I've taken my kids to many times, and I looked up in the playground equipment. I don't know how to describe it exactly, and there was somebody sitting on the stairs that. At the time, we were probably 30 or 40 feet away from each other, so I was able to see quite clearly, and the person matched the suspect's description to a T, and that's what I encountered.
When you say matched to a T, what did you see?
Exactly what everyone had been describing: dark clothing, dark hair, pale complexion, Adidas. It must have been Adidas pants because I saw them clearly, and not the slides necessarily. And yeah, that was it.
And what was, when you first observed this person, what were they doing?
Just sitting there looking down.
Anything, and we say sitting there looking down. Let me step back. Was this a male?
From my observation, yes.
And what was he sitting on?
It's perhaps a little hard to describe, but there's an elevated area in the playground equipment, and then there's some stairs that go up to dual slides that go in either direction, and he was sitting on those stairs.
Did you see anything in his hands or anything that was with him?
No, I didn't spend too much time looking. I initially did a glance and then a double take, and then had a kind of a terror response. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is perhaps that person." And so I initially backed off, but I didn't see any. I didn't see anything in his hands.
When you say you initially backed off, what do you mean?
Well, he was looking down at the time, and so I did that double take, and maybe it was obvious that I was doing a double take. Again, we weren't that far away. So then he looked up and started to approach me, or at least get up, like stand up from the stairs. And that was my fight or flight response, perhaps, like, all the things that can run through your head in a millisecond in such an environment. So I like backed away, like, even though there was a 30-foot or so buffer between us, I still created more distance. He proceeded down the stairs and down the playground equipment, and I backed further away, kind of keeping a distance between us. I had at that point told the people I was on the phone with that I needed to go, and I believe I called the police right away.
So let's break that up.
Yeah.
And a couple questions. So when you do your double take, the two of you make eye contact. Like, you see him, and you can tell that he sees you.
Yeah, he looked up. We made brief eye contact.
And when you say brief, who broke eye contact?
I probably did, because I started to turn and kind of run. Initially, it was not my bravest moment.
You were concerned based on what you had heard and what you knew.
Yeah, I just connected all of the dots. Like, wow, this is somebody that matches the suspect to a T. This is where one of the murders had occurred. And then he was getting up and coming towards me at initially what felt like a rapid pace. Again, I was probably a bit on edge, and therefore just didn't want to take any chances and backed off.
And when you said it felt like he was coming towards you at a rapid pace, looking back on it, was he walking? Was he running?
He was walking. There was no lunging or sprinting at me or anything like that. Just he got up and came towards me initially, and that's when I kind of did that backing off. He proceeded down the playground equipment. There's another set of stairs. He walked down them, but then he didn't come towards me. I was, at that point, I believe, on the phone. I called the police pretty immediately. And he started to walk the other way.
Okay, so what direction did he go?
West towards the footbridge, but then it was a meandering path. He didn't stay on the paved walkway / bikeway there. He headed west again towards the footbridge, but then went up. There's a little hill with a few trees on it, and he went up that way, just kind of walking, almost meandering. It was somewhat strange behavior. I had the impression he was either trying to look unsuspicious at that point, or was simply trying to get away from me, or keep distance from me, get me off of his path. It's
Sustained.
In watching your observations, while you're observing this individual, and you said meandering, you hadn't seen this type of movement prior to the two of you sort of making eye contact, right?
No, prior to making eye contact, he was sitting there, looking downward towards the ground.
A question that I have. You said you had walked through the park, previously gone over the footbridge, and come back. How much time had passed from the time you initially went through Sycamore Park to the time you came back, if you remember?
I'd say 45 minutes to an hour. And I didn't notice anything on the way there, but I was pretty focused on the phone interview that I was on.
that's fair because you want to get that job. So you're watching him, individual meander. Do you stay in the area? Do you follow him? What do you do?
I called the police and let them know. They said they would send someone over, but I stayed and followed him, or at least stayed on his trail, because at that point Davis had been in like lockdown for several days. Again, I have two little boys I wanted to be able to take to the park again, and I was like, we just gotta, if this is him, we gotta figure this thing out. So I stayed on his trail.
And so you seem very calm, and the way you're describing this seemed very calm, but were you stressed out by what you were witnessing in the position you were in?
Possibly stressed out in the sense that my cortisol levels were higher, maybe, but I also felt fairly determined that, again, if this, what my thinking at the time was, this is either the suspect or this is somebody with severe mental health issues who needs help anyway, because why would you dress up like the suspect and sit in the area where I believe the second murder had occurred? So my thinking was simply like, this person needs help, this community needs help, and I'm just going to stay on this until it's resolved one way or another, until we have clarity.
All right, so you were in the fight mode now. Let's do something. Objection leading.
I was in the let's satisfy the curiosity mode. Like, we need to know if this is the suspect or not. And again, I was unemployed at the time, so I had the afternoon free. I was like, I've got nothing better to do. I'm going to stay on this person and figure this out.
Okay, so as you're on the phone, do you decide, make the determination that you are going to follow this individual till police arrive or something else happens?
That was my determination, yeah. I believe I told the police that. I ended up calling the police altogether 3 times. I'm sure you have the records of that. After I called the police, I called my wife and said that I was in the park and I believed I had found the suspect and was following him. She was, of course, concerned, but she also said, like, well, yeah, do that, because she similarly was tired of the panicked state of the community.
So you get your wife's blessing, basically, to continue doing what you're doing. So take us through what you did in the next steps.
Yeah, so I followed him over the hill. We kept a similar distance, or I kept a similar distance the entire time. I would say I extended the distance after the initial playground encounter, so there were probably, 100 feet between us at least at that point. But I walked up the hill, again, the embankment that is there alongside 113. There's a fence that keeps people from going onto 113. And so I walked up that hill and saw him going down in the fenced area, then walking towards the bicycle path. There were actually kids riding by on their bikes. I remember saying that to the police at the time. So he walked then to the other side of to the corner of the park, effectively, like not going down the bicycle path, but then into this corner. It made no sense to me because there was nowhere to go. It was just like kind of ambling about.
Okay, and I'll stop you right there for a second.
Sure.
As you're following and you're watching his movements, at any point does he turn around and look at you?
I didn't get that distinct impression. It was no.
All right.
Just kind of looking at the ground, looking around. It was strange behavior. It wasn't like fleeing from me, like obviously recognizing that I was on his tail and therefore trying to get away. But it also wasn't sensible movement. There was no destination seemingly in mind.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you there. Mr. Schaefer, we have more questions for you, but we're up against our midday break. So we're going to resume your testimony at 1:30, and I'll see you then. You're excused at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, counsel. We'll resume direct. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, midday break, and don't form your opinions, don't discuss, don't research. I'll see you back ready to start at 1:30. Thank you, folks. Off the record.
All right, Mr. Schaefer. Interesting. All right, let me see if Deanna wants to call in. I'm wondering if they're going to come back or not. Sometimes they do. All right.
This is the jury. I received a note from juror number 2, and to paraphrase, he thought he might know Dr. David Schmidt from high school in San Rafael. That's why I asked that question regarding high school at the end. I just wanted to indicate that, so I think it's pretty clear that there's no connection. And then I am, as I mentioned this morning, concerned about juror number 8, and I've done some general measures to try to deal with the problem, and I'm at a point where I really need to talk to him. So do you have any suggestions? I'm just going to voir dire him. To me, it seems like he's unable to pay attention. That's visibly what I'm saying. And I've given, this is now 4 or 5 sessions, and I think we may already be compromised. I'm not confident he's been able to take in all the testimony so far. But anything quickly on that, Mr. DeMar?
No, I think it was appropriate.
Right. And Mr. Hutchinson?
I have noticed him a couple times appeared to doze off, but I alerted Mr. Demora, but then he immediately opened his eyes as soon as I alerted Mr. Demora. So I think the court should voir dire him, ask him if he has been able to hear everything, if there's anything that can be done so he doesn't have this issue going forward. I don't believe he needs to be excused at this time.
Well, I certainly wouldn't excuse him without conferring with counsel. So we're going to voir dire him. One accommodation I thought might work would to move him from seat 8 to seat 12. I would want to keep him inside the 12, but that way he would be closer to me and closer to the witness stands. That might help him stay alert. Any thoughts on that?
I think that's a good idea.
I think it's appropriate.
Okay. All right. Joy Gray. Off the record.
That was interesting. Didn't see that coming. Wow. Yeet. Sleepy juror number 8. You're fired, right? Yeet number 8. Wow. Okay. So Deanna's going to call in when she gets to her car. All right. So we heard from the doctor. Dr. Sarah Avid Schmidt. She just goes through all the stab wounds, and poor Karim. My goodness. That's a good question. I'm not sure, Just Shamrock. That's a good question. So then, let's see. The judge asks her, "Where'd you go to high school?" And then he's like, "I went to high school in Illinois." So I'm like, "What? That's like really random. Why would you ask that?" So then we found out later, juror number 2 thought he might know her, but he doesn't. So, and then juror number 8, there's an issue. We need to talk to him because he's unable to pay attention, and the judge is not confident he can take in evidence. The defense said, "Yes, I do notice him dozing off. The court should voir dire him. Maybe he's working late. Maybe he goes home and he's got kids or something that keeps him up late. I don't know." Yep, we all saw it coming. Absolutely. How embarrassing. It's one way to get yourself kicked off, right? Here, let me go. Let's see. It's at lunch. We'll put that down. All right, so then Justin Schaefer, he identified Carlos on May 3rd, and that's when Carlos was ultimately arrested. He was aware of the stabbings. His wife was too. They have 2 small kids. This was the talk of the town. He walked through Sycamore Park. He was on a phone interview. But did you get the job, right? He saw this Young man, dark hair, pale skin, all black clothes with Adidas slip-ons, track pants, sitting in a children's playground. And I think Northwest, you said it. It's like, that's kind of odd right there. That's us right there. They kind of saw each other. They broke eye contact. Carlos kind of gets up. He's just kind of wandering around, looking around, whatever. And then Justin calls law enforcement 3 times. And then that's about it. Then they broke for lunch. So, all right. Yes, our in-court correspondence has warned us about number 8. Well, she's getting to her car right now. She's going to call in for a quick little phone call. Hope we get to hear when they question him. That's a good question, Terry. I don't know. Well, maybe. We might. Working is no excuse. Jury duty is the job until finished. What if you have kids, though? What if he's got 2-3 kids that are keeping him up late? I don't know. Just wondering. Capri, oh geez, I just got back. I'd die if I got called out like that. I know, right? Oh. Carolina, I've been trying to keep up, but with the verdict starting at 6 a.m., I dozed off. Oh, all right, hold on. Hello there, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for calling in.
Of course.
So we're all dying to know what juror number 8, he just got called out. What's the story with that? Yeah.
Well, yeah, he said what I told you guys yesterday was falling asleep.
Yeah.
And so he'll put his hands together and then like rest his chin on his thumbs.
His hands together, rest his chin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
his hands together, rest his chin. Okay, I gotcha. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to visualize that. Yeah. Okay.
He'll just kind of nod off and.
Oh, poor guy.
He can't stay awake.
Yeah.
He literally can't.
So we're thinking
just before they dismissed us for lunch, he was asleep with his head even to the side.
Oh man, is he?
I mean, it's so obvious.
Is he drooling? Is he drooling?
No, I wish.
is a juror next to him jabbing him in the ribs, like, "Come on, dude, wake up."
Well, it's funny because both the people next to him keep looking over at him.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of been a distraction all day.
Yeah, I'm sure. I would definitely I would have been like, psst, I would jab him in the, because I've been on the subway where people are nodding off and they plop their head on your shoulder. You're like, really? Come on. So you jab him in the shoulder, jab him in the ribs,
Yeah.
Wow.
He's definitely tired.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's his age? Golden Girl's asking what's his age?
Yeah, he's older.
He is older. Okay.
Yeah, he's probably mid-60s, late 60s.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad. Maybe he has a medical condition. I thought maybe kids might be keeping him up, but if he's older, he probably doesn't have kids. But
yeah, no, I just think it's because he's older.
Yeah, he's just an old fart. I can say that because I'm an old fart too, so I can say that.
Me too.
I can say that. Hey, you know what? Not for nothing, but during Schmidt, Dr. Schmidt, I wasn't nodding off, but I was like, it just got to me. I was just like, oh my God, this poor kid, poor Karim, he was just destroyed, and it was just the repetitiveness. It was just the repetition of it. I'm just like, I was starting to nod off a little bit myself, but
no, he was it just looked horrible, especially that area that had the clusters.
Oh yeah,
around his heart.
Yeah.
I mean, because they separate pretty wide open, so he's just got these big holes.
Oh, geez, that poor guy.
And then his face, and
and
there's a big gash behind his ear and arms and
wow,
stuff like that. So he really got tore up.
Yeah. Now, it's one thing if you're in the courtroom and you're watching it. It's another thing for us because obviously they're just showing the medical examiner. So it does get. I mean, we're hearing it, and the pacing that prosecution is using right now is. It's slow, right? For me, it's slow. Whereas if I'm looking,
it's good.
Yeah, if you're looking at, and as graphic as it is, if you're looking at it, that will definitely keep your attention on, at least on some level, I would think. Are the rest of the jurors, are they paying attention?
Yeah, everybody's paying attention. I mean, except for, juror 8, who I don't think he can.
Yeah.
I think he's not able to. And so,
Maybe he has like
Yeah.
narcolepsy or sleep apnea or something like that. No, serious. Yeah, maybe.
yeah, it could be.
Maybe-
It could be for sure.
Yeah, maybe he's got something. Yeah, so let him go. Shirley Roth is like saying, "Yep, let him go," because they have like 6 alternates, right? There's like 18 jurors.
Right.
Yeah, so they have enough. I'd say, yeah, let him go. Let the poor guy go. He tried. He tried. He tried.
Yeah, but it sounded, couldn't hear defense very well, but it sounded like that they didn't really he didn't want to let him go. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, let's see. He said he has noticed. Okay, my notes are he has noticed him dozing off, and he's spoken to the state, and he thinks the court should voir dire him. And then the judge said we're going to move him to number 12. We're going to move him to seat number 12. Move him closer. That might be helpful. That might be close. Get him closer to the stand. Make him feel more of a part of it. The judge can throw a spitball at him or something. Throw something at him to keep him awake. You
I
know.
should have brought a nurse guy.
right. Yo, dude, wake up. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that would probably get me kicked out real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, you would definitely. All right, so what just overall impressions so far of the morning? Anything to report?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's a lot more people coming in for Karim today because obviously the focus was on him.
Right.
And I think I was saying in chat earlier, 2 younger ladies came in and it looked like they were, students at UC Davis, and one of the girls, she couldn't look up at all.
Yeah.
And then the other girl, she was fine until they actually got to the pictures of the wounds. And it got pretty graphic, and she just started to cry, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Yeah.
So I had tissues in my bag, so I just gave them the tissues, and they made the wise decision to leave. I'm wondering, they can't be witnesses, right? Because they wouldn't be allowed in a courtroom.
No, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're just sitting outside on the bench, outside the courtroom doors.
Do
they sat there. They never came back in. So,
right. Do they look like they might be family members, like extended cousins or anything like that? No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Maybe just friends.
Yeah.
Probably just friends then.
Yeah. It's just really sad to see when the families, have a hard time, and the families, like Maria didn't pay attention to the pictures, of course. She just kept focused on the doctor.
Right. I can't imagine. I know you want to be there to represent your family member and, do that, but then I can't. I mean, what would you do if that was like your brother or sister? Yeah. What would you do? I don't know. Because I would want to.
Really hard.
Yeah, I would want to be there to represent, but I'd also be like, ugh, that would be tough. That would be really tough. Yep. So
I think Karim's father is the gentleman that's been sitting in front of me.
Okay.
He's definitely related. Same nationality. There's 2 of them today, though. So there's an older gentleman and then a younger than him. So one has gray hair, one has dark hair. So I don't know if maybe that's the dad, and I don't know if Karim had a brother or if the younger guy is Karim's dad. I don't know, but they're right in front of me. So they don't spend a whole lot of time in the courtroom. They come and go quite a bit.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if he has any family members. I mean, you know more than we do, because the research we did, I couldn't find any other than he moved with his family from Lebanon. That's all I know. I don't know how many people are in his family. So you know more than we do. Yeah. So, yeah, it's all around. It's sad. But Carlos he seems to be, whenever they do show him, he's looking back. Like when Justin came in, he turned around and he looked at Justin. Yeah. So he seems to be a little bit more active today, if you will.
Yeah, it seems like every day. I don't know if he's just staring because he's uncomfortable in the process. I mean, I can't imagine being a defendant and having all these people talk about my behavior and what I did, and
Right.
And, having to face that might, maybe he's just like freezing because of that.
Right.
We all thought it was maybe medication or something like that, but he's definitely loosening up as the days go on.
I'm sure his attorney is coaching him and telling him, because I remember the Chandler Halderson. Do you remember that case where he killed his parents and he chopped them up and tried to burn them? Do you remember that case at all? Yeah. And then he ended up burying them in a park or something like that. So he was told at his sentencing, he was told that he wasn't, his attorney said, don't show any emotion. So I'm sure the defense is saying, or whoever, his attorneys are saying, hey, do this, don't do that kind of thing, so you know what I'm saying? I don't know how much that goes on. We need a lawyer to tell us for sure, but I know for sure Chandler said that, where he's like, my attorneys, I was advised not to show any emotion. So maybe the same thing, like, because if he starts to, what emotions could he show? Then there's that. What emotions would he show?
Right.
And then we would get on him for any emotion. If he was showing emotion, we'd be like, oh, fake tears, or oh, what, because we do that too. Like when people start to cry, we'd be like, oh, you're just being fake right now, So
Yeah.
you can never please chat. That's what I've discovered.
That's for sure.
So, all right, I'll let you go grab some lunch. I know we got about an hour or so before we have to get back in. So, thanks for calling in, and keep us up to date. Oh, you said it's like about a 45-second delay from when
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was just a few seconds, but then I started noticing that when I would go to type something to tell you guys something, that it wasn't on that part yet, so I timed it. I finally timed it. It's about 45 seconds.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't mind. Like, the only time we'll mind is during the verdict. So that's the only time. Other than that, I think you'll be okay. But if you've got it timed down, give it like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and then post it if you can. And if not, that's fine too.
Of course.
Yeah, do whatever you feel is best. We love it. We love the fact that you're in there. Everybody loves that and loves you, and you are a very compassionate, kind person. And
Thank you.
yeah, we really appreciate what you're doing for us. So.
Yeah, of course. I'd be doing it anyway, right? So, why not share the information?
Cool. Well, we appreciate that, and go grab some lunch, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, sounds great.
Okay, take care.
Talk to you later, chat. Bye.
Okay, bye. All right, so there we go. Thank you to Deanna, and we love the fact that you're there. Capri says you are a kind soul, Deanna. Yes, you are. You are absolutely a kind soul. Northwest heard Karim's dad was a professor. Yes, somebody said that yesterday too. I forget who that was now. I forget that. Forget who said that, but yes. Just Shamrock says, thank you, Deanna. Hugs to you. And Baca also says, thanks, Deanna. Appreciate you. Northwest seems like Wally's been sent to outer space. They've sent him on a mission somewhere else. We have no more Wally. So, no more Wally. All right, JWD, you finished seeing your doctor? Good. I hope everything is okay and you got proper medication and all that good stuff. Carolina, let's see. I agree. Look what happened with juror number 15 and Lori Vallow Daybell. It's the judge's responsibility. Boreski spoke to him twice and still kept him on the jury. State responded and said that he... Not sure where that's going. Yeah, Northwest, autopsy is not the best time for the family to be there. Absolutely. That's why defendants are always taking notes to give them something to do. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Remember Monica, she's like, she was furiously writing notes, and we're like, what is she writing? What on earth could she be writing, So Terry, day one, every time the camera would go and focus from the witness stand over to an exhibit, it would go choo-choo, choo-choo. It would do like one of those, It was really funny. Hold on a sec. Okay, sorry guys, I got an alert that I needed to send a verification code. Let's see, yes. Wally's it's a Disney character. It's set in the future. It's a cartoon. First day of camera, the eye had a similar shutter. Yes, the shutter. You remember the shutter? Yes. Carolina, ace juror number 8 if he's sleeping and not paying attention. Caroline, Googled Lori after the trial. It didn't sound that way since number 15 said he was driving him feeling sorry for her because she was already serving 3 life sentences, so number 15 is lying. The judge should... Did he I've sort of dropped off from that because we've been focused on Shore and then Dominguez, so I've kind of dropped off a little bit with Lori, but we're going to get back on because now I guess the Boreski cameras will be in the court. It'll be a 30-minute delay. All right, JWD, I may not type much, but I will be lurking because I need to take care of myself, get all the rest I can now while I take my meds. Yes, please, 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 yes. Do what you need to do to get yourself better. Sinus infections are the worst. Definitely do whatever you need to do to get yourself better. Northwest is the anime Eva. Eva. State responded yesterday. All right. I haven't been paying as much attention because I've been so focused on these 2 other trials. So have not been paying much attention. I know Joe Schmo is paying attention. He's all over Miss Daybell. So he's my go-to. So, all right, guys. I'm going to leave you with some music. You want the compassion bench? Nope, not that. Here, let's put up the compassion bench. Or, we'll put up the compassion bench. Where did I put the compassion bench? Not there. There we go. All right, we'll put up the compassion bench. Yes. Eva. Eva. Going to take a break? Yep. See you at 4:30. All right, guys. Yep. I'm going to take a little break myself. I'll leave you with some music that Aaron put together. Let's see. Where is the music? Music. Where'd it go? Here we go. All right. Enjoy the music. All right, we'll see you guys in a bit. Shirley Roth, yep. Have a nice break yourself, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
si tú me quieres, ven pa' aquí, te atreves. Dame esto lento, quiero sentir tu cuerpo. Volamos juntos, cuando estamos juntos. Ven pa' aquí, mi amor, hacemos el amor. El mundo se paró, solo esta pasión. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada.
Without even trying, I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. The hill should have told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, hacemos el amor. El mundo se paró, solo esta pasión. Me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Hacemos el amor, el mundo se paró, solo esta pasión.
first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention. Where the world has protection. Where the waves hit the sand. In the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon till we hit the lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends, slowly are morphing, the recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry till we hit the ground.
And welcome back. It looks like they're moving the camera around a little bit, so we're keeping an eye on what's going on. Welcome back from lunch or whatever it is that you are coming back from. Appreciate you joining us as we are continuing our coverage of California versus Dominguez. Welcome in, welcome in. Get your seats. Get your, grab your seats. While we get ready, our in-court correspondent, Deanna, is there. She's got her seat. We've got ours. Let's see here. Just doing a little cleanup here on aisle 7 before we continue on. How's everybody doing today? Thursday is almost over for some of us. Others, it's not. Let's see here. Let me just do one thing. And then I will be able to focus on chat. Just finish this one little project I've got going. Hold on. All right, now I can focus on chat. So, let's see where we stand with everything. Golden Girl's back. Pammy, thank you for joining us again. Deanna May is back. Caroline Hurtado, Baca. They should be back, yeah. They should be back shortly. I can unpin that. We'll unpin that. So when we left, Justin Schaefer was on the stand. He was still going through direct. And ultimately, when we left, the judge was talking about juror number 8, that there's an issue, that poor juror number 8. And then we were talking to Deanna that he looks like he's in his 60s and he's having trouble staying awake, poor guy. So judge says, yeah, there's an issue. We need to talk to him. He's unable to pay attention, not confident he can take in the evidence. And the defense said, yeah, I've noticed him dozing off, and I've alerted the state, and it would be okay if you voir dire him. That would be Matthew Demora, yeah. That he's notified him, and ultimately he wants the court to voir dire him, but then the judge says, well, we'll move him to seat number 12, so we'll have him closer to the stand, closer to the judge. And oh, hey, Pammy, yeah, did you see him put together? I don't know if you saw him put together. I'm not sure if you saw him put together or not. Hey, Birdie, good to see you. I'll be back in a second. I have to get some water. Hold on. So, Pammy, did you? Oh, yeah, you saw Slim Pickens. Yes. So, thank you for helping that occur. I understand you were. I understand you were part of that. What do you call it? The shipping process. So, thank you for that. All right. When you do the two-step with him, you'll be happy. Nice. Bach, I hope we get to see the voir dire if it happens. Well, if we don't see it, then we will have our courtroom insider Deanna tell us what the deal is. Pammy, I'm afraid to do a two-step with him. He's heavy. He's one heavy. He's a heavy son of a guy. Heavy son of a. He's heavy. He weighs like 50 pounds or something. I don't know if I could do a two-step with him. Maybe a half a step. Birdie saying hello. Carolina saying hello. Welcome back, everybody. He is a heavy son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Heavy he is. For not having any skin and muscles and fat, he is heavy. Bones are heavy. Well, they're not real bones. I thought they were real bones. I was really thinking they were real bones. But I understand that they are not. Imagine my disappointment when I found out they were not real bones. I was kind of bummed. I was creeped out that they were real bones, but then when I found out they weren't, I was like, I think I was more disappointed than creeped out. Just grabbing a cup. All right. Yeah, I'll take a tea. I've got some water, but I'll take a tea. Caroline, I don't understand why judges don't use the alternates. Afterwards, problems arise and there is no unringing that bell. Sounds like number 8 is tired. Yeah. Northwest. Oh, yeah, Deanna, you've been renamed Eva since Wally left us. But did you see, Northwest, that there was a conversation? Hold on. Deanna, let's see. Here we go. So Deanna said, Wally's probably gone because I talked to the cameraman. Asked the cameraman where Wally was, and he laughed and said, that's a good one. He agreed, and it was probably annoying, so he turned it off. Yeah. You see what you miss, Pammy? I'm only teasing. Yeah, mistrial. And there was a press conference and everything. I'm glad you weren't able to order real bones as a non-medical person. I know, right? I thought, if you donate your body to science, right? I think, let's see, I think I forgot the, oh, sorry. Oh. All right. We might have some action. We might have some action here. Action in the courtroom. It's okay, Pammy. No worries at all. 20 hours? Yeah, a little bit over 20 hours they deliberated. And they came back with a can't reach a decision. But they said they weren't, they said, the state said he wasn't going to divulge where they were leaning, but the defense was like, oh yeah, they were overwhelmingly for acquittal. So, interesting, right? All right, see you guys on the other side.
Let's go on the record in case 23-1391, and we're taking evidence from the prosecution. Mr. DeMora, do you have a witness you'd like to take out of order?
Yeah, people would call Aris Chao to stand.
Okay.
Break from Justin Schaefer.
Okay, great. We'll interrupt Mr. Schaefer's testimony. We'll get back to that shortly. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here. The clerk's going to give you the oath. After the oath, have a seat in the witness stand, and we just have a few questions for you.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
My first name is Aris, A-E-R-I-S. Last name is Chao, C-H-A-O.
Okay. All right, Ms. Chow. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and pull the chair in. Relax. You know what? You're not going to be here that long, but do you want to take your coat off?
No.
Okay. I'll keep my robe on if you Okay. Mr. DeMora, the record's in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Chao.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Currently, I work at Macy's.
In May of 2023, did you work somewhere else?
Yes, I worked at Safeway.
In which Safeway?
Safeway at Davis at the Covell.
And that's the one that's in the marketplace square next to Highway 113?
Yes.
What did you do when you worked for Safeway?
So I was in a position of PIC, which stands for person in charge. So once the opening managers left, I would be the one managing all the departments until like 1 a.m.
As part of your job at that time, did you have access to the store surveillance system?
Yes.
Did that store surveillance system record and retain video surveillance?
Yes.
Was that surveillance video in general timestamped?
Yes.
Was there a way to ensure the timestamps, the date and the time on that was accurate?
Yes.
How so?
It's already on there, so when a timestamp is running, it has it at the very top. So it doesn't have an option for you to take off the timestamp. It's always on there.
Have you ever compared the timestamp to like the time on your phone or your watch or something like that?
Yes.
Do you do that to ensure its accuracy?
Yes.
And were you asked, and when you want to get surveillance video, either to review it yourself or to provide it for law enforcement, how can you do that?
So when I access it on my own, the store director has given me his password, so I just type it in and I would see surveillance from different cameras. I can also record it. When law enforcement needs the footage, we have to contact our asset protection first in order to get permission to do so.
And because you've been granted access to the surveillance video, would you consider yourself a person who's a custodian of records for those?
Yes.
And the surveillance video, when it records, or the surveillance system, when it records events, does it do it in real time? It's actually recording the event as it happens?
Yes, it does.
Can you go back in time and retrieve previous incidents or things that happened in the store and show when they happened at a particular time and date?
Yes, you can.
Now I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 32. So may I approach?
Okay.
Mr. Chow, I'm showing you this USB. And have you seen this USB before?
Yes.
And was it because I showed it to you before court today?
No, I also saw it at my workplace. It's the USB that the officers had left with us so that when we received permission from our asset protection that we can transfer the video onto that USB.
And on May 3rd of 2023, in the evening hours, were you requested by law enforcement or made of a request by the Davis Police Department to obtain and retain video surveillance.
Yes.
And were you the person who had possession of that USB that you eventually ended up providing on May 3rd, 2023 to a member of the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
The contents of that USB that you received, did you watch that?
I did.
So, and have you watched that prior? I guess you answered the question. Have you watched it prior to court today?
Yes.
What you saw, did that appear to be from the Safeway on Cobell where you worked at the time?
Yes, it is.
Were you asked or made aware that there was a particular period of time that was being requested by law enforcement?
Yes, at that time, the officers had come in and we were requested to look at the camera footage. So it was me and my assistant store director, Katie, who looked through the cameras to find what they were looking for.
And your assistant store director, is that Katie McCann?
Yes.
And so you actually had a role in pulling the surveillance footage.
Yes.
When you pulled this surveillance footage, were you able to, with the information you were provided, find what the police were looking for?
Yes.
In reviewing that surveillance footage, was it in fact from the Safeway on Cobell?
Yes, it is.
And you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes, I am.
And I take it the surveillance cameras in Safeway on Cobell only record incidents at Safeway on Cobell?
Yes.
Now the system, the video that you retrieved for law enforcement, was it timestamped as May 3rd, 2023, about 3:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And based on what you said about the timestamp on, or how timestamps are put on surveillance, that appeared to be accurate to the time that actually took place in the store?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you just a still shot from People's Exhibit 32. Ms. Chao, is this display right here, is this a surveillance video that you retrieved for the Davis Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Is this layout in the system how videos are viewed or how they're given to law enforcement or third parties to review?
Yes, it is.
You see that there are 6 camera screens in the center and on the right. Are those individual cameras within Safeway that capture video?
Yes, they are.
And the timestamp of 5/3/2023 at 3:51, and that's accurate based on how you know the system operates?
Yes, it is.
Where are each of those cameras, starting with the upper left, actually, the location of the cameras, door south entrance, produce front, produce back, dairy middle, doors mid, meat sales, are those the actual locations of where the cameras are and what areas of the store they capture?
Yes, they are.
And in reviewing the surveillance and the USB that you provided, is that a fair and accurate copy of what you reviewed when you went through the surveillance videos?
Yes, they are.
You're familiar with the contents of that?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any cross?
No, no.
No cross. Okay, Ms. Chao, thank you for making time. Have a great day. Okay, so Mr. DeMora, does that bring us back to Mr. Schaefer?
It does.
Okay, all right, let's get Mr. Schaefer.
And please relay me call, but just out of order now.
Sure. Do we need these lines down?
No.
And we've got about 50 minutes. Mr. Schaefer, come on in. Thanks for returning this afternoon. You can go ahead and take the witness stand. Okay, Mr. Demora, this is continued direct exam. Go ahead.
Great. If I may approach and grab two exhibits. After you May I first round?
Okay.
Mr. Schaefer, I'm showing you People's Exhibits 65 and 66. All right, 65 first, and do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's an aerial view of Sycamore Park.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Sycamore Park as it exists now and back on May 3rd, 2023?
Yes,
Right? As you've described, you're familiar with that area, right?
I am.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you 66, People 66. And is that also a Google image without the Earth view of Sycamore Park and part of North Davis?
It is, yes.
Or North and West Davis, I should say. And you're familiar with this area as well?
Yes.
Okay, and that fairly and accurately depicts that area back in May of 2023 as well as present.
It does.
All right, so let's start with People 65. I'm actually going to put this down there for you.
Sure.
I believe there's some markers right here for you. All right, so to start with, if you could mark on that exhibit with a 1 to show the first place you saw Mr. Dominguez, or excuse me, the person that you identified as being the suspect. Or not even the description, I should say. On that, the person you saw that day, what was the closest point you got to seeing that?
I would estimate 30 feet or so.
Did you get a good look at his face?
Yeah.
You seen him in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a brown suit with a yellow tie.
Okay, off to your right, my left?
Off to my right, your left.
There we go. All right. And the record reflects Mr. Schaefer is identified as the defendant.
It does.
And so that would be, let's see, first place you saw him right here, you marked with a 1. Great. And now what I want you to do, taking a different color marker, we'll go with red, is if you could draw the path that you sort of followed Mr. Dominguez at the time. And I want to preface this with another question is, at some point you guys both left the park, right?
That's right.
Right. So at least on this diagram, or People 65, if you could draw the route that you followed him until you leave Sycamore Park. If you could. And as you're doing that, if you could narrate for us what you're doing.
Sure.
Objection. They want his route or Mr. Dominguez's route?
Sustained.
Let me rephrase it. Did you, let's start with, let me rephrase this. When Mr. Dominguez was walking and you started to follow him, did you sort of follow the same path that he was taking just from distance?
I did until he started to come in my direction, and then I separated myself and went out the park on a northbound route up Sycamore slightly, and he went down Sycamore, and then I followed him south on Sycamore.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's mark on there his route to the best of your recollection.
Sure. I'm going to trace it here. So he got up from the playground equipment, walked westbound through the trees, up the hill, and then down into this, I don't know if embankment is the right word for it, but I'm going to call it that, and sort of meandered about, crossed the bike path perpendicularly, but didn't go down the bike path. Again, kids were biking past in either direction, I believe. Kind of milled about in the tree area and then headed back in a eastbound direction. That's when I started to double back the other way. He went down, there's a curved path that goes through Sycamore Park. He went down that way. I was on the hill and then went again, northbound on Sycamore a little bit, just to keep distance, and I was probably trying to act covertly, but I wasn't doing so very well. Then he went down Sycamore. He got to the intersection. He was walking, I guess that would have been east of Willett Elementary School. He went down just past Bucknell and then doubled back and went, at that point, east on Bucknell, at which point the map runs out and I would have to switch to the other exhibit.
Okay, so let's start with that one. I'll come back and grab that from you.
Sure.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, so for the jury, when you started drawing, you drew this one right here for where you first saw Mr. Dominguez,
Yes.
and then the red trail coming from there, and this is the path you traced all the way down to Bucknell, sort of the bottom half of the right side of the page.
Yes.
Okay. How long did you follow or watch Mr. Dominguez in Sycamore Park before hitting Sycamore Lane?
It couldn't have been too long. I would say a few minutes. Altogether, I think the pursuit, or for lack of a better word, was maybe 45 minutes, and this was just the first part of it in the park.
You continued to follow him for a long period of time afterwards, or a distance afterwards.
Yeah, this is the neighborhood I live in, so I was at that point even more invested in closure. So I followed him and I called the neighbors and kind of tried to coordinate a response.
And so on that, you said this morning that you called your wife and you called 911. When you were calling, or when you placed those calls, were you trying to convey, or were you trying to tell them what was happening as it was happening?
Certainly, yes.
So, on People's 31D, and these are the 911 calls, Your Honor, with transcripts.
Okay. And so, yeah, we had talked about this, so let's revisit briefly. Thank you, off the record. Okay, so to the jury, I just need to visit with the lawyer.
They're going off the record for some reason. Northwest, why are you thinking he was drafted by the Mets in 2010? I don't get that. Is it his name? Is it his look? I'm not following that. And why are they going off the record? What's happening? All right, so we heard from Aris Chao. She was a Safeway employee. She basically pulled the closed surveillance, the CCTV surveillance footage. We heard in opening that Carlos there went into a Safeway, and she watched it. She pulled it with her store director. I'm assuming we're probably going to hear from Katie McCann at some point. And they didn't actually show it or play. Well, they did show it, but that was kind of nothing. Hey, Missy, welcome back. I have no idea why they're off the record. Don't know. But the judge just said something about, well, we kind of ran into this earlier or whatever, so. Not sure. Well, maybe Deanna can let us know. Why did they go off the record? No, Shirley, it was a hung jury. Judge Mims declared a mistrial. Oh, maybe number 8 is sleeping again. Could be. Yeah, could be. Yep. Hung verdict, hung trial, however you want to say that. The jury was hung jury.
I appreciate the lawyer's professionalism sorting out evidentiary issues and direct exam.
And so now that we, Mr. Schaefer, now that we have part 1 of the map, we're going to move to part 2. So the same instruction is, once we move on to Bucknell, can you trace and narrate while you're doing so Mr. Dominguez's movements?
Yes, I can. So he continued to head east on Bucknell. I was following from a longer distance at that point. I'd probably say at least 100 feet, if not more. He came...
Stop you right there for a second. Is there a reason why you followed from an increased distance?
Again, I was attempting to be somewhat covert. I wasn't sure he knew I was following him, and I didn't want to spook him.
All right, continue.
I called, we have a neighbor who lives at the corner of Bucknell and Pine. I called her. I don't think she answered, but he walked right in front of her house. Then he headed north on Pine, though he did hesitate at the corner of Bucknell and Pine, like he was going to go south on Pine. And then he again doubled back the other way. So something that I found to be strange behavior. He then got to the corner of Villanova and Pine and started to head east on Villanova before then going back and heading west on Villanova. During that time, as I was heading north on Pine, I called our neighbor who lives at Colby and Sycamore and asked her to get in her car and help me follow him, or at least confirm that I wasn't crazy, because I was like, if this is not the suspect, I'm just a middle-aged man following a kid around the town, which is probably weird. So she got in her car and drove up Sycamore as he was going north on Sycamore, and confirmed to me that, like, yeah, this seems suspect. Like, this is the exact match of the suspect. So he continued north. I was pursuing, but I would kind of like go slowly and then sprint around the corner as soon as I was out of line of sight. We got up eventually to the intersection. He crossed the street from the east side to the west side on Sycamore. I was on the east side. So he got up to the intersection there, and I don't know if he waited for the light to switch. I seem to recall he didn't, but he was just trying to move. I waited for the light, and I was on the east side of that intersection. So he crossed north into the Safeway Plaza, and at that point I lost him in the parking lot because I was, again, at least 100 feet, if not more, behind. I went into CVS and ran up and down all of the aisles of the store. Didn't see him anywhere. I thought I had lost him entirely. I think I called my wife to say, like, damn, I lost him. And I was actually at that point that he came out of Safeway and walked right in front of me. At that point I saw he was holding a bag, like a nylon or polyester string bag. I don't know exactly what those are called, those lightweight ones. Then I called the police for what I believe was the third time and said, there's no way I'm letting him out of my sight now. Please send people immediately. He headed south, back down Sycamore, heading towards the direction where we had come from. I flagged down some women in a car and asked them to help me keep an eye on him, and said, like, this is the guy. So they started to follow him. And then shortly after that, we got all the way back down to Villanova. He crossed the street, and a squad car, a police car, I think Davis Police, was coming my way on Villanova, in other words, heading westbound, and I ran into the street, flagged them down, and pointed them in his direction, at which point they tried to stop him there, but he actually kept going, and it was not until they got to the corner of Colby and Pine where the pursuit ended.
And so you followed Mr. Dominguez until the police actually approached him and started talking to him at that point.
Yes.
So let me, there are three exhibit. Let's see, how about with this blue pen, if you could just draw where you started with a little arrow to show your path out, and then little arrows to show your path back. Just
sure. Where it started in the first place, or where it started on Bucknell?
Where it started on this map itself.
Sure. Yeah. And then to indicate where it ended?
Go with just a blue X.
Okay. This is the police first approached him on Villanova, and then he kept going until Colby.
Okay, so that area that police first saw him, or you first saw the police talk to him, why don't you just put police right there?
Sure.
Thank you. When Mr. Dominguez came out of Safeway, how close was he to you?
It felt like he walked right in front of me because I was in that like forlorn, damn, I lost him moment, and then all of a sudden he was right there. So I would guess 20 to 30 feet again.
Did the two of you look at each other again?
No, he'd walked past. I don't think he saw me. I came out of CVS, and he was coming from Safeway.
And was this the first moment you noticed he had a bag with him?
That's when I noticed the bag, yeah. That was the closest I had been.
Prior to that, would you say you may have been too far away to see what was in his hands?
Yeah.
At any point did the two of you talk or exchange words?
Not at all.
What was the street, the intersection you said where he may have gone through or may have crossed against the light, or you may have said there, you can remember?
That was West Covell and Sycamore.
One thing to clarify, when you first saw him at Sycamore Park, you said you weren't able to recall exactly what time it was that you first saw him?
I believe it was somewhere around 3 p.m., but I don't recall with exactitude.
All right, and if I show you a copy of the police report of the statement you gave to officers, do you think that would refresh your recollection?
Absolutely.
May I approach her?
Okay.
How good are you with military time?
My phone is in military time.
Okay, perfect. So if you want to look at those first two lines and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, around 3:30. That would make sense. Anything else you want me to look at on here?
Oh, nope, that's it. So it's around 3:28 p.m. on May 3rd, 2023. Seemed like the time that you first saw Mr. Dominguez in Sycamore Park?
Yeah, the best record would be my first phone call to the police because I called them almost immediately after seeing him. So that would be what I would rely on if I were trying to evaluate it, but 3:28 sounds fine to me.
Sounds fine or sounds?
Sounds accurate.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. That was direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schaefer. My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here today. So without telling us your specific street or address, you live within 2 blocks of Sycamore Park?
Yeah,
So you're very familiar with that park?
I go there all the time.
And you were familiar with the stabbings that had occurred in Davis?
Yes.
Prior to that date?
That's right.
You knew there had been a stabbing at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And you heard about the general description of the suspect from that second stabbing?
Yes.
And your wife was following this very closely as well?
She was following it much more closely than I was, yes.
Because you had 2 young children?
Yes.
How old were your children at the time?
At the time, they were 2 and 3.
Would you take your children to Sycamore Park?
Not during that period, I hadn't been, but prior to that, absolutely.
So prior to the stabbings, that park was a place you would take your children?
We were often there, yes.
And you were aware of the third stabbing that had happened down on area of 2nd and L Street in Davis?
Yes.
And there was a much more detailed description that came out after that one?
Yes.
Did you actually see any photos or only the description?
I don't recall seeing any photos, just the description.
A young man,
Yes.
dark curly hair,
Yes.
wearing a black hoodie,
Yep.
olive complexion skin,
The description or the person I saw?
description,
The description, yes, I think they said darker skinned or something like that.
and Adidas track pants.
Adidas track pants. There you
And by
go.
track pants, you knew that to be the ones with the kind of stripes going down the side.
Yes.
So because you had this interview, you wanted to go out for a walk.
Yes.
Your wife didn't want you to go.
She warned me against it, yes.
But would it be fair to assume that you did not believe that whoever did these crimes would be at Sycamore Park in 3 in the afternoon in the middle of the day? That seemed unlikely to you.
Objection, speculation.
I didn't expect it. My wife, as I was walking out the door, said, "What if you see him?" And I was like, I kind of just brushed her off and went for a walk. It was
You
a
did
nice
not
day.
expect whoever committed these crimes would be at Sycamore Park at 3 in the afternoon in broad daylight. That was not a concern for you at that point.
It seemed unlikely to me. I knew the suspect was on the run, but I assumed was trying to maintain a low profile and wouldn't simply return to one of the places where a stabbing had occurred and sit there in open daylight.
And so you walked to Sycamore Park and you took the bike. Did you take the bike path down to this bridge, or did you cut through the other path that goes through the center of the park?
On the way through, as I was heading westbound over to Arroyo Park, I took the circular path through, not the bike path.
But you're familiar with the bike path?
I am.
You've walked it before?
I have.
And by circular, there's another path that goes kind of through the center of the park and can connect with the bike path.
Yes.
It connects near the play area.
Correct.
And if I were to show you some photos, could you review them and see, with the exception of maybe a bicycle or something being there, if these are accurate photos of how the park looked back in May of 2023?
Yes, I believe I can.
I'm going to show him its Defense Exhibit C. There's 19 photos identified as C1 through C19. Sir, if you could just scroll through, you can do a little arrow on the side. Take a look at all 19 photos and if there's anyone that doesn't seem accurate to you, note that number.
Okay. Do you want me to narrate the photos? I'm doing it. Just scroll through and note inaccuracies.
Yes, if there's any photo that you think doesn't look as the area did in May of 2023.
Well, on C2, there's now a memorial, which wasn't there at the time, of course. same with C5. The rest of these look like Sycamore Park looks like today and looked like in May 2023.
Now, you took the circular route through, not the circular, but the center path through the park on your way crossing the footbridge?
Yes.
And you did not see anyone, and did you go directly through the park?
I went through the park. Yeah, there's that confluence of the paths. I went there and then across the footbridge westbound.
So
I didn't see anyone, but again, I was at the outset of an interview and I was pretty much focused on the person I was speaking to. I wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings.
other than seeing an item in C2 and C5, which you said was not there in May of 2023, is everything else the same?
Everything else is more or less the same, yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, show me what's been marked C1. This is from Sycamore Lane. It shows the entry to the bike path.
Yes.
And this is C2. This is actually on the bike path facing west.
Correct.
And this item up here was not there in May of 23?
Yes.
Looking at C3, now you are still on the bike path and you see it branches off to the left and there is a play structure.
Yes.
Now I'm going to C4. Now this is a image. We're now looking east from Sycamore Park, and that shows the other kind of middle path that you took.
That I took on my way westbound through the park the initial time, yes.
But this photo is looking actually eastbound. You can see
Correct.
Sycamore Lane over here.
Yes.
And flipped and marked to C5. Once again, this is the middle path that you took on your initial route through Sycamore Park.
Yes.
And here again is another view of that middle path, and we're facing, again, east.
We're facing east in this case, yes.
So the person taking this photo, the play structure behind them.
Yes.
Going back, I'm going to go to C8. This is back on the bike path, and we're facing west.
Facing west, yes.
And at the very end, if I zoom in, you can see the bridge that crosses 113.
Yes.
And you see where the little hand is right there?
Yes.
That goes off to the left. There's a path that goes down to the play structures.
Yeah.
Back up. And here I'm going down to C7. We're again on the bike path facing west.
Yeah, now southwest, west-southwest, yes.
Very precise.
Just want to get it right. But yeah, that's the path that turns to the play structure right there that you're referring to.
So if you're walking along the bike path, you can get to here, you can turn down into the play structure, turn left into the play structure area, or you can continue straight through to the overpass.
Yes.
And the route that you took through Sycamore Park, that leads into this pathway here, and you can connect with the bike path.
Yep, that's what I did.
And that's what you did on your way through.
Yes.
And C9, this is the bike path facing westbound before you cross 113.
Yes.
Now C10, this appears to have been the play structure from someone who has now crossed back over from 113, and you're seeing the play structure off to your right.
Yes, the bike path would be behind this person now.
Do you see in this photo where Mr. Dominguez was seated when you first noticed him?
Yes.
Okay, let me zoom in. Tell me if I should zoom in some more.
I've got my magnifying glasses, literally.
This is a defense exhibit C10. Do you see where he was seated?
Yes, it's slightly obscured by the yellow grates, but it was up the first stairs, and then there's actually a second set of stairs on that elevated platform.
Black highlighter there with a button.
It's right there.
So, by the set of stairs, you see where the little cursor is here.
Yeah.
There's a set of blue stairs. If one goes up the stairs, there's another short set of stairs.
Yes, I believe it's 2 or 3 stairs.
And that was where you saw Mr. Dominguez seated.
He was seated there, yes.
Where were you in relation? Does this photo show where you were when you first saw him?
Right there.
So you're walking along, you're going toward, I guess you're taking the middle path back home.
I was heading back home, exactly.
And the middle path, you would have turned left and followed the middle path through the park.
Yes.
But you look to your right and you see him.
Yes.
And you see a young man with black curly hair.
Yeah, initially he was looking down, so it was just hair draped over his face. And then as I stopped, I probably wasn't very subtle about it, and he looked up and we made eye contact.
Let's talk about when you first, obviously there's multiple people in Davis who have black curly hair.
Totally.
You weren't about to go follow every person in Davis just because they had black curly hair.
No.
So let's talk about what you saw. You knew that the description was someone wearing a black hoodie.
Yeah.
And this person had a black hoodie.
Yes, or at least a black top.
And you also knew that the description was black Adidas track pants.
Yes.
This person was wearing black Adidas track pants.
Yes.
And this, you believe the description was something of darker skin?
The description that I had heard was darker skin, yes.
Did this individual appear to have maybe an olive complexion?
No.
Light complexion?
Light pale.
But other than that, it was basically a complete match for the description that you received.
It was.
And you also knew that this was the scene of the location of the second stabbing.
Yes.
So you were not expecting to see someone matching the description perfectly at the scene of the second stabbing.
I was not at all.
So this is on the afternoon of May 3rd, and you knew the third stabbing had happened the evening of May 1st.
Yes.
And this person appeared to be wearing the exact same clothes, at least based on the description.
Yes.
And you testified earlier, it crossed your mind that this may be a mentally ill person dressing up like the description that had gone over the media.
My thinking was anybody who's dressed just like the suspect near where one of the stabbings had occurred. If they are not the suspect, they are perhaps deranged and need some help.
But you assumed whoever had done this was on the run, wouldn't be returning to the scene of the second incident dressed in the same clothing as the scene of the third.
That's right. I think the last I had heard, he was seen in the Arboretum or something like that, and so I figured he was on the run.
That was the logical conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Argumentative.
Overruled. So, you said you saw this person staring to the ground. You also recall telling the officer that you saw him staring out into space?
I do recall saying that to the officer. It was just like staring, like, not at the ground or not into space would be the correct way of saying it, because it was just a blank stare.
No movement?
No movement initially until we made eye contact.
Okay. So he's staring at nothing, and you're watching him, and initially you don't make eye contact.
Yes.
How long, and don't guess, but how long do you look at him before he looks up and makes eye contact with you?
It's less than 3 seconds.
You were looking directly at him.
Yes.
He's standing right here in this area,
Close to the bench, yes.
closest bench. And when he looks up at you, he doesn't say anything to you?
No.
He gets up,
He gets up.
he starts walking toward your direction.
He comes down the stairs he's on, and he starts to descend the stairs that are visible there.
And then you back up.
I backed up. There's a little, it's out of the frame here, but behind that bench, there's a slight elevation. It's a hill between the bike path and the middle path, and so I start to walk up that hill.
Okay, well, I think we can get a photo of that a little bit later.
Sure.
Walk up. And so he walks down and then starts making his way up this hill.
He went, he went through, he might have gone through the playground a little bit, but then there's a hill towards where your cursor is going that he ascended.
Let's go to...
Yep, there you go. Yeah, up that hill, more towards the right of the picture in this case.
So this is Defense Exhibit C11, and it does show the hill he went up, correct? But it's probably, he went up the hill is probably to the right of where this photo is taken.
Yeah, right over here, or thereabouts.
So you're gesturing, pointing to the right side of the photo where it cuts off, so he would be further right if you look at this photo.
Yes.
And Defense Exhibit C12, this is another image of the hill.
Yeah, it's exactly like up here. And he was just kind of walking, like not in a straight line or not in a determined way, but just like moving around this hill, around these trees, went over the hill and down into the gully, if you will.
And as he moved, did you walk with him to watch him?
I followed, yeah. Again, I was keeping a distance, but I didn't want to lose sight of him, especially as he went over the hill. So then I started to go up the hill anyways.
Other than that initial eye contact, he never looked at you again.
No,
Never looked back to see if you were watching him.
not in an obvious way. No,
Well,
I didn't see it.
And you weren't being particularly discreet.
No.
There's some person, you're following a person from a distance,
Yeah.
and the fact that he never looked back at you, did that seem... Showing you Defense Exhibit C13. Again, does this show the hill he walked over?
That's the hill, yes.
And then when he got back, there's some trees back here, kind of just meandered around.
Yeah, it wasn't very long, but there was no direction to it. There's nowhere to go if you go down over that hill and down into the area near the chain link fence that borders 113. So I was like, okay, this is odd. My thinking was, this is odd. I'm going to keep an eye on him. and then he proceeded to go across the bike path perpendicularly into the other corner, like the very corner of the park.
Yeah, this, we'll get to that. This is C14. That's an accurate photo of the
That's the toddler playground, which is on the other. It's the west side of the park, but it's not where he was seated.
that's not where he was. So we'll just, and here C15, this is a better shot of the hill.
Yeah, this is now looking north-ish, and so he crossed over that hill.
So he's back here in this area,
Yep.
walking around.
Yeah.
Do you use circles? You said,
It's not like obvious geometric circles, but again, just kind of looking at the ground, listlessly going this way or that way. It was odd behavior. I'm pretty sure if you have the audio recording of the first call with the police, I referenced it because I think I was on the line with them at the time.
so you're on your phone while you're following this individual,
Yes.
and you never looked at that.
Not that I could determine.
And C16, this is a different angle, looking another part of the park. Same with C17, correct?
Yeah.
And then here, C18, this shows, this is the play structure where he was initially seated
Yes.
from behind him.
Yeah.
And then my cursor, he kind of walked up this hill over here and started meandering around.
Yes.
Right. And we'll go back. C19, this is, again, from the play structure facing Sycamore.
Yes.
So, let me see if I can find. After he meandered around, he crossed the bike path.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. And
Either picture, but the one you just had, he crossed it right in front of that.
down in this area,
Yeah, there's very limited space there. There's not a lot of like extra room to walk, but he went in that space, which again I thought was odd.
yeah, so there's some trees here where, and let me zoom in. Can you see kind of this, before you cross the bike path, there's some trees and a little bit of a grassy area?
Yeah,
Is that where he walked?
yeah, just in front of where the bridge starts.
Just in front of it. And he actually went down into the grass
Yes,
and kind of wandered around.
yes.
There's not much room.
Not for much time. There's not much space to wander in, but yes.
And where are you watching him when he's kind of wandering in this small area?
I was up here on the hill. You might have to zoom out a little bit.
You're,
Like, yeah, right up there. Again, keeping a safe enough distance, but I wanted to keep my eyes on him.
and so now I'm showing you Defense Exhibit C7. After he was done wandering around prior on the grassy area, prior to after he was wandering around the grassy area, I guess it would be on the north side of the bike path, right before crossing the bridge.
Yes.
And does this photo C7 show where you were standing while you're watching it?
Yes, at that point I had crossed over the playground path and was up here, or thereabouts.
So it's very clear you're standing on a hill with a cell phone watching him, and he doesn't look at you.
Yeah, I wasn't being particularly discreet, to your point. It felt like it was obvious that I was watching him, but I didn't have any indication that he knew that.
And then how long did he meander around in that grass area before he...
Again, only a matter of seconds, 30 seconds tops.
And
Probably
then
fewer.
he went back on the bike path and...
Came back the other way, and I started to back up and come down I was at this point on the hill, but closer to the bike path, kind of using the hill to obfuscate myself. I was trying not to be too obvious, but I would have been easy to spot, I imagine. Yeah.
You went saying to yourself, if this isn't the suspect, I'm a middle-aged man kind of talking to something.
young kid. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I was starting to feel like, yeah, this better be him or else I'm, stalking a kid, exactly.
And so you're up on the hill. When he walks past you, is he on the path?
Yeah, I think he came like from that corner back down this path and then took the middle path out. And I went more this way, staying closer to the bike path, but I was on the hill itself, keeping an eye on him. And then I left the park before him because I was again keeping this distance buffer between us. So I left the park and went a little bit north on Sycamore. He came out where the middle path hits Sycamore and walked down towards Willett Elementary. At that point, I believe I was on the phone with my wife, just telling her that I was following him down Sycamore.
Back up.
Yeah.
He crossed the bike path, heading for the middle path. You're up on this hill back here?
I'm on this hill.
Okay, so now you've moved over to this hill as he crossed.
I'm keeping a distance from him the entire time. So as he started to head back eastward, I also went eastward.
And as he was walking, if you just looked to his left, he would have seen you standing there.
Yeah, it would.
He never looked at you.
He didn't.
He was staring straight at you.
I believe so. I mean, I was obviously, my adrenaline was pumping and I was on the phone with at first the police and then my wife. So I wasn't watching his head the entire time, but I didn't have the feeling that he was obviously aware of my presence.
Were you close enough that he could have heard you speaking on the phone?
Objection, speculation.
If you
Possibly, yeah. I wasn't whispering or anything.
Let me go forward. Okay, I'm showing now C19.
Yeah.
So on the left corner, that is the middle path now that he would take when he's walking back towards Sycamore.
Yes.
And you are on the hill between the bike path and the middle path above him.
Yes.
And you're watching him as he walks.
That's right.
And again, as he's walking through Sycamore Park, he never looks at you at all.
No.
He never acknowledges you.
No, not once. That's what kept me believing that maybe he didn't know I was there, and that's why I started to try to be more discreet as I tailed him through the neighborhood.
But knowing what had just happened, it seemed possible that you just didn't notice a middle-aged man with a cell phone falling around the park?
It seemed possible. He gave no obvious indication that he knew I was there or that I was pursuing him.
You saw nothing that would cause you to believe he knew.
No.
But you thought he has to know because
his pace changed occasionally. Like sometimes he would be shuffling, sometimes he'd be like fast walking, but it wasn't obvious he was fleeing me or anything like that.
Never ran.
No.
And sometimes you said his feet would shuffle.
Well, when he would get to an intersection like at Bucknell and Sycamore, he would kind of like, it seemed like he was unsure which way he was going. Like initially I thought he was going to go farther down Sycamore, and then he doubled back and went down Bucknell, so shuffling to an extent, yeah.
So you believe you called 911 3 times?
I recall 3 times, once in the park, once on Pine heading northward, and then once as he was leaving Safeway from the marketplace, and then heading across, back down Sycamore.
So your initial call was to 911?
I believe, yes. I mean, all of my calls to the police were via 911. Yeah.
Did you also call your wife?
With my wife and also our neighbor.
So I'd like... I'd like to, there's a stipulation here, the defense exhibit D.
Go ahead.
Sir, you recognize this exhibit, what it depicts?
Yeah, that's a larger aerial view of the area of Central Davis, North Central.
And there's a red location marker
Yes.
at Sycamore Park.
That is, yes.
And from this aerial satellite view, you can see the bike path on Sycamore Park.
Yeah.
You can see, it's partially blocked by the red marker. You can see the middle path through Sycamore Park.
Yes.
You can also see the path around the place area in Sycamore Park.
Yes.
Mike, I'm just going to go step by step and follow his
Sure.
route.
Just a moment. We gotta take the blinds down. Sorry. My least favorite moment of the day when the blinds come down. It's too much of a glare. Okay, thank you, Deputy. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
When he got to Sycamore Park, is that one of the times where he shuffled around? When he got to Sycamore Lane, did he kind of shuffle around before deciding which way to go?
Yes, he wasn't like clear. There was no direction to it, so I thought he was going to come north on Sycamore towards me, and then he didn't. He went south, stayed on the west side of Sycamore, again walking right next to Willett Elementary School, and then stopped there. I started to go down Sycamore.
So he walked on the left side of Sycamore on the sidewalk bordering Robert Willett Elementary School.
Left from this perspective, yes.
So it would be the west side.
The west side, exactly.
Then
You got your corner if you need it.
Sure.
what did he do when he reached the intersection of Sycamore and Bucknell?
He was right there. He started to head south on Sycamore, and then he turned back, doubled back, and went, at that point, east on Bucknell.
But even while he was turning around, he never looked at you.
No, not that I could detect.
And he then started walking east on Bucknell.
Yes.
He got to the intersection of Bucknell and Pine.
And then he did something similar where he turned, started to head south down Pine, just for a step or two, and then doubled back and went north on Pine. Not doubled back to Bucknell, but like started to go, down Pine and then doubled back, went up here, did the same closer to the intersection of Bucknell and Sycamore. So again, at this point I was almost a block away, or I was keeping more distance. So then I observed him do that double back and then head north, and then as he headed north I kind of sprinted down Bucknell so that I wouldn't lose sight of him, at which point I saw him here.
Okay, let's stop.
Sure.
We're going to go
We'll go
step by step.
You got it.
Before he headed north on Pine, you never saw him look at you?
Yeah, I didn't see him look at me the entire time.
All right. So you observed him walk north on Pine. Did he cross Colby?
He went across Colby, yes.
Okay, so he went across Colby, then he came to the intersection of Villanova and Pine.
Yes.
Did you notice anything?
It was the same behavior. He started to head east on Villanova and then changed his mind, went west.
So he's now come to, we're now on the third intersection. First we had Bucknell and Sycamore, then Bucknell and Pine. Now we're at Pine and Villanova.
Yes.
And all three intersections, he does this little thing where he starts to go one way and then turns the other.
Yes.
He then walks west on Villanova.
Yeah.
He gets to the intersection of Villanova and Sycamore.
Yes. At that point, I did not see him. I think he maybe had picked up his pace. I don't know. I was coming up Pine, and this is when I had called my neighbor who lives on Colby and asked her to get in her car and head north on Sycamore to not lose sight of him.
Let me stop you there. When you were coming up on Pine, you called. You were calling your neighbor, right?
Yeah.
So when you got to the intersection of Pine and Villanova, you didn't see him at that
He was out of sight at that point.
You said he picked up his pace. That was a possibility because you didn't see him.
True, yeah. I also could have been, I'm not the fastest guy.
Well, you were also on Pine, you were trying to call your neighbor as well.
Yeah, I was trying to coordinate a response.
But by the time you got down to Villanova and Sycamore, you look north, you could see him walking on Sycamore.
By the time I got to Sycamore, I could see him. He had created even more distance at that point. So then I was like basically openly running at that point to try to not lose sight of him.
But he was still walking along Sycamore when you saw him.
Yeah, exactly. He crossed Sycamore. There's no intersection or crosswalk. He just walked across the street. And so he was on the west side and I was on the east side.
How long approximately do you think you lost sight of him when you were on Pine Villanova? So when you got to Pine Villanova, obviously you didn't see him.
Sure.
If you can give an estimate, how long did
it was less
go until you saw him again? How many seconds?
Less than a minute, 45 seconds or so. Again, I ran down Villanova this way, and at that point he was on the west side of Sycamore and had some distance between us.
And you ran down Villanova because you wanted to make sure you could see where he went.
Yeah, I had talked to the neighbor. I think she maybe called me back or I called her again, and she said like she had driven by. It's definitely him. I'm not crazy. Stay in pursuit. So that's when I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. My neighbor confirmed it. I'm gonna follow this guy and be very obvious about it. At that point, I didn't care. I just didn't want to lose sight of him. So then I ran up Sycamore.
And the reason you ran because you knew if in that 45 seconds to get out of sight, if he knew you were out of sight, he could have taken off sprinting, he could have hid somewhere, and you might not have seen it, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously, he had no idea you called a neighbor.
No.
But when you got to Sycamore and Villanova and looked north, you could still see him just walking along the sidewalk heading north.
He was heading north.
And you followed him as he headed north on Sycamore?
Yes.
The other side of the road?
I was on the other side, but I could see him, yeah.
And during the entire time that he walked up Sycamore north, he never looked over his shoulder at all?
I did not see that happening, no.
When you got to the intersection of Sycamore and West Covell, you believe he may have crossed not at the stoplight?
I believe he didn't wait for the signal. He just crossed.
So he crossed against the red?
Yeah, and I was on the other side. I got to the intersection and I waited for the pedestrian signal.
Did he, how some people will sprint across the red, or did he just walk straight across the street?
He wasn't sprinting, just walking.
You were then able to see him cross through the marketplace?
I lost him at that point because I waited at the intersection, and when I got to the marketplace parking lot, it was late afternoon and there were a lot of cars. I didn't see him. I ran into CVS just thinking like maybe he would be in there.
Thought you, at this point, because you had to wait, you thought you lost him?
Yeah, I called my wife back and said like disappointedly, I'm sorry, I lost him.
Because that's a big parking complex. I mean,
it's a big parking lot, exactly.
Multiple stores.
Correct.
Mr. Hudson, can you pull that mic a little closer? Thanks.
And so when you ran into CVS, that was your best guess of where he might have been because of his, or was that just
It's the first store. It's the most proximate one. So I ran into it thinking if he's trying to hide from me, that would be an okay place to do it. There's a lot of aisles, but he wasn't in there.
You ran up and down the aisles looking for him.
Yeah.
And you didn't see him.
No, I saw my neighbor, but I didn't see him.
And at this point, no police officer has arrived yet.
No.
That's starting to frustrate you?
I was frustrated.
Okay. So when you exit CVS, at that moment you think, I've lost him.
Yes.
And then he walks right in front of you.
Again, with 20 to 30 feet of distance and not looking at me, but yes, just walking by.
And he just was walking
from the direction of Safeway. So I actually assumed he went into Safeway. I don't know for a fact.
He was walking from the direction of Safeway?
Yeah.
And he never looked at you?
Nope.
But he was carrying a bag at this point?
Yes.
Then you continued to follow him?
Yes. I called the police again.
told them I had regained sight of him and that I was going to not let up until they sent a car.
Did you observe him cross West Covell again to go back down Sycamore?
Yes.
Do you know if he crossed on a red or a green this time, or do you know?
I don't remember. I might have even crossed on a red at that point. I didn't care.
You didn't want to lose him again?
Exactly.
And as he traveled south down Sycamore, he just continued to just walk.
He continued. I ran into the street and waved down a car of two women and said, like, I think this is the guy. Can you help me keep an eye on him until the police come? And they pulled over and agreed and started to follow him. And we had like a trailing party at that point going down Sycamore South. Exactly. And then...
so let's talk about this trailing party.
Sure.
So Davis police still haven't arrived.
Yes.
But you have now your neighbor
Yes.
and some random person?
Yes, some women that were driving the other way that pulled over when I flagged them down.
So you have three different groups of people from the community following him, and he never looks back.
Yeah.
Just keeps walking.
Just keeps walking.
Then,
And not running, to be clear. Just like maybe fast walking at best, but not obviously running or anything like that.
and finally you see a police patrol vehicle.
Yeah, he turns down Villanova, and I am running at that point. I turned down Villanova, and then a police officer was heading west on Villanova. I ran into the street, flagged him down, pointed at the suspect, and said, "That's him."
And did you observe for any time when the police officers contacted him?
Yeah, no, I watched the entire time. The squad car turned around, got out, the police officer got out, started to follow him on foot, calling after him. The suspect continued to walk, maybe at a more brisk pace at that point, and then go down Pine, south on Pine, and then it was at that point, I believe the officer went back to his car and radioed in support, and then all of a sudden there were a bunch of squad cars and a helicopter and the whole thing.
Did you see, so you saw him turn on Villanova, or?
I saw him turn to head east on Villanova, yes, and I saw him further turn again south on Pine.
And there was an officer walking behind him on Pine?
On Villanova.
Okay. And then at the intersection of Pine and Colby, you saw him standing speaking to a different officer.
Another car came and they apprehended him and held him on a lawn at the corner of Pine and Colby, yeah.
And you watched this entire incident?
Yeah, I was at that point standing on Pine.
And that multiple patrol cars started arriving.
A lot of patrol cars, helicopter, everything.
And helicopter was hovering overhead.
Yeah.
And you could see him standing on a corner surrounded by multiple police officers?
Yes.
Did you see when they put him in handcuffs?
No. In fact, they told us at some point, I think there was too much attention from the neighborhood, and they said, "Oh, it's not him, everyone can go home," sort of thing. And I was like, really?
So they told you, after all that work you put in, they told you it wasn't...
I think they were trying to just get people to go back inside and not cause a scene. So yeah, that is what they told us.
And you left at that point?
I gave a testimony to police, and then a reporter from the Davis Enterprise was there. I spoke to her on under the auspices of anonymity.
That didn't work out too well.
Oh, it did for a couple of years.
Okay. But a couple of years, you actually, though, you followed this case in the media?
I haven't paid too much attention. My wife gives me updates now and again.
But you actually reached out, you sent me an email because you wanted to let me know that you thought you had important information about this case.
A friend of mine who writes for the San Francisco Chronicle had heard about the case and brought it up and knew about my involvement and said, "You can reach out to the public defender, and I said, okay, if there's something useful to share.
Because thinking about that behavior you saw, it didn't seem normal to you.
No, it was odd, erratic, just not the conduct of someone who's thinking clearly if they're being pursued by somebody.
Your calls, would you agree it was really strange behavior what you saw?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And Mr. Moore, any redirect?
Mr. Schaefer, when you were in Sycamore Park on May 3rd, you knew where the second stabbing, where Karim had been stabbed to death, where that had taken place.
I didn't know exactly where it was. I was out of town, actually, the night that it occurred. And so I knew it was in Sycamore Park, but I didn't know where precisely.
When you were following Mr. Dominguez through the park, did you see like a makeshift memorial that had flowers and things like that?
I didn't spot it at the time. I was pretty focused on him, and I only briefly went past that area as we were exiting the park. But again, my focus was on his whereabouts, not on my surroundings.
But today, as you sit here, you know the area where Karim was killed.
Yes.
And if you bring up the defense exhibit 19, I believe it's C2. And so, looking at defense 19 C2, are you familiar with this is where Karim was found and killed?
Yeah, to the right there, that lighter spot of cement is where the memorial is.
Now, when you were following Mr. Dominguez around, did he ever come into this area?
No.
Did he ever approach the area and change his direction?
This area, no.
And so, as you were following him, it seems like he went to a lot of different areas in the park.
Leading.
He went to a lot of different areas in the park. The playground, the hill, some of the paths. Would it be fair to say that he covered a fairly significant, based on your diagram, area of the park?
It's a big park, so fairly significant is a fairly significant term, but he went, the way you described, the playground, the path, the area by the bike path, by the bike bridge rather, and then back through the middle path.
But he never came down this path directly?
No.
In fact, he went on the other side of the hill on that path?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any recross?
Yeah, sir, when you went into the park, you never went down the bike path initially, correct?
The first time heading westbound, no.
And when you were coming back, had you not seen Mr. Aris Dominguez, you were going to return through the middle path.
Yeah,
You were not going to take the bike path.
that's right.
The only reason you were even close to the bike path was because you were up on the hill watching Mr. Aris Dominguez.
Trying to maintain line of sight, yeah.
So the entire time you were in that park, you yourself never walked on the bike path near the area where Karim was killed.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Schaefer, I appreciate your testimony and coming back in the afternoon. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, you will call Nadine Yahaya.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Come on in at the podium. I appreciate your testimony today. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you the oath, and after you take the oath, I'll have you have a seat and we'll stand.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to speak on the give and cause nothing to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take the first and last name for the record. Call them both.
Nadine Yahaya, Nadine Yehya.
Great, thank you. Mr. DeMora.
Hey, Greg. Good afternoon, Ms. here.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Who are you married to?
I'm married to Majdi Abou Najm.
And is Aris Abou Najm in court today?
He is.
And do the two of you have a son together?
We do.
What's his name?
Karim Abou Najm.
And if I may approach and show you People's Exhibit 54B.
Sure.
I'm just curious. You recognize that photograph?
He's my son, Karim.
And is this a photograph that you have, that you've shared with us?
Yes, it's one of many that he had for Karim.
And when was that taken?
I didn't take that photo, so I don't have the exact date, but it was taken by one of his friends, my understanding.
Thank you. And is this how Karim looked in life?
Better.
In April of 2023, how old was he?
20 and a half.
Was he a student at UC Davis?
Yes.
What was he studying?
Computer science.
Did he live with you and Majdi?
He did.
And without giving us your address, where did all of you live together?
We live on 1537 Santa Rosa Street, Davis.
As a student, how did Karim get to school?
He biked to his classes, his work, everywhere.
And did he have a green Fuji mountain bike, green and color Fuji mountain bike?
I believe he did, yeah.
Ever see him ride it?
Every time he left home when I was there, I would look at him as he left the house, yes.
On where you live, is that on the west side of Highway 113?
That's right, across the bridge.
You say across the bridge, is that the bridge that, the bike path that takes you to Sycamore Park?
Yes, true.
Did you know Karim to take that bike path to and from school or his job?
Yes, all the time.
On April 29th of 2023, did you see Karim that day?
I did.
When was the last time you saw him that day?
The last was around noon, I would say. I have prepared breakfast for him, and he didn't come down to eat. He was getting ready to go to a conference. So I sent him a message asking if should I remove the food or keep it for him, and that was the last message also from him. He said, yeah, to keep it, and he wrote, coming.
So he had a conference. Did he have a conference that day?
He did have. Earlier that day, April 29, he was looking for his fancy pants to wear for an occasion, so I asked him what he had. He said he had a very important presentation, and he couldn't find that pants, so he asked me to look for him for it. So that's how I knew that he had a presentation, and we didn't talk much about it, though, on that day.
When you say he was looking for his fancy pants, you're talking about like dress pants?
Yes, and I have to say it. That morning, it's like, Mom, where did you put my pants? It's like, you have it. It's like, are you sure you washed it? Yes, I did. I can't find it. Can you check my dad's? And I said, go check yourself. He said, Mom, please do. So I went, and sure enough, I misplaced his pants among his dad's clothes. And so he held his pants and said, Mom, is this my dad's size? So that was the fancy pants, blue pants that he wanted to wear, but he ended up spending some time changing and trying different clothes for the event that day.
And that was an event, and was that an award ceremony that was going to take place in the evening?
I wasn't aware that it was an award ceremony as much as a presentation with his group, and then based on their presentation, they might have been awarded based on their work. So it was research, part of the undergraduate research conference at UC Davis. It happens every year.
And so when he left that afternoon, did he get on the bike that you had always seen him leave on?
I didn't see him when he left. I had people that day around noon. When I went to get something from the kitchen, I saw him eating, so I offered him some tea. He said he's drinking coffee, and that was the last time I saw my son alive.
And during the day, did you ever see his bike there around the house, or did you notice it was gone?
No, that night I went out with my neighbor and walked around the neighborhood, not towards Sycamore Park, towards the other side. And when I came back home, I heard sirens. And then it was then that I checked if Karim came during my absence when I went for a walk. I looked for his bike. I didn't see it in our backyard. So I started messaging him to see when he's coming back, and I specifically said, it's like, I hear lots of sirens. Are you close? Are you okay? But that was around 10 p.m. So he didn't see that message or the many messages after that I sent that night.
And did you hear, were you expecting Karim home that night?
Of course. So it's Saturday. He had an eventful day, happy day, I would say, with his friends. It's getting close to his graduation. So I knew that he would be out, but I didn't know exactly when he's going to be back. But being the kind of mother I am, when it's getting dark, I usually create a reason to check where he is indirectly by asking, like, there is food, are you coming? Or something around these lines. So that night, when it was around 10, I started hearing sirens. I got worried, but definitely I was expecting him. It's so not typical of him to stay out without letting us know.
When you were expecting him home, did you have reason to believe he would come through Sycamore Park, take the bike path back to your house?
Yes, that would be the norm, unless somebody, because if it was very late, would drop him home and then he would pick his bike the next day. But this would be the norm. He would have to cross that bridge to arrive home.
And at Kenny, you're on approach with Eagles 25B.
Okay.
looking at this map that you hear, would you be able to just draw a little arrow to where your house is on here? I can give you this pen.
Just to note, the Santa Rosa is not named, but I can recognize the street on this map. So it is here.
Okay.
So this is not Cape Cod, it's the parallel to Rio Grande.
Let's put a little circle around that little dot right there.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Demora. Any questions, Mr. Hudson? No question. Nadine, how do you pronounce your last name?
Yahya,
Yahia. Ms. Yahia, thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are at our afternoon break. The three-part admonition: don't form any opinions about this case until you're deliberating with your fellow jurors. Do not research this case. Do not discuss anything other than scheduling. And I'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Counsel, thank you. Enjoy your break.
Your Honor.
Off break.
All right. Oof. That was a tough one. So to recap so far, we coming out of lunch, we had a witness out of order. That was Aris Chao. She was a Safeway employee. She collected the what do you call it? Collected the closed circuit, the CCTV from Safeway. Then we heard back from Justin Schaefer. He was the witness, and they pulled in Aris. And Justin Schaefer, he got a good look at the defendant's face. He identifies Carlos. Then they went off the record. So I want to figure out what that was about. We'll have to ask Deanna about that. He attempted to be somewhat covert, so he trailed him at 100 feet. He called the neighbor. She didn't answer. Carlos walked right by her house. Then Carlos doubled back, and he thought that was strange. He called another neighbor and asked her to follow, or at least to confirm that he's not crazy, meaning Justin. So he's like, a middle-aged man following a kid around town wouldn't be a good look. I think we all agree with that. The neighbor came and confirmed, yep, that looks like the suspect. So he waited for a light to change, and because Carlos walked, he basically jaywalked, and this Justin waited. So he lost Carlos when he went into the Safeway. So Justin goes into the CVS, and he said he ran up and down the aisle, and then he called his wife and said, damn, I lost him. Then Carlos walks out of the Safeway, and boom, he's right there. So he called law enforcement the third time, and he flagged down some women in a car, and they started following Carlos. Can you imagine some stranger just flagging you down saying, hey, I think that's the Davis Ripper. That's the guy who's killing all these people. I mean, crazy, right? So then they followed Carlos until law enforcement got there. He said he was in a forlorn damn, I lost him, when Carlos came out of the Safeway. And he said he walked within about 20 feet of him. He said this was around 3 p.m. And then they confirmed that 3:28 sounds accurate. All right, so then we get to Cross. So he lives about 2 blocks from the park. He goes there every day. He knew about the stabbings. His wife was following the case more. He said that his kids were about 2 or 3 back then. Prior to that, he was taking the kids there often. Excuse me. They said the description, Carlos fit the description to a T, except the description said that this person had olive skin, and Carlos did not. He had pale skin. His wife warned him against the walk, but he says he didn't expect seeing him. His wife said, what if you see him? And he brushed her off. He said it seemed unlikely, and the suspect was on the run, so he wouldn't return to where one of the stabbings had occurred and be sitting in broad daylight. Then they show photos of the park and the playground. Carlos had on a black top. He had his black Adidas track pants on. Again, the description was olive skin, so other than this pale skin, Carlos was a perfect match. Fluffy trousers, nice. He wasn't expecting to see the suspect near the stabbing. If this wasn't the suspect, then this person was deranged and needed help, right? So he said this twice. He said this, and this is direct. So he said twice, this person was deranged or mentally ill. So that, to me, goes to the defense, right? He had a blank stare. There was no movement until they made eye contact. He was not being discreet, meaning Carlos wasn't being discreet. The first call with law enforcement states that Carlos was meandering. He ran up and down. I'm sorry. So that was under cross. So under direct, he said, who with a mental illness would be walking around dressed like the suspect, right? So under cross, he said deranged. So that's twice that he's admitting, or he's saying that Carlos looked like he wasn't all together. Then the helicopters and patrol cars show up. He did not see Carlos in handcuffs because the police kind of said, go away, nothing to see here. These are not the droids you're looking for, etc. He spoke to the news under the auspices of anonymity, and then the cross is like, what is his name? I should know his name by now. Hutchinson. Attorney Hutchinson, Mr. Hutchinson says, how's that working out for you? And he's like, yeah. He's like, well, for a couple years it worked out okay. He sent an email to the defense. He sent an email to Hutchinson, and he said, well, he has a friend that writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, and they said, well, if you need to reach out to the defense. And the behavior seemed odd and erratic and not someone thinking clearly. So that definitely helps the defense, right? Okay, yeah. Deanna, they embraced. She gave her husband, when she came back to the benches, was actually her. Oh, yeah, I know. That's nice. We'll definitely talk to you about that. Thank you for letting us know that. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Ours were too. Ours were too. All right. So his behavior seemed odd and erratic and not someone thinking clearly. It was really strange behavior. Then redirect was basically Carlos never went to that area where Karim was attacked. So then following that, we hear from Karim's mother, Nadine Yahaya. She states that Karim was a computer science major. He was 20 and a half years old. He lived with her and her husband, Karim's father. He would bike to class and to work. She would watch him leave every time he left. He had a green Fuji mountain bike. She saw Karim last around noon that day. She had prepared breakfast. She knew he was going to a conference that day. The last message that she texted him, or that she knew he saw, was about the breakfast. Do you want breakfast? Do you want me to hold on to it? What do you want me to do? He was looking for his fancy pants because he had his presentation. So he's like, Mom, where did you put my pants? And are you sure you washed them? So she said that she misplaced his pants with his dad's pants. So once he found out, he raises them and says, "Is this my mom?" Says, "Mom, is this my size?" So she went out with a neighbor that night to walk around, and she came home and she heard the sirens. She looked for Karim and his bike in his backyard and wasn't there. So she started messaging him around 10 o'clock. He didn't see the messages that night. She was expecting Karim home that night. She said it was a Saturday. It was getting close to his graduation. It was getting close to his graduation. And she said she got worried. She says it's not like him to be out and not let them know. And there was no cross. So Nadine. And for those that don't know, Karim was a brilliant and accomplished senior at UC Davis, majoring in computer science. He was just weeks away from graduation. Here, let's pull up a picture of him. We're frozen. Yeah, we just died. All right, just refresh. Looks like we just refreshed. We had a little blip. Refresh if you get kicked out. All right, so he founded Cornish, which is a platform that supported undergraduate researchers, and he won multiple awards for his work, including a People's Choice Award from Blackstone Launchpad. Karim was biking home from a university event, which we just heard about, when he was fatally stabbed. To honor his legacy, the city dedicated a bench in Sycamore Park and renamed a nearby bike path. UC Davis also established a scholarship in his name. So, yep, just refresh. We just had a glitch. Yep. So, what did you post? I saw OnlyFan, you posted something about Karim. Let's see. Here. He was inducted into Phi Beta Kappa and Phi Kappa Phi honor societies and how do you pronounce that word? Posthumously received the undergraduate honors program Research and Innovation Award 2023. That's nice. So, yep. He slept till noon, you think? Sounds like Karim was a college guy. He slept till noon. Mom did laundry. He's 20 years old. Right? That's what you do when you're 20 until you get out on your own. So. All right, so we'll go back here. So that was Karim. Yep, Pammy, I agree. Such a good aura came from his mom. I agree. Yep. Posthumously. Thank you, therapist. Posthumously. Yeah, 20 and a half, but yeah, 20 years old. Well, let's see. When was he born? Oh, that just has his outgoing, doesn't have his birth date. Yes, thank you, therapist. Always appreciate it. Helping me. I've always had trouble with that word. So thank you. Appreciate that. Ask me to pronounce it tomorrow and I'll probably fail miserably. But yes. Yeah, Deanna May, I hear you. That was definitely the hardest part for me too. Maria was sad. That was the sister to David. She was sad, but this one was definitely more emotional. Yeah, it should be about 2023. Wait, I'm sorry, 2003. That'd make him 22. Wait, what are you trying to say there? If he was 20, he was born in 2005. 2004, he was 20 and a half, yeah. Northwest mom texted him at noon and asked him about breakfast. So I assume he slept in. Oh, did she say it was noon? I missed that. I just said that. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Well, she saw him last around noon. Okay, she had prepared. Oh, okay. I didn't take it like that, but I can see that. She texted him about breakfast, and she last saw him at noon. He was going out for the day. All right. I gotcha. So he was born in. Oh, right. You're right. Sorry, OnlyFan. Thank you. Yep, that makes sense. October 29th. That's good. Thank you for that. I'll note that. Thank you. I was thinking of something else, so thank you for that. I'm going to note that right now. So let's see. 10/29, 2002 to 4/29, of course, 2023. Thank you for that, OnlyFan. Appreciate it. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that update. Definitely appreciate that. I was thinking 2025. I'm like, wait a minute, no. But I keep forgetting, yep, 2023 is when he lost his life. So, yeah, Baca says, Pammy, I so agree. You could see the aura. She kept looking at the jury. I did notice that. She looked at the jury 3, 4, 5 times. She was not afraid to look at them in the eye, and you guys better do my son right. You know? Yeah. It's sad. Definitely hit you in ways that I don't know, it's weird. I mean, 2 people lost their life, and David is an awesome guy, and tears are shed over him, you know, for sure. It's funny how just things hit you. That definitely was one of them. All right, so we got about another, say, hour and 15 minutes after this when they come back. All right, it's 3:15 there. I think they go to 4:30. Youngsters passing away always hits harder. I know. Someone full of life, full of, you know, totally the world was at his feet. He could have gone on, would have gone on to do so many things. And probably all positive. Therapist, you know, she came off as someone who would be okay even if the justice system failed to honor her son, like she's totally confident in where her son's soul is or something. Yeah. Northwest waiting for the juror eating. Zach, 20 and a half was really sad. Yeah. Yeah, he basically was. April to October? Yeah. Yeah, he was essentially, yep. Therapist, you know, is asking Northwest what eating means. All right, looks like they're coming back. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side.
In KCR 23-1391, evidentiary phase of this trial, afternoon session, Thursday, May 8th. And so, Mr. Lamar, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, people call Detective Mariano Lopez.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Come on in to the podium. You'll take the oath and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to the you're about to give the cause nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Second person asking you for the record, just spell them both.
Mariano Lopez, Mariano, last of Lopez, Lopez.
Thank you. Okay, who's witness?
Fine.
Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Good afternoon, sir. What's your job?
I'm a police officer, currently assigned as a detective.
And what agency do you work for?
City of Davis.
And how long have you been a detective for the City of Davis?
3 years now.
How long have you been a peace officer for the City of Davis?
10 years.
And were you working as a peace officer for the City of Davis back on May 1st of 2023?
I was.
And were you working between 11 p.m. and midnight that day?
I was.
And what was your assignment?
Suppression for a recent crime that was occurring in the city.
Okay, what kind of crime?
Multiple stabbings where individuals were killed.
Okay, and so was this part of like your normal assignment to be working that late at night?
No.
So this was like a special assignment for you due to what was going on in the city?
It was.
It's like an overtime assignment?
We're a flexible unit, so we were flexed with our time to go do this assignment.
Understood. And sometime around 11:45 or thereabouts, did you hear radio reports that there was a report of a stabbing in the area of L Street between 2nd and 3rd?
I did.
Did you respond to that area?
I did.
What did you do in that area?
I started canvassing the area looking for possible suspects or witnesses or other individuals that were hurt.
And did you encounter someone named Jose Anaya?
I did.
Where did you encounter them?
He was on the northwest corner between Cable Car Wash and it's a car detailing shop.
And did you contact Mr. Anaya?
I did.
What were you contacting him for?
Seeing if he heard anything or saw anything.
And did you obtain a statement from him?
I did.
Hanging what's been marked for identification purposes is People's 25A. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
And is that a map of the city of Davis?
It is.
And does it include the area where you contacted Mr. Anaya?
It does.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
And so there's a laser pointer there. Wait, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Could you just show us where it was that you contacted Mr. Anaya?
Yes.
So I have People's 25A up on the screen. Are you able to see that okay, sir?
Yes.
And zoom in a little bit. Like, what intersection is this near?
It's between 3rd and H Street.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in the area of 3rd and H here. So now that I'm zoomed in, can you see the area where you contacted Mr. Anaya?
Yes. Would you like me to point?
Please.
In this area.
Okay, on on the top side of the street, north side of the street?
Northwest corner.
Northwest corner of what?
Of 3rd and this little alleyway that goes to a Cable Car Wash right here and train tracks. It's going to be this northwest corner of the shop.
All right, so just for the record, if we're looking at the intersection on this map of 3rd and H, there's a building to the right of that, which has got a white roof, and you're indicating at the northwest corner of that building.
Correct.
And on this map, north is towards the top,
Yes.
and west is towards the left.
Yes.
Okay. And about what time did you contact Mr. Anaya there?
Approximately 20 minutes after the call that came out.
Okay, so this would be the night of May 1st, in 20 minutes or so of hearing the report from the stabbing, so somewhere kind of near midnight into the 2nd.
Yes.
And so this is going to sound like a silly question, but this area of 3rd and H is different than this PG&E substation. That's not the same place.
Correct.
Okay. And so was he there on the side of the building at 3rd and H?
Was Anaya on
Yes.
the side? It wouldn't be H Street. It's just on the other side of H Street. It's actually like an alleyway, but he was on the side of the building of that particular building I pointed to.
Understood. And do you recall if it was raining that night?
It was, if it was not raining at that moment, it did start raining that night.
And so were you wearing a body cam with you?
I was.
And when you contacted Mr. Anaya, did you activate your body camera?
I did.
And so would it record the statements?
It did. Or it would.
I have a transcript, and then there's been a stipulation for the foundation for the report.
Okay.
I don't believe a transcript is necessary. They should watch.
Is it audio or video?
Audio and video.
Okay, so I agree with that. So I want to mark the transcript as a court exhibit next in order. And thank you, though, for preparing copies in the event. We're going to reserve handing those out. And it is a reminder, we have used transcripts, but we're not going to do that in this case. The evidence is what you're going to see in here. And what is the number, Mr. Van Hook, again?
This is people 67.
67. Okay, great. Thank you.
So what did you guys see earlier?
We see the courtroom that was like a person riding honestly, but
They were like, you see, we don't want to come back in hers.
Huh?
The person, you see around this area, we don't want to come back.
we don't even know who it is.
So you guys just saw somebody running?
Okay, well,
We were talking right here, and then
we were talking to eat snacks and stuff, you said, and we saw.
we seen a person running like over there that way.
I see, when I see.
Honestly, we did see a person running.
What I seen, a person was coming, running real fast.
With a long shirt.
And I looked like, everybody said, this somebody just passed by and was going so fast and stuff.
To me, it looked gray. The shirt looked gray. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I could see like the color was like probably like a grayish color and stuff. And someone told me right then, and
What's your guys' names?
My name is Jose, man.
Hey, Jose, do you know your driver's license?
I have one, but I don't remember.
You don't remember? All right, Jose?
And I'm Christy.
Lanaya?
Yeah.
What's your date of birth?
10/13/87.
10/13/87? What's yours?
My name's Christy Pierce.
What is it?
Christy Pierce, K-R-Y.
K-R-Y?
S-T-I-E.
K-R-Y?
K-R-Y.
S-T?
S-T-I-E. I-E. Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E. Like an ear pierce.
Ear pierce?
No, that's what, like that's his Pierce, the last name is Pierce.
Oh, Pearson.
Yeah. So P-I-E-R-C-E.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
9:30 of 81.
9:30 of 81. Okay. So you guys saw a guy running this way at a high rate, like running like he was running really fast?
Fast.
And all you could tell was he had a gray shirt on.
He had a gray shirt on, and I didn't notice, because we wouldn't really pay attention until like when he passed by, and I said, oh shit, somebody ran by real fast, and then like, someone told us had a bad feel. Someone told us like, let's go.
All right, well, be safe and watch each other's back, okay?
Who they said?
We don't know. That's just how it is right now. All right, guys, thanks. If we need to get a hold of you guys, we'll get a hold of you guys later.
Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask you just a couple of clarifying questions. It's kind of dark, what was the setup Mr. Anaya and Ms. Pierce had there? It looked like it was an encampment, like they were staying there as like their lodging, or that they had stopped there momentarily.
I believe they were staying there as like a...
Hold on. The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer the question.
It looked like they were setting up an encampment there for the night.
Understood. And so then in the video, there was some reference to that they saw a person running that way, and then they're pointing to a particular street. Which way and what street are they referencing in the video?
I believe they were referencing 3rd Street going into downtown, which would be westbound.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Just a moment. Thank you, Mr. Van Hook. And so, Mr. Hutchinson, cross-exam.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit A. Do you recognize what this depicts?
Yes.
Your body camera did not have a timestamp on it in the video we saw. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you believe this contact was within about 20 minutes of receiving the call about what happened near the intersection of 2nd and L, that a woman was stabbed?
Approximate.
So this was probably around either shortly before midnight on May 1st or shortly after midnight, early morning of May 2nd.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
You were just canvassing to see if anyone had seen anything?
Correct.
The area where you found them, see where my cursor is here, right before the railroad tracks. Is this the area? There's a building here. Were they up against this building?
Yes, right where the end of your right side of your cursor would be.
Although it was dark, we could see that they had bicycles there. You saw some bicycles visible in the
Yes.
body camera?
Yes.
They had bags with them,
Yes.
and they talked about they were having snacks. Do you recall hearing that?
I don't recall.
But it appeared to you that they were setting up camp, at least for the night, at that location.
I cannot tell if they set up camp for the night or they were attempting to set up camp for the night. I can't make that assumption.
But it looked like they were going to camp there for the night, whether they set it up already or not.
Yes.
They told you they saw someone running with a gray shirt. You recall hearing that?
Yes.
They never mentioned anything about a person wearing a black hoodie.
No.
And they said they saw someone running, as in using their feet to run. That's what they specified.
That's what they said.
They never mentioned anything about seeing anybody on a bicycle.
They never mentioned a bicycle.
Are you familiar with Davis Glass and Screen at 920 3rd Street?
Off the top of my head, no.
Right here, I'm at the intersection of 3rd and I. Is that the thrift shop?
I believe that is the thrift shop or beginning of the thrift shop.
Okay. The building to the west of the thrift shop. Do you remember if there is a glass company here, Davis Glass and Screen, where my cursor is?
I don't recall that building. Fairly go there.
But there are some businesses in this building, and then we have the cable car wash down here.
Correct, and there's also a detail car business in the back to the rear.
So we have on where my cursor is right now at the intersection of I and 3rd, that's the thrift shop, and then down here, closer to the intersection of the railroad tracks and 3rd, that's where the cable car wash is.
Correct.
And there's some businesses in between that you don't recall off the top of your head.
Correct.
Not businesses you have to go to very often.
Correct.
And it wasn't clear from the body camera, but they seemed to specify that they saw this person running from the vantage point where you spoke to them. They told you they had been at that location?
From our conversation, it appeared that would have been where their vantage point was.
So they claimed to see someone in a gray shirt running westbound near the intersection of 3rd and H. That's what they gestured to you.
Yes.
Have you ever dealt with Mr. Anaya before, part of that night?
Previous contacts.
Had you dealt with the other individual who was with him?
Yes.
I don't want you to speculate. Both, based on your experience with them, do they both use controlled substances?
Yes.
Methamphetamine?
Yes.
Did you ask them if they had used methamphetamine that night?
No.
At that night, whether they had used methamphetamine, that was not your concern, given what you were investigating?
Correct.
Now, I'd like you to assume that Mr. Anaya testified to this jury that around midnight on May 1st, he wasn't down here by the cable car wash. He was down here at the intersection of 2nd and K, behind a tree, asleep for the night. Can you assume that he testified and told this jury that, okay? Based on what you saw up here, was Mr. Anaya's testimony accurate?
If I'm assuming that he testified to that?
Yeah.
Well, I contacted him on 3rd via cable car wash.
And because you've dealt with Mr. Anaya, you knew who he looks like, correct?
Correct.
So when he told you, my name's Jose Anaya, you recognize him as Jose Anaya?
Correct.
So there's no chance you were actually mistaken about speaking with Jose Anaya?
Correct.
So based on what you saw and what you recorded in your body camera, there is no way Jose Anaya was asleep in the bushes at this intersection of 2nd and K. He wasn't there, correct?
I can't speak to where he was prior to our contact.
Well, but at the time you contacted him, there's no chance he could have been down here at the intersection of 2nd and K asleep, correct?
Your Honor, we stipulate to that.
They had questioned him about
Right,
that.
no, that's fine. Thank you for the stipulation, but the witness needs to answer.
There would not. He would be at 3rd and the tracks.
And he was very much awake when you spoke to him.
I couldn't tell if he was how much he's awake or not.
He was awake.
Yes.
You didn't wake him up.
No.
He was speaking.
Yes.
And he appeared to be able to understand your questions.
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vander, any redirect?
Nothing.
Okay, Detective, thank you for making time for the court today. Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, a witness?
Yes, Steve Hall, Detective Derek Russell.
Okay, great, thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're going to have to call Investigator Aaron Moe.
Aaron Moe, okay. Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
So if you can stand at the podium, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
Yes, sir.
If you solemnly swear you're about to give and cause nothing to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. I spell them both.
Aaron Moe, Aaron, last name Moe, M-O-E.
Okay, thank you. All right, for the prosecution then, Mr. Vander, you got it? Okay, direct. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. What's your job?
I'm employed as a full-time investigator for the Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been employed as an investigator for the district attorney's office?
It'll be 12 years in July.
For the peace officer position?
Yes, sir, it is.
Prior to being employed as a investigator for the Yolo County District Attorney's Office, do you have any prior experience as a peace officer?
I was a full-time police officer for the city of Yuba City for a little over 12 years.
And any other experience as a peace officer?
I was also a reserve police officer for the city of Yuba City for an additional 2 years.
And have you been assigned to work on this case?
Yes, I was.
And what is your job as an investigator with the DA's office when you're assigned to a case?
My job is to assist the prosecutors in organizing the case, to contact witnesses, obtain statements, to handle evidence either by collecting it or transporting it, as well as dealing with witnesses when the attorneys talk to them in preparation for upcoming court dates, and then other investigative matters such as writing search warrants and other follow-up investigation.
Do you help coordinate witness appearances in court?
Yes.
And do you, for witnesses that have transportation issues, do you help arrange for transportation to and from court for various witnesses?
Both vehicle as well as if they're from out of town, we arrange flights for them to come into town prior to their testimony.
And have you been doing that work on this case?
Yes.
And then you talked about interviewing witnesses. Have you been talking to witnesses on the case?
Only when asked to do so. If there was follow-up questioning or if they had questions, then I'm asked to contact them to figure out what they need.
And then if there's particular follow-up that's needed in an area, would you do that?
Yes.
Does it include authoring search warrants?
Yes.
I want to ask you about interviewing witnesses. Could you just give me an estimate of the number of witnesses that you've interviewed in relation to this case?
Between 10 to 20?
And were you present during an interview with Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
And an interview just a couple weeks ago with Kimberlee Guillory?
I believe it was on the 23rd of April, yes.
Okay, and do you typically record such interviews?
Yes.
Why is it your practice to record interviews of witnesses when you're talking to them?
It's evidentiary value. It gives me the ability to talk to them more freely as far as not interrupting them to try to write down notes. It gives me the ability to provide a copy to both yourself and defense counsel if requested, and then I write my reports as a result of the recordings.
Okay, and so does it help you create an accurate record of what's said during the conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded the interview with Ms. Guillory?
Yes, I did.
Do you always tell people that you are recording when you do record an interview?
No.
Is there any requirement that you tell people that you record when you're doing an interview?
No.
Do you typically leave your recorder in an area where people could see the recorder, though?
Yes.
And I ask you about procedures for interviewing witnesses.
Okay.
I'll give you a hypothetical question. If you're talking to a witness about what they remember, and they tell you about an incident, but you know, based on other information, that what they remember is not correct, what do?
I don't provide them the information that I have. I ask them questions, especially with witnesses, to inspire thought. I don't lead them in any way. I don't try to explain to them what I have to counteract what they're saying.
Why wouldn't, if you know what the witness is saying is something that is not correct, why not just tell them what you know so that you can straighten out?
Because what they are saying is their interpretation of the events that occurred as far as how they remember it.
When you're talking with witnesses, especially talking with multiple witnesses, do you ever have any concerns about contaminating a particular witness?
When I talk to them, I am cognizant of contamination. I usually ask open-ended questions where they get to provide their information as opposed to, again, leading them. I don't argue with them. I'm not counteractive to what they're saying. I just take down what they say, and then I try to prove what they say is either correct or not true by other means.
What is contamination?
Contamination is basically giving them a way to change what they remember. As far as dealing with witnesses, a lot of times they can receive contamination through talking with other people involved in the incident, either when the incident occurs or post-incident. They can also be contaminated by stuff they see in social media or the news that can influence what they remember potentially.
And could you potentially contaminate a witness if you provide them with information that they didn't previously know?
Yes.
And so, is there anything that you can do about witnesses who have been subjected to potential contamination from the news or from other people that they've talked to who aren't you?
I give them instructions as far as when they are telling me their statement to give me what they remember specifically as far as their involvement or what they witnessed. I'm not asking them to tell me what other people told them.
Okay. When a witness doesn't remember something and then they hear about that event from an outside source like another witness or the news or something else, do witnesses ever fill in gaps in their memory based on what they hear from outside sources?
Yes. Yes.
And is that what you're trying to avoid when you're trying to avoid witness contamination?
Yes, I am.
So if a witness was telling you in their statement something that you just absolutely knew was incorrect based on just rock solid evidence you had as to what really happened, would you then correct the witness and try to give them the correct information?
No, I wouldn't correct the witness verbally or show them anything that's counteracting what they remember. If it was something that I knew specifically as far as being untruthful or if it was something that could be misinterpreted, I try to note in my reports where I know that information is coming from. If it's from talking to a different person, I would say see supplements, number such and such. for additional information, or see attached video, or see attached photos, and kind of cite my source, kind of like you would if you were writing like a book report, and you'd cite where you got the information from.
But you wouldn't contradict that person during the interview?
No, because again, from interviewing multiple people, depending on what the scenario is, their involvement in, if they're involved in a traumatic incident, they may remember a lot, they may remember very little. So I'm not going to try to mold what they remember as far as putting it into a direction that's beneficial for my case.
Okay, and is part of your job as an investigator with the district attorney's office to obtain exhibits or evidence items?
Yes.
And in this case, were you asked to obtain some demonstrative exhibits?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, were you asked to obtain a demonstrative knife?
Yes, I was.
And then, what were kind of the, what was the request of you as far as what demonstrative knife should you be getting?
I was asked to get the exact make and model of the knife that was seized as evidence in this case.
Okay, so if that's your task, to get the exact make model, how are you then making sure that you're getting the exact make model?
I contacted, in this case, I contacted Sergeant Janelle Bestbitch from the Davis Police Department, explained to her what I was tasked with, asked her if she could provide the make and model of the knife that was seized during the course of the incident, and if she knew where it came from, to cite that source as well. She provided me the make and model. She also provided me a excerpt from a search warrant or information that she got from Amazon, and was able to provide the exact make and model of the knife.
Okay, and later, did you actually do your own search warrant on Amazon?
Yes.
And were you able to see a purchase by Mr. Carlos Riales Dominguez of a knife on Amazon?
Yes.
And Foundation, Subpoena Ducas Tecum.
Just a moment. You can get it. It's. I'm going to overrule it. Just go ahead.
Can you briefly approach the sidebar?
Yeah. Maybe I'm missing something. So I need to sort it out. That's why I hesitated. Okay, thanks. Give me a second.
Yes.
I'll sort this out. Thank you, folks. Off the record.
Let's see. Yeah, what was that detective's name? Deanna, yeah. I'm pretty sure he said that too. Yeah, Detective Bestbitch. I wish we had closed captioning. Yeah, judge is confused too. All right, let's go through a recap here. So, Detective Mariano Lopez, he was working late night. He was working late at night due to the stabbing. So May 1st, that's Kimberlee. He went down to where she was stabbed, and he interviewed Jose Anaya, who we heard from in day 2. And Jose and this other woman, Jose and then this woman, said that they saw somebody running away. So then Cross comes in, no timestamp on the body cam, thinks it was around midnight of May 1st into May 2nd, told them they saw someone with a gray shirt running. Never saw black clothing or a bicycle. And he has run, this detective, Mario Lopez, he has run into them before, meaning these two people. He knows that they're unhoused. He knows that they use meth. But he did not ask them if they were using meth that night. So now, Officer Aaron Moe, he interviewed Kimberlee, and there's basically, would you contradict a witness in the interview? He says no. If a witness ever tells you something that's incorrect, would you correct them? He's like, no, but he would note that in his report.
So the parties have a dispute about some evidence, and it hasn't been clearly presented to me before, so I was a little bit... I didn't have the full scope of it. I've got fragments. So I'm going to direct the parties to meet and confer regarding that dispute. But we were talking about the knife, and the attorney can ask about the knife.
Did you look at some Amazon records to verify that you in fact had the correct knife?
Yes.
And the records that you looked at as far as purchases by Carlos Dominguez, did they show that the knife that you were obtaining, the duplicate knife, was the right knife?
Yes.
And then I'm going to need people's 36, 37, and 38. Okay, sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, People's 36. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes, sir.
What's People's 36?
People's 36 is a Smith & Wesson manufactured knife, and the model number is SWHRT 9B. And it's described as an HRT 9-inch dual-edge boot knife.
And is that the knife that you obtained as the duplicate knife?
Yes.
And could you remove from the packaging, please?
Yes, sir.
So could you inspect the knife? Is it sharp or dull?
It's sharp on both sides.
And so have you done anything to that knife after receiving it as your duplicate knife?
No, this one was left as an exact duplicate.
All right, and did you purchase it from Amazon as well?
I had the purchaser from our agency purchase it, but I gave her the make and model.
Understood. Okay. After purchasing that knife, were you asked to get a second knife so that you could dull down the blade on the knife?
Yes.
And so did you make a second order of the knife?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, People's 38. Please. What is People's 38?
People's 38 is also a Smith & Wesson knife. This one has a model number of SWHRT 9BF.
And when it came, was it the same as the other knife?
No, it was not the same as the first knife. I determined this was a different model. The F model stands for a false edge. So on the first knife is the exact duplicate, which is People's 3610. I'm sorry, 36D.
Just ID.
Yeah, thank you. ID.
36.
That serial number was SWHRT 9B. This one is 9BF, and the F stands for a false edge. On the first one, it had a cutting edge on both sides. This one only has a cutting edge on one side and a false edge on the opposing side.
Could you take out both 36 and 38 at the same time and just kind of explain to us what's the difference between 36 and 38?
So we could actually start with the similarities.
And if you could just kind of turn to your left so people will...
Sure. So this is item number 36, which is the dual edge, and this is item number 38, which is the false edge. As far as the manufacturer, the size from the base of the knife to the tip of the knife is the exact same height, as well as the width of the handguard here at the base of the blade. And again, number 36 is the dual edge. As you can see, there's a shiny edge on both sides of the knife. And on number 38, this is a false edge. You can see a shiny edge going up this side, but a dull black edge. So as an example, if I was to run my finger across number 36, I can cut my finger on both sides of the knife. On number 38, the shiny edge will cut, but the false edge will not. It's not a cutting surface.
All right, so is it then that this knife comes in both a double-edged and a single-edged variety?
Yes.
Okay. And so after getting the false edge in, did you make another knife purchase?
Yes.
And did that come in as a double-edged knife?
Yes.
When the false edge knife came in, was it that the double edge was ordered and the single edge was accidentally shipped, or was it the single edge was accidentally ordered?
So the double edge was ordered correctly. When the second knife, which was the false edge, was ordered, it was accidentally ordered with the false edge. I showed that to you, and you said we needed an exact copy of the first one.
Okay, so did you then order a third knife?
Yes, it did.
All right, can you take a look at picture 37?
Yes. So this is item number 37. It's an exact duplicate of item number 36, which is a Smith & Wesson knife, model SW HRT 9B.
And did you, when that came, was it the same as 36, where it's just a sharp, double-edged duplicate knife?
Yes.
Did you do anything to that knife to change its state?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was asked to dull the knife, so I took a round file to the edge and basically rolled it over to make it less sharp. And then I also did the same thing to the point, where I took the tip of the point down just a little bit to make it less dangerous, I guess.
All right, so if people are handling 37 in court, does it have the same risk of cutting people as the knife, the sharp knife duplicates that you got?
The risk is reduced. There's a potential of still cutting, but it's reduced compared to the other ones.
Okay, and did you do anything to mark that particular knife to differentiate it from the other ones?
I wrapped this knife in blue tape around the handle, and then on the exterior of the box, I wrote the words exact but dull, or exact dull, excuse me.
So I'm just going to collect all three for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we just talked about knives. Were you asked to get any other duplicate items?
I was asked to obtain a duplicate tent that was seized as an item of evidence in the third stabbing incident.
Okay, and so is this the tent that Kimberlee Guillory would have been in?
Correct.
All right, what was the procedure used to get a duplicate of the tent?
After being asked to do so, I contacted the Davis Police Department evidence technician, I cannot remember the name, explained to him that I needed to get an exact copy of the tent that was seized as evidence in the incident involving Ms. Guillory. The evidence tech provided me the exact manufacturer and exact model of the tent.
Okay, I'm going to show you an item. This is People's, marked for identification purposes, People's 29. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes, sir. So People's 29 is a Coleman 4-person tent. It's a Flatwoods 2 model.
And is that the tent that you obtained?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen the photos of Ms. Guillory's tent?
Yes.
And is this the same tent?
Yes, even down to the color, I believe.
So now I want to move to some other things. We talked about the search warrants, and that at times you'll do search warrants. Did you author any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
Does that include a search warrant to AT&T?
Yes, it does.
And what did you author a search warrant for?
The search warrant was authored for information information in connection to a phone number that we had for the defendant.
Okay, and did you receive records responding to your search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 42A. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a custodian of records declaration that came with the warrant, with the records that you received pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes.
And this is for the AT&T records?
Yes, sir, it is.
I have here a USB drive that's marked as 42. Before your testimony in court today, did you have a chance to look at the contents of what's on the USB drive of People's 42?
Yes.
And was it the records for the phone number that you did the search warrant for and the records that you received pursuant to your search warrant?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so, have you been able to look at these records at all?
Yes.
And were you able to see who the records were indicating that they belonged to?
There was subscriber information with the records, and I believe it belonged to the defendant's father.
Okay. And in addition to the other search warrants, did you do a search warrant to Amazon?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was your search warrant to Amazon for? Like, what records were you seeking?
Similar to AT&T, we were looking for information as far as who the account belongs to, the methods of payment, the addresses in which the accounts are billed, the accounts are shipped. We were looking for items purchased. We were looking for search history, all belonging to the account.
Okay, and did you receive records responsive to your search warrant?
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 39A. Take a look at that for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to look at People's 39A?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that a declaration from a custodian of records that you received, with the records that you received pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes, it's a certificate of authenticity.
Okay. And prior to coming to court today, I have it here, the USB drive marked as 39 with the words Amazon records on it. Did you have a chance to look at this prior to coming into court here today?
Yes.
And did this USB drive contain the Amazon records that you received pursuant to your search warrant?
Yes.
And those are the records that came with that same custodian's declaration?
Yes.
So, Your Honor,
Is this what there was an objection to?
yes. And so I've reached the point of everything I can cover, and I would have to recall this witness later. Continue.
Okay. Let me just, now that I've seen the foundation you've tried, let me sidebar with counsel. Thank you. Just a moment, folks. Give us a second to circle back on this off the record.
All right, another side back. So he bought 3 knives, right? So he bought one that had a dual edge, one that had a false edge, which basically is just another word for a single edge. So you got dual edge, single edge. Then he bought another one that he wrapped blue tape around and he dulled the edges. And I think I'm only guessing, but I think that might go back with the jury so they can kind of see it versus them actually handling the actual, the actual weapon and or a actual sharp knife. So I'm thinking that's why they would do that. Then he also was asked to buy a tent, a duplicate tent. And then phone records, they belong to the father. They belong to Carlos's father. And then Amazon. He got a warrant for Amazon as well. Dude, what are you doing? Oh, no, don't step on the computer. Serious? So. Those 3 knives were all for demo. Did he use them all? No. He only used one. Those are just for demo. Yep, those are just for demo. Yeah, those are just to show. Okay.
Mr. Vanderhook, you can proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to need just a moment to set up, Your Honor. So, Investigator Mo, I'm going to ask you just a couple questions about the Amazon records that you received. Did you have a chance to review them?
Yes.
And whose records were they? Could you tell from what you had?
They're records that we can link to the defendant.
Okay, and how do you know that they were linked to the defendant? What was on the records that indicated to you that they were Mr. Dominguez's records?
They were linked with an email address that had been identified as being associated to him, which I believe was Carlos.Reales at a number sequence at gmail.com, as well as the phone number that we just talked about with the AT&T records. It was also linked to him using the addresses in which the items were shipped, which was an address that was linked to him in the city of Davis.
Okay, so from People's Exhibit 39, there's two files. One's titled Certificate of Authenticity, and the other is an Excel spreadsheet starting the letters CRIM. I'm pulling up that spreadsheet, and then I'm hoping to put this up on the overhead. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so this record, it's got a bunch of tabs at the bottom. The first one is subscription info. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does it, the subscription info for these records show you who the Amazon subscriber is associated with these records?
Yes.
And so were you able to locate the order of the Smith & Wesson knife from Amazon in the records?
Yes, it should be in the next tab over, which is order history.
Okay, and so here on the order history tab, we have orders going all the way back here to January 22nd, 2022. Do you know what the date was of the order?
I believe it was December 5th of 22.
Okay, so going down to December 5th of 2022, there's an order here on line 127, and scrolling to the side, I'm just going to highlight the row. Going to the side along the row, are you able to see what that order was for?
Yes.
And what was the order for?
It's the Smith & Wesson knife. The model number is right next to Smith & Wesson, which is the first two words of that column.
Okay, and so is this the same knife that you got as the duplicate knives for 36 and 38, and then tried to get the single edge version with People's 37?
Correct.
And this name here on the line, have you actually gone to the Amazon website and checked out this item?
The item specifically, yes, we had to locate it in order to order it.
Okay, and so you shopped on Amazon before?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how items have like a description as far as the name of what the item is?
Yes.
Is this text here that we're seeing on line 127 the name for the item description when a user clicks on it?
Yes, it says Smith & Wesson, and then the model numbers contained within the body of the description.
All right, but does it include all these other words like 9-inch high carbon SS fixed blade knife with 4.7-inch? Sorry, we're not at losing.
Start 9-inch.
Does it contain all these other words of 9-inch high carbon SS fixed blade knife with 4.7-inch dual edge blade and TP handle for outdoor, tactical, survival, and EDC?
So the description of the 9-inch blade, or correction, the 9-inch knife with the description of the blade is, I believe, in the description of the item. It's listed under the Smith & Wesson manufacturer, and then the outdoor, tactical, survival, EDC are the different methods of which you can locate it. So those are like the categories that it's linked to.
Okay, and so then here, going further down the record, were you able to see where the item was shipped to?
Yes.
And where was it shipped to?
It was 762 Hawthorne Lane.
All right, and could you see when the order was completed?
Yes, if you go further to the left at the edge of that page, it says complete, and then has a date. I just can't, the overhead lighting is on, I can't read the exact date.
And so, were you able to look at the search history for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, that's also listed in that document. If you go another tab over where it says search history.
And so, were you able to go to the search history for December 5th?
Yes.
And so, were you able to see what things were being searched for on December 5th by Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
All right, so I have here the entries from December 5th, and then what are the terms that are being searched for on December 5th?
The terms that are being searched for is misspellings of the word combat knife.
Okay. Anything else other than combat knife?
I believe there's hunting knife as well.
Okay. And then after hunting knife, is there anything else?
I can't see it from here, but I believe so.
Okay. Is it just too small?
Yeah,
All right.
that's okay.
Is that better?
Yes.
After hunting knife, is there anything else?
Again, the misspelling of the combat knife. It's comes at knife, C-O-M-B, I think S-T-K-I-F.
Okay. And are you familiar with computer keyboards?
Yes.
And regarding this misspelling, showing you people's keyboarding, is the S key right next to the A key on a keyboard?
Yes, sir, it is.
And so if we, and for the word combat, we replace the S with an A, is then properly spelled as combat.
Yes.
And then for the word knife, is not misspelled at all.
I believe on the last entry it's missing the E at the end.
Okay? And so it is short one letter.
Yes.
Think of them as I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Sorry. You are the primary investigator at the district attorney's office assigned to this case.
Yes, sir.
You indicated you conducted about 10 to 20 interviews.
Roughly, yes, sir.
But in addition to conducting interviews, you're familiar with the investigation that's been done by other police officers and other investigators?
Yes, I have a rough understanding of what they did.
You reviewed police reports in this case?
Yes.
And sir, you were aware that after Ms. Guillory was stabbed back on May 1st of 2023, that a man named Isaac Cheeseman made statements to both police and the media that the stabber had been at the camp about 2.5 hours earlier, around 9 o'clock, and he chased that stabber. You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with Mr. Cheeseman. He's one of the individuals that we had to track down for this case. I did not read a report with his direct statement on it. I know of his involvement as far as a general overview of knowledge. I didn't know that he talked to media or anything like that at all.
Were you, and if you weren't, that's fine, were you aware that Mr. Cheeseman had been making statements that the stabber who stabbed Ms. Guillory was actually at that camp 2.5 hours earlier, and he and some other people had chased him? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of an incident prior to Ms. Guillory's stabbing, but not anything specific from Mr. Cheeseman, no.
Okay. Were you aware that someone had made a claim that the stabber had been there earlier and had been chased?
Yes. Yes, that's from conversations with Ms. Guillory.
Did you know that the Davis Police Department had determined as of May 3rd of 2023, 2 days after, that the person who had been chased was a restaurant worker from downtown Davis named Khalid Siddiqui?
No, I didn't know that, sir.
Were you aware of that prior to today?
Prior to you telling me that, no.
So, Mr. Vanderhook asked you some questions about a conversation that was recorded. Did you know you were going to be asked questions about that conversation today?
Yes.
Did you listen to the recording of that conversation to refresh your memory?
Yes, I did.
in that conversation, you don't appear to say anything during the entire conversation. You just sit there and record.
That conversation was kind of like a meet and greet where the attorneys introduced themselves to Ms. Guillory. So I wasn't asked to question her in any way.
So, do you recall, I didn't even hear your voice one time during the conversation and recording. Did you even say anything?
Yes, I believe the only time I spoke up was when Mr. DeMora entered the room and they were talking about seating arrangements. Other than that, it was primarily Mr. Vanderhook that spoke.
Mr. DeMora was there?
Yes.
Someone named Aaron was there?
That would be me.
They had it spelled the wrong way.
Uh-oh, it happens.
Was there a female there as well?
Yes, that was the victim advocate, Julia Hernandez.
Julia, okay. I thought there was an Aaron I didn't know.
No worries.
I know your name.
Yes, sir.
So it was you, Mr. Vanderhook, Mr. DeMora, Julia Hernandez, and then Ms. Guillory.
Yes, sir.
And you said you don't have to tell people you're recording them because you're a peace officer.
Correct.
Peace officers can record people without their knowledge. It's unpermissible under the law.
Yes.
For people who are not peace officers, they need to get permission to record someone.
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
And so you did not tell Ms. Guillory that you were recording her conversation?
No, I set my digital recorder right next to her on a couch that she was sitting on in plain view.
You recall at the very beginning, right when your recording went on, that she said, quote, "Makes me sick that he is crying mental. I mean, yeah, after stabbing 2 people, as many times as he did." Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall at approximately 4 minutes and 52 seconds, back up, the person who was doing almost all the conversation with Ms. Guillory was Mr. Vanderhook?
Yes, sir.
At about 4 minutes and 52 seconds into the conversation, you recall Ms. Guillory stating, referring to Mr. Dominguez, "And I'm sure he saw me come home because he had had an altercation with the couple that was over there earlier that night. I didn't know that until way later." Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Vanderhook asked, what are their names again?
Correct.
And then Ms. Guillory said, Isaac and Christine.
Yes, sir.
Then Mr. Vanderhook asked, Mr. and Christine Barrios?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did Mr. Vanderhook say Mr. and Christine Barrios, or?
I think it was Mr. Cheeseman and Miss Barrios, or something, or Christine Barrios, or something to that effect, yes.
And then Ms. Guillory said, yeah. They had been at their tent earlier that night, and he ran him off. He didn't know who he was then. He took off and ran across the street, and he was hiding behind a tree. I came home later, and I think he was still out there. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
When she said that, okay, did you know what she was referring to?
She was aware of the previous incident, and this is from talking to her as far as what she gathered after the fact.
But you knew that Ms. Guillory was not present at this previous incident where the person was chased.
By her own statement, yes.
Okay. So this previous incident where someone was chased, that was something she learned from Mr. Cheeseman.
I'm not sure who she learned it from, but she said she learned about it after the fact.
So you knew it was not anything she personally observed?
From her own statement, yes, sir.
And at the time she said this, did you also know that Davis police 2 years earlier had determined that the person who'd been chased was not Mr. Dominguez, but was Khalid Siddiqui?
No, not until you told me his name.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that even though you're the primary investigator, the attorneys have a better understanding of the ins and outs of the case than you? Would that be a fair statement?
They have a greater understanding, yes.
So when Ms. Guillory said that, you did not know that what she was saying was false. You didn't know that.
I knew that she was aware of an incident that occurred prior. I didn't know the individual had been identified by Davis Police Department, and I didn't know his name at that point.
Did you at least know that the person was not Carlos Reales Dominguez, or were you uncertain of that either?
Not until you told me today, sir.
Okay. So, I'd like you to assume some facts from me, okay? Assume that Davis Police and Officer Derek Russell, back on May 3rd of 2023, he saw a video of the person being chased and was able to determine that it was Khalid Siddiqui who worked at Steve's Pizza. Can you assume that fact for me?
Yes.
Okay. And also assume that Ms. Guillory was not present for this incident where Mr. Cheeseman and Mr. Osorio chased Khalid Siddiqui. Can you assume that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew from listening to Ms. Guillory that her belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been stalking her 2 hours earlier, that was impacting how she felt about the case. It was clear in the interview, correct?
That was her interpretation. That's what she spontaneously stated without being questioned about it, yes.
Given that she was not a witness to this incident with Mr. Cheeseman, it was nothing she observed, and given that it wasn't true, how would someone be contaminating her testimony by telling her, Ms. Guillory, that wasn't Mr. Reales Dominguez, that was someone else? How would that contaminate her testimony?
Who are you saying told it to her?
No one told her. When she repeated this story about Mr. Reales Dominguez being there 2.5 hours earlier, did Mr. Vanderhook speak up and say, ma'am, that wasn't true, that's somebody else? Did he ever tell her that?
No. His only request to her was to tell the truth as far as what she remembered from the incident.
Right, but he asked you about how you don't want to contaminate a witness. How would telling a crime victim that something she'd heard from another unhoused individual was not true, how would that contaminate her testimony?
Because she'll second guess what she believes occurred from what she actually knew on that side of it.
So if they were to tell her, ma'am, Mr. Reales Dominguez was not the person who was at the camp earlier, that would cause her to second guess her testimony?
That would cause her to reevaluate what she believes. From my contacts with her, that's been an issue as far as her leading up to her testimony. She was concerned that she may not remember things correctly.
But you could tell she was relying on something that she didn't observe, which somebody else had told her, and which was 100% not true. What is the harm in telling her, ma'am, that was not him, don't consider that, focus only on what you saw and what you observed at 11:45? What is the harm in doing that?
It can cause her to not provide the information as she believes. That's not what I can do as a police officer. I cannot shape somebody's testimony to have it go towards what I want it to go towards. I have to let it unfold naturally, and if that's what she believes from her talking to other people, that's what she believes. That's where we do our jobs as police officers, to either show it not being true or show how it is true.
So if a person in a different case identifies someone who robbed them, okay, they're saying that's the person who robbed them, and you through investigation realize, you know what, he didn't rob them, he was in another state. You would never tell that crime victim that she was mistaken. You would just let her keep believing that this innocent individual had robbed her? Is that what you're saying?
I would contact my superiors and explain to them what I uncovered in my investigation and see how they want to deal with the issue.
Okay, let me stop there. You have a few more questions on cross?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Detective Mo, thank you for your testimony. Can you be back at 9:30 tomorrow and finish up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it. Have a good night, sir. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then I haven't had a chance to consider this, I'm just being honest, the schedule for tomorrow, other than that it's a full day. I did tell you that I was going to work on that. So I'll try to have an answer first thing in the morning. I'm sorry I'm not able to give it to you sooner. But the trial's on schedule. So right now, in your mind, tomorrow's 9:30 to 4:30, the same. I'm trying to assess whether I can end it earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't get that done before. There's a lot of work to do. So anyway, plan for a full day tomorrow. Remember the three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't form any opinions, don't research, and I'll see everybody back tomorrow on Friday for 9:30 start. Thank you, folks. Off the record.
All right, let's just wait and see if they're going to come back. Sometimes they do. Yeah, they're not sure if he's not. They were supposed to end at 3 tomorrow, which was Friday. They were supposed to end at 3, but he's not sure now. He'll know tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is Friday. So, seems like they might be done. Just going to stay here for a minute. Oh, did he say tomorrow and Friday? That I don't know. I didn't hear that. I didn't even say tomorrow and Friday. Oh, they're coming back.
To the jury. So, Mr. Hutchinson, what happened? With respect to your computer screen being live streamed, give me the facts and then let's talk about a remedy.
I'm not sure if there's a remedy. I had my HDMI cable plugged in when I was projecting. Then the screen went off, but apparently whatever, so I assume it was off. I leave my HDMI cable in, but apparently it continued to live stream while I worked on my computer.
Okay. And how long? Do you have a timeline, do you think?
I will have to speak to when I first got I'm hopeful it only was a few moments, only 4 minutes.
So you have maybe somebody in the office that was following it and then text you immediately, maybe?
Well, they were trying to contact me, and I wasn't, because I was working on my computer, I wasn't checking email, I wasn't looking at text, and they contacted Mr. Moore after they could not reach me, who was kind enough to come over and tell me. But
so attorney work product was disclosed publicly?
Correct. And I think it was basically the transcript of the conversation. I think that's what I was working on. But there were...
Which witness was this?
It was the conversation between Mr. Vanderhook, Ms. Guillory, and Mr. Moe testified.
So you had the transcript from the video, the audio recording of the interview with Ms. Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes, and I also had some other screens open.
Okay, I can issue an order directing that any information be destroyed if it was improperly, inadvertently recorded that is on its face attorney work product, and I can issue that order that it not be republished and not be used and in fact be destroyed.
I would ask the court to issue that order. In all honesty, I think of the things I could have had on my screen, this is probably pretty harmless, but I am concerned that...
Well, let me stop you. Listen, this isn't the first time I've live streamed a trial. I've never had that happen before. So I appreciate that. And I would ask all of us to be diligent in that regard. So anyway, I'm not going to stop live streaming it because I think it's an innocent error.
Right. I just have no control over live streaming. From now on, I will unplug my HDMI cable, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure who controls live streaming, but I had no knowledge.
Well, Francisco does, right? And it was brought to his attention. He cut it off as soon as he realized it was going on.
And I realized it was an inadvertent mistake, Your Honor.
Right. Okay, all right.
Outstanding. I do.
Thanks. Do we need to meet? I got to have people getting back to their jobs right now. And is there anything urgent, or do we need to meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
We don't.
Okay, nothing from the prosecution?
Well, we come at 9 o'clock, Your Honor. There was an issue about another date, the search history on the Amazon, which we were at sidebar. Mr. Vanderhook said he wasn't going to go into it. He immediately flashed it on the screen for several seconds, the part he said he was not going to go into.
Can this matter be? I feel lost on this issue, and you're going very fast at me on it. Is it a matter that can be addressed next week, with short 2 or 3 page briefs, so I can come up to speed on it?
I think if we discuss it at sidebar tomorrow or in chambers tomorrow, we can explain it.
All right. Well, you want to do that? Mr. Mo's going to be back on the stand, so it'd be a great idea if we can get it sorted, then we can use that witness if it works out. So why don't we come at 9 o'clock and we'll have a lot of motion on the objection to the Amazon search results. Yeah, we'll just sort it out. Then you can orally argue it, and hopefully I can track at that time. Okay?
And we talk a little bit about
And now they just froze. Judge is frozen. I don't know if he's going to come back or not. All right. And now they just froze. Oh, that's funny. All right. I guess that might be it for the day. I'm just going to stay here for a minute, but I think that might be it. Yep, okay. All right, so that was it. All right, hold on, guys. Let's see, hold on. All right, give me a second. Things are kind of goofy here. Hold on. Oh, I really screwed this up. Shoot. Hold on. All right, there. Yeah, so they literally just cut the feed. That was very strange. All right. Let's start a GoFundMe to unfreeze the judge. So Deanna says the case was on Zoom too, and it was streamed on Zoom. Yeah, that's really weird. Why were they using the attorney's computer to stream? I didn't quite get that. Hey, Coops, how are you? Yep, we're going to not only do a recap, but we're going to have Deanna call in. So let's see. Yeah, very strange, right? That was just odd. So we were talking to that was investigator Aaron Moe. Yeah, I'm also confused. He bought 3, meaning Aaron Moe purchased 3 knives, right? One was one was dual-edged, one was single-edged, then he bought another one that he doled down. So I don't think Carlos bought 3. He only bought the one. It was a Smith & Wesson 9-inch high carbon. The blade itself was 5.7 inches. So let's see. blade itself was 5.7 inches. So overall, we heard from a lot of witnesses today. We heard from Sherry Kolb, Detective Alex Torres. He was a recall. Oh, here we go. Hello. How are you?
Hello.
So that was weird. They just
That was crazy, yeah.
kind of just froze there at the end, and so
Oh, did they?
yeah, like the judge was just the last thing we heard was the judge saying come in at 9 a.m. tomorrow to sort out the Amazon searches, and then he just froze. So I don't know what happened after
Well,
that.
that was it. He
That was
just
okay.
told us we can go home.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured.
Yeah, there wasn't anything after that, but oh my gosh.
So okay, yeah, go ahead, go.
So the courtroom is streaming through Zoom. Like when you go on the county website, it's on Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
And so the HDMI cable that he's talking about plugs him in so that he could be able to show his stuff on Zoom whenever he's presenting evidence from his computer.
Oh,
And
okay.
so what happened was that he stayed and continued working on his computer after he was already done.
Okay.
So whatever he was doing on his computer went out live streamed that way, not through the camera,
Right.
but through the Zoom link. So
Right.
that's why the judge was like, couldn't wait for the jury to get out fast enough,
Right.
because he was like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, that was very odd because we're thinking, did the camera zoom in on his computer?
No.
Did, so what? So he's connected to Zoom and he sends out his evidence to Zoom, and then
I don't know if it was evidence. I know it was just he says he was working on a transcript
yeah.
of some sort. So I don't know, but it was just like literally being connected to his computer. So
Gotcha. Yeah, it was Kimberlee's interview with that last detective, Aaron Moe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was her interview. Yeah, the transcript. Yeah. So he. Yeah. Okay.
So he's saying he doesn't think he was doing on his anything on his computer that would compromise anything.
Right.
But
You never.
he wanted to stop live streaming because of that.
No, that was your fault, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, don't penalize us. And I love the judge. Judge is like, well, I live stream all the time, and I've never had this happen before. So
Right, because he's a dum-dum.
get your shit
You always have
together.
to disconnect. Yeah.
Get it together, there, Mr. Hutchinson. Yeah. So interesting. All right, so let's.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so let's talk about. We didn't talk about. We talked at lunch. So after lunch was Nadine, right? That was the mom, right? We didn't talk about her.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let me get back to lunchtime. So after lunch, they called an out-of-order witness. So that was Aris Chao. She was the Safeway employee. So what did you think about her?
Yeah, no, I mean, she's just one of those witnesses, that you have to have come in, obviously, to authenticate, where they got the records from. I think she was going out of town.
Is that why she was wearing? She didn't take her coat off. She was so funny. Nope.
So.
She didn't take her coat off. She had like a full length coat on, and she didn't want to take it off.
Yeah, no, she didn't.
It's like so bizarre. I hope they patted her down, and then she didn't have any contraband in there.
Oh yeah, we have they have guards, when you go in, and
Sure.
you have to walk through metal detectors and all that good stuff. So.
Right. Okay, yeah. So she basically, she pulled the surveillance. So nothing too spectacular there. There was no cross, and then Justin Schaefer came back in. Okay, so Justin, let's talk about Jason. He identified Carlos. What did you think about him?
He was such a character.
Yeah.
I think I think he liked being up there.
Yeah.
I think he liked testifying.
Uh huh.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he was nervous. I think he liked testifying.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like he was laughing almost like a lot. He was like almost flat out laughing. Yeah.
He absolutely was.
Yeah. So he
It was really funny, actually.
Right. So he basically he goes out for this walk. He's doing a phone interview, and he spots this person who fits this description, and they lock eyes. And then Carlos kind of doesn't like run away or hurry scuttles, but he just gets up and starts walking away. And then Justin follows him. So tell us a little bit about like how he followed him.
Well, basically, that's a neighborhood area, so he went around the park before he left the park, like to the playground area, and then over to the bike trail. So whenever he went through the neighborhood, it's obvious that he had sped up because, he was following him. He had to have seen him. There's no way he didn't see him because he walked up a little ways and then turned around and came back. And then he started to lose him in the neighborhood because when he would turn a corner, he would already have turned the next corner.
Okay.
And then whenever he turned on Sycamore, he was way up. So I think he was taking an opportunity to go a little faster. That's my personal belief.
Okay.
Unless he really didn't see him and he was in psychosis, you know what I mean?
Right.
Those bike trails are walked heavily. They're used heavily. I have one that goes through my property at work, and there's always people on them. And so if, maybe he was in psychosis and there was other people walking around and really honestly didn't notice him.
Right. Well, he said that in the defense opening, they said that he started to get paranoid, meaning Carlos would get paranoid. He thought people, I think there was that incident with his girlfriend that he thought people were talking about him, and I think he tackled some guy, started to fight with him. So, yeah, maybe he thought that Justin was following him. He was one of the shadow figures, all that stuff. Who knows?
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, though, because he acted like Justin wasn't following him.
Right.
Right? He didn't seem paranoid. He didn't act paranoid.
Right. Although he was staring off into space, I guess, and Justin said a couple times that he thought he was deranged and he had a mental illness because he said, why would you dress like this suspect that everybody in the city is talking about and then go pretty much back to the scene of the crime? Like, how close was that playground to where Karim was stabbed? Do you know how close was that? Do you know how close it was?
It was in the same area.
Like 100 yards? Like 100?
Yeah, like a football field.
Wow. Okay, so I would think twice about that too. If I'm walking and I know somebody was just stabbed like 2 days earlier, and then here's this person that the entire city's talking about fits this description in the middle of the day in his 20s, like what are you doing, right? That would definitely get I would be like, what's going on,
Yeah, it's weird that he had the same clothes on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, his hygiene, his girlfriend said, and his frat brothers there said, his hygiene just went off the cliff, if you will.
Right. But there's no way to know if he had even gone home, I don't think. I don't think we've heard any evidence that he actually, after that last one, went home.
Right. Interesting.
So maybe he's wearing the same clothes and he's just been wandering around.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. Well, we'll have to wait. We'll have to see what defense comes back with, for sure.
Exactly.
All right. So Justin goes on. So then Cross comes in. Oh yeah, he said, I love this. He follows him. He follows him. He loses him in the Safeway. So he runs into the CVS and he's like running up and down the aisles. He calls the wife. He's like, damn, I lost him. And then he walks out of the Safeway and boom, there's Carlos. So he flags down women in a car. This is what I think this is hilarious. So he flags down X number of women in a car and he somehow convinces them, hey, I'm not a weirdo, but there's a guy that fits the description of the stabber. Let's go follow him. Like, what would you do that? Would you just let this guy in the car?
Well, you have to remember Davis is a very small town. We don't have a lot of violent crimes. So people are very helpful to each other in Davis.
Yeah.
So that's not as surprising to me.
Okay.
But it was pretty funny, though, because he was the only one laughing. I mean, I was laughing, but nobody could tell. And he was like, like everybody's taking all of this, so it's very serious feel,
Yeah.
In the courtroom. And
Yeah.
and so I thought it was funny when he was talking about how he was mad that he lost him, and then poof, right in front of him, he walks right in front of him.
Right.
And he was just like so shocked.
Right. Yeah.
It's another weird thing. If he's paranoid, the guy's following him.
Right.
Wouldn't he? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Weird.
It is
the
weird.
The whole thing is weird.
It is weird. Yeah. Well, that's why we're here to unravel it. So then here was another great line. He said it was a forlorn damn I lost him. He was in forlorn damn I lost him mode, and then boom, Carlos comes walking out of the Safeway. I love that. He was pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right. So then Cross comes up. Did you think anything happened with Cross that was anything spectacular? I'm just kind of reading through my notes. What do you think?
I mean, not spectacular. I mean, I thought it was just weird that he wanted to walk him through the exact same route that he had just testified to.
Yeah.
Like, he seemed very intent on something. I mean, I guess when they do that, there's typically something later that's going to come up to explain why. But I can't imagine.
Yeah.
If he's pleading insanity, like, is later he going to come up and say, well, it wasn't him. Everybody was following somebody else.
Right. Well, that's.
You know what I mean? Like,
well,
doesn't make sense to me.
Right. Well, the very first two, first two sentences in my notes from the defense were, we're not disputing the actions, and the question is what was Carlos's specific intent and mental state. So the evidence will show he has schizophrenia. So right out of the gates, he says that, but then now he's kind of leaning into, well, somebody else did it kind of defense. So it's like, well, pick a lane. Which is it?
I know.
And
I don't know if he's just trying to confuse the jury.
Yeah, could be. Sure.
I don't know. I know I'm confused.
Right.
Because I don't understand. He just gets harping on some points that I just am like, based off your opening, that none of that matters.
Right. Well, to that point, he says, he brought this up, I think, with one of the unhoused witnesses. I can't remember which one. May have even been Kimberlee, where the description of the suspect was he had olive skin. And that was the only thing that was different. That's what Justin said as well. He said Carlos matched to a T. The only thing is he had pale skin versus olive skin. So that's why they're kind of like, maybe that's where he's going with that. This description, whoever gave that description didn't, because I think Kimberlee said the same thing she said that he had blonde hair, but that's whatever,
Yeah, well, Dr. Macy is the one that gave the first initial description, because that was the first time anybody had seen him.
Right.
I think Dr. Macy might have been just confused. Maybe it was shadows because it was dark out.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a lot of lighting. And so the little lighting that he did was able to see him. Maybe he looked darker complected.
Right. True.
Can't imagine that he would have seen him close enough to be able to determine that his skin was olive.
Yeah.
It's a pretty specific color.
Yeah. No, absolutely. This has been asked a couple times in chat. Susie's asking it now. Was there any award offered for a capture? Do you know of any reward?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't remember hearing anything about an award or anything like that. It was just keep your eyes open.
Right.
The Davis Police Department was inundated with calls of sightings. So, I know that some people were talking about, the lady next to me, she's there for David, and she was like, I just don't understand why it would take 45 minutes for them to get to Justin, so that way they could catch him.
Right.
And, but at the same time, we're talking about a very small police force.
Mm-hmm.
And they're following up. Everybody's calling in saying, I think I seen him.
Mm-hmm.
Because, the description is that he's a young student with long curly hair.
Yeah.
We have so many ethnicities in Davis, that could fit that description.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's very possible that they were, just overwhelmed. And I believe, if I remember correctly, watching watching police talk about this, on the news, stating that they were inundated and overwhelmed and checking every single lead.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Northwest is echoing that. Police were getting tons of leads. So, yeah, I can only imagine. Well, everybody wanted to solve it. Everybody, like what Justin was saying, he had his 2 kids and they went to the park every day. So they wanted to go back to their routine. I totally understand that. How big is this? How big is this park? Is it like just roughly how big? Like miles wide, or how big is Sickle?
No. It looks like it's kind of like one of those, parks that are just, grass and trees and stuff like that, but it's an actual park.
Yeah, like a block all the way around kind of thing? Yeah, okay.
It's a couple blocks.
Okay.
It's L-shaped,
Okay, I gotcha.
So there's a million parks in Davis.
Gotcha.
Davis is big on parks and recreation.
Right. No, that's cool.
So
I love that.
Tons of them all over.
Yeah. I think tomorrow or tonight, whatever, I'll pull up a map. So when we talk tomorrow, I'll be able to show chat like what we're talking about. So I'll get that prepared. Yeah, I'll get that prepared for tomorrow. So here's a great question from Baca. So are most of the occupants of Davis college students? Because we know like a college town, right? You have college towns where there's 50,000 kids, and then when they leave, it's like dead. Is Davis considered a college town?
It's considered a college town, but you got to think about how many staff members it takes to run that college, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got workforce for the town of Davis itself.
Right.
The majority of the population would be students.
Mm-hmm.
And in the summertime, it quiets down everywhere. Even the freeway that goes through there, that goes, through Davis, even that freeway, the traffic changes significantly.
Okay.
Like my commute to work changes significantly during the summer.
Right. How large is
about good 15 minutes?
Gotcha. How large roughly is the population of the student body? Do you know offhand?
You know what? I have those details because I just went to the last State of the City.
Okay.
I'll have to get those for you. I honestly am super bad with remembering stats.
Yeah, no worries. Let me see. Student pop. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Student population.
You should be able to Google it. It should come right up.
Yeah, fall of 2024, there was 41,239 students. So. Yeah, that's fairly decent. Yeah, it's pretty decent, pretty big size. Yeah.
Well, and then if you Google Davis population, that'll tell you.
Let's see. So Davis itself, Davis, California. I'm doing it one-handed, so bear with me. Davis, Cali. I'm doing it one-handed. Davis, 65,000. So in 2025, it's estimated to be 65,122. So 41,000 for students, 65 for total. So. Yeah, decent.
So it's a very small town.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that, like, the demographics of my community are from student to retirees and elderly. So my population in my community, I have almost 200 units, and I only have about 55% students.
Okay.
So,
right.
And I'm in West Davis, or South Davis, right?
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So.
All right, let me go through my notes here. So Justin, what did you think about him sending? He sent an email. Oh, I like this. He spoke to the news under the auspices of anonymity, and then he's like, "How did that work out for you?" And he's like, "Well, it was okay for a couple of years." Yeah. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. And then what did you think about his friend from the San Francisco Chronicle? Did you catch anything with that? Anything? Like, did that come across as weird? Like he helped the defense essentially?
It's kind of bizarre, but I don't know. It didn't strike me to be that weird.
Nothing weird, yeah.
Like, it's different. It's not typical, but
right.
nothing really struck me about
Right. Because the ending was behavior seems odd and erratic and not someone thinking clearly. So to me, he was helping the defense in the sense that he said multiple times that this person just seemed off. They were mentally ill. They were deranged. They seemed odd. They're erratic. Like, that's not a mentally stable person. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So.
Right. Well, I mean, there are probably a lot of people in Davis that would like to see him go to a mental health hospital. You know, Davis is a big proponent of that. UC Davis is a big proponent of mental health.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he feels like, based off what he saw, that he should be in a mental hospital.
Right, right. I didn't know this. Northwest said this earlier, and she's saying it now. So Justin played on the baseball team for UC Davis. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I also Googled him too, and yeah, and he played in like 2008, I think. Northwest. I'm asking Northwest now. I think it came back like 2008, something like that. That he played for the team. So anyway, that's kind of fun. Coops is asking what I know this is early in the process, but what are your thoughts initially? Are you leaning towards guilty or not guilty, or are you still on the fence?
Well, I feel he's obviously guilty. I mean, I don't think that there's any question that he did it.
Right.
The question is, and I still am on the fence about this, is, you know, was he insane at the time?
Yeah.
He's got mental health issues. You know, it's obvious because the witnesses are even, you know, stating that he was acting weird. But
Yeah.
I just don't know if those mental health issues constitute, you know, insanity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have mental health issues. And I'd like to think I'm not insane.
Right.
So,
We all.
I mean, there's some days that's questionable, I'm sure.
Right. Well, yeah. I just
don't think.
Go ahead.
I need to hear from the experts.
Yeah.
And what they found whenever they did, you know, their interviews of him. And,
Yeah.
you know, that will help me for sure. I mean, seeing the way that he sits there like catatonic, but then he's also opening up and, you know, maybe he acts a little different when the jury's not there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those are little flags to me, you know, obviously in the back of my mind that it's possible
Right.
that, you know, he wasn't insane. And some of the evidence, you know,
Yeah.
honestly too, so.
We covered Chloe Driver, and she was in that cult with, we called it, you remember that, right? So, and we had,
I watched it.
okay, cool. Yeah, we have a therapist, and then Dr. Rachel. So maybe we'll have them on at some point. We can break this down. Like, is it possible for somebody to be in a state of psychosis and do all this planning? Because he was planning. He searched on Amazon in December. You know, he did this planning. And, you know, can you still be in these states of psychosis and then come out of them and then come back into them and be paranoid but be searching? And then, you know, so we'll have to break that down with them. We'll see what they think about that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because I mean, like, you know, like they talked about in court, this was over a few days.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like he just went from victim to victim to victim.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
You know, and that's where I think is the paranoia, because he knows what he did, and so now he's paranoid.
Yeah.
You know, because he's going to get caught. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I said it's all going to depend. I think the experts are going to be able to shed a little bit more light for me to be able to go a certain direction.
Agreed. Yep. Totally agreed. All right. So next up was Nadine, mother of Karim. We have to talk about her. I mean, for sure. Maria was sad because she was the sister of David. He was victim number one, but Nadine, oh my goodness, how I felt like a pin could drop. I mean, it was so silent in there. You tell me what were your impressions?
Yeah.
What did you think?
I'm a very empathetic person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that you should ever have to bury your children.
Yeah.
So right away, you know, that hit me right away. But the fact that she sat there so strong, and then at one point she looked to the family members that were sitting in front of me, and she smiled like, I'm okay.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
You know, and I held it together. It was good. next to me started to cry, and I gave her tissue. But when she got off the stand and she came over, because she hadn't been in the courtroom, obviously, because she was a witness. So she came over to her husband, and the way that she hugged and embraced him, I was done.
Yeah.
I was done. I was bawling my eyes out.
Yeah.
It like took me like a good 20 minutes to get like control of myself, just because it's like I just can't imagine what that must feel like.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Well,
it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and we appreciate that you're in there and you're feeling all these emotions, and we're feeling them here, but you're right there front and center, really absorbing it. So we do appreciate that. This was an emotional day. You said you had those two younger females, right? They were like in their 20s or so. Do you think they were crying?
Yeah. And they were sitting on the benches outside the courtroom when I left today. So I know that the victim advocate was over talking to them and apologizing, and I don't know what for, but they sat there all day.
Wow.
So I'm not sure what the deal is with that.
Yeah.
At all. So.
Yeah, and Shirley Roth just punctuates this weekend is here, for Mother's Day this weekend. So just poor Nadine. Yeah, tough.
Yeah,
So
it's even I would have almost felt better if she broke down and cried for some reason. But the fact that she got up there and she was so strong for her son, like that just spoke volumes.
Agreed.
And it was a very emotional moment. And honestly, I think someone asked me, what the reaction of the jurors was. And honestly, I was just so taken back by the moment. I didn't even look at the jurors, to be honest.
Yeah.
It caught me off guard a little bit too.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to feel so emotional. I never am.
It was tough. I tell you, I'll be honest with you and with the chat. If I wasn't on screen, I definitely would have broken down. I was trying to keep it together, but it was sad. That was sad. It's something. There's one thing to see somebody crying, after they miss somebody, and that's very emotional. But when you see somebody being like stiff upper lip, and she's a tough woman. I mean, she came from Lebanon, and I'm sure she's seen some stuff, and it's when somebody holds it together like that, it makes me want to cry even more, because I'm like, oh Jesus, I'm feeling your pain, and you don't have to be strong. Because my mom came from, she was born here in America, but she's Slavic, so she was taught to not show emotions. Don't show emotions. That's a sign of weakness. So I kind of got those vibes from Nadine of like, that's a sign of weakness. Don't show those emotions. But you could see that they were there, and I'm sure she breaks down, in the privacy of her own home. But to see her get up there and be strong for her son gives me that strength of like, that's why we do what we're doing here. We're not going to shy away from these kind of trials, because the victims need a voice. The victims need advocates. The victims need somebody to say, we hear you, we see you, and we're going to support you. So that gave me another shot of like, this is why we do what we do, to be quite honest. So all right. Did Karim, or he said, or our notes are he came from Lebanon with his family. Does he have siblings? Do you know? Are there any siblings?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I could probably. I have some access to some UC Davis sites, so I could probably go on there and see if there's any news stories that have any details about that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is good. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Northwestern reminded me of the little details of his fancy pants. That was really sweet. That was really sweet.
And, oh my God.
Yeah. How did?
I'll never feel anytime I see dress pants. I'm never gonna forget that.
Yeah. No. How did the jury react? Were they emotional at all? Were they wiping tears or anything, or were they cool?
Like I said, honestly, I was so emotional myself.
Yeah.
And I was like kind of surprised that I was as emotional as I was.
Yeah.
So I was trying really hard to like control myself so that, I didn't make a spectacle. And,
I know.
You know,
Right, the judge is like, excuse.
because I didn't want to draw attention to myself.
Right, the bailiff comes over. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you need a moment? Do you need to step out?
Yeah, seriously, I didn't lose anybody,
Right.
So I don't want to disrespect the family, in the sense of, I'm sitting there bowing and I don't want anybody to notice me.
Right.
They should be focusing on the family, right?
Exactly.
I
Right.
just was like, that was hard. The embrace is what got me, because you could see, like, in that moment, like, how devastating this has been for them.
Yeah.
The way they hugged each other.
Yeah.
So,
Well, these kind of events, they break families down or they bring them together, right? I mean, those are the two choices you have. You can. We hear that a lot. A family will lose a child and they'll get divorced. It'll tear the family apart, or it brings them together and it makes them rally around their love for each other. So it could go both ways, either way, So
yeah. So I'm really interested. I am dying to know what the families think about jail versus a hospital.
Yeah, do they want him to rot in jail or do they want him to rot in a mental institution and get better? Because either way, he's going to be. It's not going to be fun for him either way. But one way will be worse. Sitting in a jail without any access to meds or very few is definitely going to be more of a painful existence for him for sure.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking. Maria. Her brother was compassion guy.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And I, for some reason in my mind, I can see her maybe being able to be okay with him being in a mental hospital if he's truly mentally ill.
Right.
I'm just really curious about what their take is on that.
Yeah, and Northwest says, yeah, we know what David would say because he already said it. He said to his sister. I don't know the exact quote, but do you remember the exact quote?
No, I don't remember the exact quote, but I read it 2 nights ago.
Yeah. I had a tab. It's from Stanford. It's here. Stanford. Okay, here it is. I have it right here. All right. So David said, "If I'm ever harmed and unable to speak for myself, forgive the perpetrator and help others forgive that person." I mean, literally, that's what he said to his sister. I'll post that here. I'm going to put it in chat as well. I mean, right?
How do you not honor him by doing exactly what he said to you?
Right. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, he is the exemplary example of what we all strive to be. He's like an enlightened being, and we're just moths flying around the flame, So.
Yeah.
So. All right. Let's see.
Amazing. What a life to live, honestly, if you think about it. Having so much compassion like that, think how differently he saw the world than we see it.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. He probably had a lot of peace in his life.
I would agree to that because nothing can harm you if you have that attitude, right? What could possibly harm you if, I mean, I hate to say it, it's like, turn the other cheek. It kind of goes back to that. So what can possibly harm you if that's the way you feel? You could stab me 1,000,000 times, but guess what? I still have love for you. How do you can't argue with that. Meaning, how can you argue with that? So.
Yeah.
It's hard to get there. It's hard to get there.
Especially think about too. He came from a really rough childhood.
Yeah. His mom.
And so.
Yeah.
He had every reason to hate the world.
Yeah, and his mom was schizophrenic. His dad apparently abused the whole family. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. He could have grown up a very bitter, drug addict, crime-riddled. I mean, he could have gone down that path, which we've heard 1,000,000 times. He could have abused his family, but he didn't. He did the exact opposite. So, yeah, again, if anything positive can come out of this, it would be, honoring his memory and just learning to be compassionate with each other because he certainly would want us to be,
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, so we'll move along quickly. Detective Mario Lopez, it was that body cam. He interviewed Jose Naya. Not much happening in that, right? What'd you think about him? Yeah, it wasn't much there.
There wasn't.
Yeah, and then I think ultimately the cross was trying to get them. Well, Jose and the woman that he was with, they used meth, but they didn't necessarily do it that night. So were they hallucinating? That was my take on it. I mean, that's the only thing. Right? He was just kind of throwing spaghetti against the wall with that. You know.
Well, well, are you sure it was even my client?
Right. Oh, yeah, it was a gray shirt. They said they saw somebody with a gray shirt on, gray, black. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. So that was a nothing burger for me too. Then investigator Aaron Moe. Okay, so I don't know if you saw in chat, but I'm like, this guy does not seem like he wanted to be there. Did you get that feeling from Mr. Moe there, investigator Moe? Like his demeanor?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of them just don't want to relive it, but I think he seemed a little more not comfortable being there, and maybe something's happened, previously when he's, been ordered or whatever it is, whenever they do the testimony before they go to trial. Maybe he doesn't like the defense attorney. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it was the state. The state was. He almost came to me. He came across as like a hostile witness to the state because he was sitting back. Yeah. He wasn't engaged. He was talking like yeah. Like to me, I was if I had just walked in like 2 minutes into his testimony, I'd be like, oh wow, this is a hostile witness, or this is cross already. He just came across as not wanting to be there and just didn't care, which is interesting because by all accounts, this is like one of the most traumatic things that has happened to Davis. Right? Yeah, you would think he. Yeah, Northwest says, crusty seasoned detective. I think he was called last minute to take stand today. Yeah, so. But this is like the biggest case that's ever happened. You would think not that he would be like excited, but he'd be like, "Yeah, I want to get this. I want justice for the victims. I want to like make sure that this is done right." But Pammy, I just felt as a tired old detective. So maybe, I guess. So. So anyway, all right. So then not much. Actually, the 3 knives he pulled. Okay, so he purchased 3 knives, and there was some confusion because Carlos only purchased 1 knife. Correct. Okay, and it was that dual bladed 4.7. The blade itself was 4.7 inches. The entire blade, I think, was like 9 inches. And then he had to purchase 3 knives. One of them was dual edge. And then one of them was single-edged, and then one was
the second one.
Yeah, and then the other one was yeah. So, and then the other one, I get the fact that, in my interpretation, was he bought another one dual-edged and he doled it down and he put a blue tape around it. My interpretation of that was that that's going to go back with the jury and they can like see how big this blade was. What was your interpretation of that?
That's what I think. Was definitely, but I don't know what was wrong with the first knife. I missed that or something. Right?
Why did they have to buy 2 just to show? Yeah, and then why did he buy the one that was only single edged? I didn't get that. Why did he have to buy that?
I think that was a mistake.
Yeah.
He accidentally purchased the single edge.
Oh.
So that's why he had to buy the 3rd one.
Okay, I missed that. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, what I missed was why did he have to buy the second one?
You mean the one that's going to go back with the jury, the one that he blunted down or doled down?
No, because so the first one he bought, right? What was wrong with that he had to go buy a second one? Like, why did they need 2 knives?
Right. Yeah, very confusing.
Unless the first one was wrong too.
Huh. Yeah, that was a little confusing. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's confused. Okay. And yes, Northwest. The prosecutor explained the dulled knife with the blue tape in the opening. I do kind of remember that. I do sort of remember that.
I do.
All right. We'll have to.
I remember that too.
All right. We'll have to go back. But why explain second knife to the jury? Just return it. Yeah, that was weird. It was weird. Anyway. All right. So then cross came up. There wasn't much there. Let's see. Not sure. Okay, so the judge isn't sure if it's going to end early tomorrow, so that's still to be determined. And then, of course, at the top of when you called in, we talked about why Mr. Hutchinson had his computer open still and zooming his contents to the audience. So,
oh Lord,
we covered that. Yeah. Crazy. So, all right. Well, I'll let you go. But before I do, any like last comments, thoughts, impressions? How did today stack up against the other days?
It was a long day for sure. Just because I was there all day and it was a little emotional a few times. But overall, the experience is still amazing because. You're seeing it from a completely different point of view than watching it on TV. So, you're watching people interact with each other and the process itself. The judge, he just wants to get through this evidence. He does not want to be going over this evidence. Yeah. That's why every time the two attorneys get together and they figure something out, he praises them for it. Yeah. Because he wants to just get through it.
Yeah. He is a fantastic judge. I'm thoroughly happy that we found him. We found this trial. It's a sad trial, but there's moments and there's players that make you feel a little bit better about it, and this judge definitely is making me feel, I'm happy that I'm watching it just on that level,
Yeah.
Because
it's extremely like a bucket list item, I think, at this point for me, wanting to see it from a different point of view. And so it's honestly been great. It's
cool.
It's a sad case, but, if you have an interest in, the law and the process of, justice and all of that, it's a pretty good experience to be able to go and see it firsthand.
Yeah. Nice. Well, again, we appreciate everything that you do. I know that our chat sends a lot of hugs and loves your way. And after a very emotional day, please definitely take care of yourself mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, all that you can. Take care of yourself. And, sitting here, I absorb a lot. Being in a courtroom, I know you are absorbing even more. So definitely take the time that you need to decompress and take care of yourself. So, So
I definitely will. I've been in therapy for 4 years, so I got some techniques.
Fantastic. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. All right, cool. So we will let you go. Drive safely, get home safely, and now. Are you going to court tomorrow as well?
I probably am. I don't know if I'm going for the whole day, but I'll let you know in the morning.
Okay, fantastic. And Coop says loves you, and everybody in the chat loves you and appreciates you. And drive safely.
I love you guys too.
Oh, it's a big love fest.
I still love Zach. I don't know if I love Zach, but
except Zach. Oh, everybody but Zach. Nice. You hear that, Zach? You just got zinged.
I haven't decided if I love him or not.
Zach, you're still on the fence with that one, Zach. So you better be nice, Zach. All right, Deanna. All right, love you, and thanks for calling in again. Thanks for being there with us, and we'll talk.
You guys too.
All right,
have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye. All right, Zach. No, we don't have a baby. There's our baby right there. Here, let me put him on big screen here. There's our. That's what you're hearing. That's what you're hearing right there. Hey, Rafa. Hi. Yeah. Hi. What's up, buddy? Hi. So, do you hear him? What's up? Do you want to go out? Do you want food? You want to say hello to the chat? Say hello to the chat. There you go. You said hello to the chat. All right, that's it. Mic drop moment. Rafa just said hello to you. Oh, here comes Super Ball. Super Ball has something to say. Yep, here she comes. She's like, wait a minute. I'm not going to let that little whippersnapper take over. Oh my God, too funny, Rafa. All right, I can't do any better than that. He just said hello to you guys. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Thank you so much, Deanna. You are fantastic. So, that was an interesting day, sad day, emotional day. Rafa just makes us, brings it all full circle. Just make sure you got somebody in your life that you can have a chuckle with and love. So know that you are loved, and you guys can always come and hang out here. We will always accept you, and we'll leave it at that. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for a 12:30 start Eastern, 9:30 Pacific, and possibly a short day. They may end at 3 o'clock their time, which would be 6 o'clock our time. So either way, we will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow then. Okay. Have a good night. Bye.